Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to say that this video will have no ads, so enjoy the story. I hope you give this video a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really makes us feel like the global community we are. Now, let's start our night together. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight when Raymond stopped being Raymond. Eleanor Boudreau stood at the kitchen window of their Vicksburg home, watching the water cascade down the glass in sheets so thick she could barely see the azalea bushes her mother had planted 40 years ago. The bushes were drowning. Everything was drowning. Hurricane Delilah had torn through the Gulf Coast a week earlier, and the Mississippi Delta had been weeping ever since. The sky unable to stop crying even after the storm had moved on to devastate someone else's life. Behind her, Raymond coughed again. That wet, rattling sound that had started 2 days ago and hadn't stopped since. "You need to see Dr. Patterson," Ellie said without turning from the window. She'd said it a dozen times already. She'd say it a dozen more if that's what it took. "It's just a cold." Raymond's voice was hoarse, stripped raw. "Everyone's got something after that storm. Half the pharmacy shelves are empty." "You're a stubborn man, Raymond Boudreau. That's why you married me." Ellie finally turned from the window. Her husband of 24 years sat at the kitchen table, wrapped in the old quilt his grandmother had made, looking like death warmed over. His dark skin had taken on an ashen quality she didn't like, and his eyes, those warm brown eyes that had convinced her to dance with him at the Vicksburg VFW hall all those years ago, were bloodshot and glassy. She'd seen that look before, too many times. In her 15 years as a hospice nurse, she'd learned to read the body's rebellion against itself, the way the light dimmed in someone's eyes before it went out entirely, the subtle loosening of features as the spirit began its long retreat from flesh. Raymond didn't look like he was dying, but he looked like something was wrong in a way she couldn't name. "Let me take your temperature again," she said. "You just took it an hour ago, and I'm taking it again." She crossed to the table, her slippers shuffling against the linoleum they'd been meaning to replace for 5 years. The thermometer was still on the counter where she'd left it. Digital, reliable, the same one she'd used on hundreds of patients. She held it out and Raymond obediently opened his mouth like a child accepting medicine. The 30 seconds felt like 30 minutes. 102.7. "That's up from this morning," Ellie said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Raymond, please, something's not right." "Hospitals are swamped." He pulled the quilt tighter. "News said they're turning people away unless it's an emergency. I'm not dying, Ellie. I just need rest." She wanted to argue. Every instinct she'd honed over decades of caring for the sick and dying was screaming at her that this was different, that the rules she knew didn't apply to whatever was happening inside her husband's body. But Raymond had always been stubborn. It was the quality she'd loved most about him once, the way he'd refused to give up on their marriage during the hard years. The way he'd worked double shifts at the paper mill even when his back was failing him. The way he'd insisted they could send Josie to nursing school even when the numbers said otherwise. Stubborn, immovable. Her rock. "At least let me call Josie," Ellie said. "She'd want to know you're sick." Something flickered across Raymond's face. Pain, maybe, or something else. "Don't bother her. She's got finals coming up and you know how she gets." "She's studying to be a nurse, Raymond. She'd want to help. What's she going to do from Memphis? Worry herself sick and fail her exams?" Ellie didn't have an answer for that. Josie had been distant lately, the past year, really. in ways that felt like more than just the natural separation of a child growing into adulthood. Their calls had gotten shorter, their conversations more surface level. The last time Ellie had visited Memphis 3 months ago, Josie had seemed distracted, like she was carrying something heavy and couldn't put it down. Ellie had chalked it up to stress. Nursing school was brutal, and Josie had always put too much pressure on herself. But now, standing in her kitchen while her husband slowly fell apart and her daughter remained unreachable somewhere in Tennessee, Ellie felt the first cold finger of fear trace down her spine. "I'll make you some soup," she said finally. "Mama's recipe. It'll help you sweat out whatever this is." Raymond nodded weakly. "That sounds good." She turned toward the pantry, mentally cataloging ingredients. Chicken broth, onions, garlic, the rosemary from the garden if it hadn't drowned. Normal thoughts, domestic thoughts, the kind of thoughts that kept the fear at bay. The power flickered. They both looked up at the kitchen light, watching it stutter like a dying heartbeat. "Damn storm knocked out half the lines," Raymond muttered. "They said it could be weeks before everything's fixed." The light steadied. Ellie let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "I'll get the lanterns from the garage," she said, "just in case." "Ellie." She stopped at the door. "I love you," Raymond said. His voice sounded strange, thick, like he was speaking through water. "Whatever happens, you know that, right?" "Raymond, you're scaring me. He coughed again, that wet rattle that made her stomach clench. "I want you to know, that's all. You're going to be fine." She said it with all the conviction she could muster. "A few days of rest, some of Mama's soup, and you'll be back to complaining about the Saints' defense in no time." He tried to smile. It didn't quite work. Ellie went to get the lanterns. The garage smelled like motor oil and dust, the familiar scents of Raymond's domain. His workbench sat against the far wall, cluttered with the projects he never seemed to finish. The birdhouse for the backyard, the rocking chair he'd promised to fix, the old radio he'd been restoring piece by piece. Raymond had always been better at starting things than finishing them. Ellie found the lanterns on the shelf by the door next to the emergency kit they'd put together after Hurricane Katrina. Everyone in the Delta kept emergency kits now. You learned, or you didn't survive. She was reaching for the second lantern when she heard the sound. It came from outside, a scream, high and sharp and cut off suddenly like someone had pressed stop on a recording. Ellie froze, her hand still extended toward the shelf. Silence. Then another scream, this one farther away. And another, and another. She ran to the small window on the side of the garage, rubbing grime from the glass with her sleeve. The rain was still falling, obscuring her view, but through the gray curtain she could see the Hendersons' house across the street. Betty Henderson was standing in her driveway, just standing there in the rain, not moving, not going inside, just standing. That was strange. Betty hated getting her hair wet. Another scream, closer now. Ellie's eyes tracked toward the sound and found movement on the sidewalk. Someone running. No, someone stumbling. A man she didn't recognize, his clothes torn, his arm hanging at a wrong angle. He was running from something. Running toward Betty Henderson, who still hadn't moved. The man reached Betty. He grabbed her shoulder, spun her around, and Betty lunged at him. Ellie's breath caught in her throat. Betty Henderson, 63 years old. Member of the First Baptist Choir, made the best pecan pie in Warren County. Betty Henderson was biting the man's throat, tearing at it. Blood was spraying. Even through the rain, Ellie could see the blood. And the man was falling, and Betty was following him down, her face buried in his neck, her body convulsing with some terrible hunger. Ellie stumbled back from the window. Her hip hit the workbench. A can of nails scattered across the concrete floor with a sound like bones rattling. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. She'd seen death. She'd held the hands of the dying for 15 years, had watched cancer consume bodies and old age steal minds. She knew what death looked like, every shape it could take, every mask it wore. She had never seen anything like this. "Raymond," she whispered, then louder, "Raymond!" She ran for the door connecting the garage to the kitchen, the lanterns forgotten. Everything forgotten except the need to reach her husband, to make sure he was okay, Raymond was standing in the kitchen doorway. He was still wrapped in his grandmother's quilt, but it had slipped from one shoulder, revealing the sweat-soaked t-shirt beneath. His eyes were wrong. The glassy quality from before had intensified, and there was something else there now. Something hungry. "Raymond?" He tilted his head, like a dog hearing a strange sound, like he didn't recognize her voice. "Raymond, honey, something's happening outside. We need to..." He moved. It wasn't like in the movies. There was no shambling, no slow inevitability. Raymond covered the distance between them in 3 quick strides, faster than she'd seen him move in years, faster than his bad knees should have allowed. His hands closed around her shoulders with a grip that would leave bruises, and his mouth opened, and she saw his teeth. Ellie's training kicked in. 15 years of hospice work meant 15 years of dealing with patients who lashed out, dementia patients who forgot who she was and saw an enemy. Patients in pain who struck at anyone within reach. She'd learned defensive maneuvers at a seminar in Jackson, practiced them until they became instinct. She dropped her weight, breaking his grip, and shoved him backward with both hands. Raymond stumbled, his legs tangling in the fallen quilt, and went down hard. His head hit the corner of the kitchen table with a sound that made Ellie cry out. He didn't seem to notice. He was already getting up, already reaching for her, his mouth working soundlessly, his eyes empty of everything that had made him Raymond. "Please," Ellie sobbed. "Please, Raymond, don't..." She backed into the living room. Her heel caught on the rug they'd bought on their trip to New Orleans, and she almost fell. Raymond was coming. Raymond was coming, and he wasn't Raymond anymore. He was something else, something wearing her husband's face. And she was going to die in her own living room, killed by the man she'd loved for 24 years. Her hand found the fireplace tool. She didn't think. She didn't plan. Her fingers closed around the iron poker, and when Raymond reached for her again, she swung. The first blow caught him across the shoulder. It slowed him, but it didn't stop him. He kept coming, that terrible empty hunger in his eyes, and Ellie screamed, a sound she didn't recognize, a sound that wasn't her, and swung again. This time she hit his head. Raymond dropped. He fell the way patients fell when the last breath left them. That sudden loosening of every muscle, that surrender to gravity that meant the spirit had gone. He crumpled to the floor in front of the couch where they'd spent 1,000 evenings watching television together, where he'd proposed to her after too much wine, where they'd held Josie as a baby and promised her the world. Ellie stood over him, the poker still raised, her chest heaving. He wasn't moving. He wasn't breathing. She'd killed him. She'd killed her husband. "Raymond?" Her voice cracked. "Raymond, please, I didn't mean, I just wanted you to stop. I didn't..." She knelt beside him. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely control them as she reached for his throat, searching for a pulse. Nothing. She tried his wrist. Nothing. She'd killed him. 24 years of marriage ended by an iron poker in their living room while screams echoed outside and the rain kept falling, and Raymond's eyes opened. Ellie jerked back, a cry escaping her lips. His eyes were wrong. The pupils were blown wide, the whites yellowed, and there was nothing in them. Nothing at all. No spark of recognition. No love, no Raymond. Just hunger. He grabbed her ankle. Ellie kicked free and scrambled backward, the poker still clutched in her hands. Raymond was rising again, slower now. She'd hurt him. She'd definitely hurt him. But rising nonetheless. Blood ran down the side of his face from where she'd struck him. It dripped onto the carpet, onto the rug from New Orleans, onto 24 years of shared life. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "God forgive me, I'm so sorry." She swung the poker again, and again, and again, until Raymond Boudreau stopped rising. Ellie didn't know how long she sat there. Time had become something else, not minutes and hours, but before and after. Before, she'd been Eleanor Boudreau, hospice nurse, wife, mother. After, she was something else, someone who'd killed her husband, someone whose hands were covered in blood, someone who couldn't stop shaking. The screams outside had multiplied. They came from every direction now. The sounds of a neighborhood dying, glass breaking, car alarms, gunshots somewhere in the distance. And beneath it all, that other sound. The moaning, low and constant, like wind through a broken building, but wrong. Human-shaped, but not human. The sound of mouths that had forgotten how to speak, but remembered how to want. Ellie sat beside Raymond's body, holding his hand. The hand that had first touched hers at the VFW dance. The hand that had trembled when he'd slid the ring onto her finger. The hand that had held their daughter the day she was born. So gentle for such a big man. "I'm sorry," she said again. She'd said it 100 times. It didn't help. "I'm so sorry, Raymond. I didn't know what else to do." The power finally went out. Darkness swallowed the house, broken only by the gray light filtering through the windows. Ellie realized she was still holding the poker. She couldn't make herself let go of it. Think. She needed to think. Josie. The thought cut through the fog. Josie was in Memphis. Josie might be in danger. Josie needed to know what? Ellie stumbled to her feet. Her legs felt like they belonged to someone else. She found her phone in the kitchen, the screen cracked but functional, and her fingers fumbled across it until she found Josie's contact. Her thumb hovered over the call button. What would she say? "Your father's dead. Something happened to him, something is happening to everyone, and I killed him with a fireplace poker and I don't know what to do." She pressed call. It rang once, twice, 3 times. "We're sorry. All circuits are busy. Please try your call again later." Ellie tried again. Same message. Again. 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 She switched to text messages, her bloody fingers leaving smears on the screen that she couldn't bring herself to wipe away. "Josie, something terrible is happening. I need you to stay inside. Don't let anyone in. Your father is—" She stopped. She couldn't finish that sentence. "Please call me when you can. I love you. Stay safe." The message showed as sent. She had no way of knowing if it would reach Memphis. No way of knowing if Josie was okay. No way of knowing anything. A crash came from somewhere outside, closer than before. Ellie looked toward the front windows. Through the lace curtains her mother had made, her mother was dead now, 5 years gone, buried in the Vicksburg cemetery next to her father. She could see shapes moving in the street. Too many shapes. Some of them stumbled like Raymond had at the end, that wrong gait, that empty-eyed hunger. Others ran, still human, still alive, fleeing from the things that had once been their neighbors. She watched a woman, Mrs. Patterson from the corner house, the one with the beautiful roses, get pulled down by 3 shapes that used to be human. The screams were mercifully brief. Ellie closed her eyes. When she opened them, she was moving. Not toward the door, she wasn't stupid enough to go outside, but toward the stairs, toward the bedroom, toward the closet where Raymond kept his father's hunting rifle. She'd never fired a gun in her life. She was going to learn. The rifle was where Raymond had always kept it, locked in a case on the top shelf of their bedroom closet. Ellie knew where the key was, in Raymond's nightstand beneath the Bible his mother had given him for his confirmation. The ammunition was in a box beside the case. She sat on the bed they'd shared for 24 years and loaded the rifle with hands that had stopped shaking. Some distant part of her mind was surprised by that. She should be falling apart. She should be catatonic with grief, paralyzed by what she'd done and what she'd seen. Instead, she was calm. It was the same calm she'd felt on her first night as a hospice nurse, when a patient had coded unexpectedly, and she'd had to perform CPR for 12 minutes until the paramedics arrived. The same calm she'd felt when Josie had fallen from the oak tree in the backyard at age 7 and Ellie had reset her dislocated shoulder while Raymond stood frozen in horror. Some people broke down in crisis. Ellie had always been the opposite. The worse things got, the clearer she became. She would fall apart later, when she had time, when Josie was safe. The rifle was loaded now. She'd watched Raymond clean and load it often enough to know the basics, and the mechanics weren't complicated. Point, aim, squeeze the trigger, don't pull, squeeze. She stood up and caught her reflection in the bedroom mirror. The woman staring back at her was unrecognizable. Blood on her face. Raymond's blood. Her Raymond's blood. And more on her hands. Her clothes. Her salt and pepper hair had come loose from its braid, wild strands framing features that looked 10 years older than they had this morning. Her eyes were the worst. They looked like the eyes of the patient she'd sat with during their final hours. Eyes that had seen too much. "Focus," she said aloud. Her voice sounded strange in the silent house. "Josie needs you. Focus." She went back downstairs. Raymond's body was where she'd left it. She couldn't look at it. If she looked at it, the calm would break, and she didn't have time for that. Instead, she moved to the kitchen, to the window over the sink that looked out on the backyard. The rain had finally stopped. The backyard was empty. Beyond the fence, she could see the woods that bordered their property. 3 acres of oak and pine that had always made them feel isolated, safe, separate from the world. The front of the house was chaos. The back was quiet. Ellie made a decision. She gathered supplies with the efficiency of someone who'd spent 15 years keeping dying people comfortable. Bottled water from the pantry. 2 cases they'd bought after the hurricane warning. Canned food. The first aid kit from the bathroom. A change of clothes, sturdy jeans, and her good hiking boots. The emergency kit from the garage, retrieved through the connecting door without looking toward the front of the house. Raymond's hunting knife, his flashlight, the battery-powered radio. She packed everything into 2 backpacks, hers and Raymond's old hiking pack from the trip to the Smokies they'd taken for their 20th anniversary. Finally, she removed his wedding ring. His hand was cold now. Cold in the way that only the dead were cold. That final temperature that no living warmth could ever reach. She'd felt it hundreds of times. She'd never felt it on someone she loved. Ellie slipped the ring onto the chain around her neck, next to the cross her mother had given her for confirmation. 2 symbols of loss hanging over her heart. "I'll find Josie," she said to the body. "I'll keep her safe. I promise." Then she went out the back door and into a world that had ended without warning. The Hendersons' dog was dead in their backyard. Ellie saw it as she crept along the fence line, staying low, the rifle clutched against her chest. Max had been a golden retriever, friendly to everyone, the kind of dog that would lick your face until you laughed. Now he was a pile of torn fur and exposed ribs, abandoned halfway through whatever had killed him. She looked away and kept moving. The sounds from the front of the neighborhood had gotten louder. More screams, more gunshots. More of that moaning, that terrible collective sound of hunger given voice. Ellie could see smoke rising from somewhere a few blocks over. A house fire, maybe, or a car. And she thought she heard sirens in the distance, but they seemed to be getting farther away rather than closer. No one was coming to help. The thought crystallized in her mind with perfect clarity. Whatever was happening, it wasn't contained. It wasn't a gas leak or a chemical spill that the authorities could quarantine and fix. This was bigger. This was everywhere. She needed to get to Memphis. The rational part of her brain, the part that had kept her calm through 1,000 patient crises, tried to object. Memphis was 250 miles away. She had a rifle she barely knew how to use and 2 backpacks of supplies. The roads were probably chaos. She didn't even know if Josie was still alive. The other part of her brain, the part that had raised a daughter and loved a husband and held the hands of the dying, didn't care about rational objections. Josie was in Memphis. Josie might need her. That was all that mattered. One step at a time. Get out of the neighborhood, find transportation, head north. The woods behind her property stretched for maybe a quarter mile before they hit Highway 61. If she could get to the highway. A sound from her left made her freeze. Someone was crying. Ellie pressed herself against the Hendersons' fence, peering through a gap in the boards. The sound was coming from the Pratt's house 2 doors down. The Pratts had moved to Florida last year. The house was supposed to be empty, but the crying was definitely coming from inside. "Leave it," the rational part said. "You don't know what's in there. You can't save everyone. You have to keep moving." The crying continued, high and thin and young. Ellie had never been good at leaving people. She moved toward the sound. The Pratt's back door was unlocked. Ellie eased it open, the rifle raised, her finger resting alongside the trigger guard the way Raymond had taught her years ago when he'd tried to get her interested in hunting. "Never put your finger on the trigger until you're ready to shoot," he'd said. "That's rule number 1. Raymond was dead. She'd killed him with a fireplace poker. Focus. The kitchen was empty. Clean, actually, cleaner than she'd expected. Someone had been living here, keeping house, probably squatters, taking advantage of the empty home during the hurricane evacuation. The crying was coming from upstairs. Ellie climbed the stairs slowly, each step a potential death sentence. The rifle felt heavy in her hands, too heavy. She was 47 years old, not a soldier, not a fighter. She was a hospice nurse. She helped people die peacefully. She'd helped Raymond die too, just not peacefully. The crying led her to what had been the Pratt's guest room. The door was closed. Ellie pressed her ear against it and listened. Crying. Definitely a child. Maybe, "Please," a voice whimpered from inside. Please don't hurt me." Ellie's heart clenched. "Hello, is someone in there?" The crying stopped abruptly. Silence. "My name is Ellie. I'm not going to hurt you. I just heard you crying and—" "Go away. I can't do that, honey. Not if you're in trouble." More silence. Then softly. "They're everywhere. They got my mom. I saw them get my mom." Ellie closed her eyes. "Can you open the door for me? I promise I'm not one of them. I'm just a person trying to get somewhere safe." A long pause. Then the sound of something heavy being moved. Furniture probably barricading the door. The handle turned and the door opened a crack. A pair of eyes peered out, young, terrified. A boy, maybe 10 years old, with dark skin and tear-streaked cheeks. "Are you alone?" the boy asked. "Yes." Are there any of them with you?" "No. I came through the back way. It's clear out there, at least for now." The door opened wider. The boy was skinny, wearing a Vicksburg Little League t-shirt that was 2 sizes too big. His hands were shaking. "What's your name?" Ellie asked. "DeMarcus. DeMarcus Williams." "Okay, DeMarcus, where's your family?" The boy's face crumpled. "My mom. We were trying to get to my grandma's house. The car wouldn't start. We were walking, and then—" He couldn't finish. Ellie knelt down so she was at eye level. She'd done this hundreds of times. Spoken to grieving children, helped them understand that someone they loved wasn't coming back. The words came automatically. "I'm so sorry, DeMarcus." What happened to your mom isn't your fault. None of this is anyone's fault, but right now I need you to be brave for me. Can you do that? DeMarcus wiped his nose with his sleeve. I want to go to my grandma's house. Where does your grandma live? Jackson. We were supposed to go before the storm, but my mom's car... Jackson's a long way from here. And probably just as bad as Vicksburg, Ellie thought, but didn't say. Can you walk? I think so. Ellie held out her hand. Then come with me. We'll figure out what to do together. The boy looked at her hand for a long moment. Then he took it. They were moving through the backyard of the third house when they saw the cop. He was huddled behind a shed, his uniform torn and bloody, his service weapon drawn but shaking in his grip. When he saw Ellie and DeMarcus approaching, he swung the gun toward them. Don't move! Ellie froze, pulling DeMarcus behind her. We're not infected. I said don't move. You're pointing a gun at a child, officer. The cop, mid-30s, white with a buzz cut and a mustache that screamed law enforcement, seemed to notice DeMarcus for the first time. His gun wavered. We're just trying to get out of the neighborhood, Ellie continued. The woods back here should lead to Highway 61. You can come with us or you can stay here, but I'm not standing still long enough for those things to find us. The cop's jaw clenched. Stubbs. Officer Derek Stubbs. I was responding to a 911 call. Domestic disturbance. When I got here... I don't need your life story, officer. I need to know if you're coming with us. He stared at her for a long moment. Then he lowered his weapon. Yeah, he said. Yeah, I'm coming. The woods were quiet. Too quiet, Ellie thought, as they picked their way through the underbrush. The rain had turned everything into mud, and their progress was slow, every step threatening to suck their feet into the muck. DeMarcus was struggling. His sneakers weren't made for this, but he kept moving. One hand clutched in Ellie's jacket, the other pressed over his mouth to keep from making noise. Stubbs brought up the rear, his gun still drawn. He'd introduced himself properly during a brief pause. Derek Stubbs, Vicksburg PD, 12 years on the force. He hadn't explained why his uniform was bloody or why his hands wouldn't stop shaking. Ellie hadn't asked. What do you know about what's happening? Ellie asked quietly as they walked. Nothing. Everything. Stubbs' voice was strained. Dispatch went crazy around noon. Calls coming in from everywhere. Assaults, home invasions, domestic violence, except the descriptions didn't make sense. People biting, people not going down when you shot them. Then dispatch just stopped. Nobody's answering now. It's the water, DeMarcus said suddenly. Both adults turned to look at him. What do you mean, honey? Ellie asked. Oh, my mom. She drank the water from the tap. She said she was so thirsty she couldn't stop drinking, and then she got sick, and then... His voice broke. Ellie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. When did she drink the water? This morning. Maybe 3 hours before she turned, before she became one of them. The rain, the flooding, the hurricane. All that contaminated water spreading through pipes and wells and the river itself. Everyone who drunk it. Everyone who was still drinking it, not knowing what it would do to them. Christ, Stubbs muttered. The water supply? We need to test this theory, Ellie said. Has anyone else you encountered been drinking tap water recently? Stubbs' face went pale. I had coffee this morning. From the machine at the station. It uses filtered water, Ellie finished. Most coffee machines do. That's probably why you're fine. But how do we know? We don't. Not for certain, but it fits. The timeline, the spread pattern. She looked at DeMarcus. Did you drink any water today, honey? He shook his head. Mom said the water was brown coming out of the tap. She was going to boil it, but then she got thirsty and couldn't wait. Ellie's mind was racing. If the infection was waterborne, that changed everything. It meant the outbreak wasn't random, it was systematic, spreading through the infrastructure itself. It meant anyone who'd had a glass of water, taken a shower, washed their hands after the hurricane had potentially been exposed. It meant the entire Mississippi Delta, every city and town and farm that drew from the river or the groundwater, could already be infected. "We need to find uncontaminated water," she said. "Bottled, sealed before the storm. Nothing from taps, wells, or rain collection." "Where the hell are we supposed to find that?" Stubbs demanded. "The National Military Park has a visitor center, vending machines, emergency supplies. It's our best bet. That's 2 miles from here. Then we'd better keep moving." They reached Highway 61 as the sun began to set. The highway was chaos, cars stretched in both directions as far as Ellie could see, most of them abandoned, doors hanging open, engines still running. Some had crashed into each other, or into the guardrails. A semi-truck had jackknifed across the northbound lanes, its cargo, toilet paper of all things, scattered across the asphalt like snow. Bodies littered the road. Some were still, others weren't. "Jesus," Stubbs whispered. "Stay close," Ellie said. "Stay quiet. We'll move through the cars, use them for cover." They stepped out of the tree line and into the nightmare. The first body Ellie passed was a woman in a business suit, her throat torn out, her eyes staring at the darkening sky. The second was a man in overalls, still clutching a tire iron, his head caved in, killed by a survivor, not an infected. The third was a child. Ellie didn't look at the third one. DeMarcus was crying again, silent tears streaming down his face. Ellie kept a firm grip on his hand, pulling him forward, not letting him stop. Stopping meant dying. They were halfway across the highway when the infected emerged from the trees. There were maybe a dozen of them moving in that wrong gait Ellie had seen before, that combination of stumbling and sudden bursts of speed that made them impossible to predict. They'd been attracted by something. The noise of the cars, maybe, or the smell of blood. And now they were between the survivors and the far side of the highway. "Back!" Stubbs hissed. "We need to go back." "No," Ellie's voice was hard. "We go around. Use the cars." She pulled DeMarcus into a crouch behind a minivan, gesturing for Stubbs to follow. The infected hadn't seen them yet. They were focused on something else, something farther up the highway. If the group could stay low, stay quiet, one of the infected turned. Its eyes, yellow and empty, locked onto them. "Run," Ellie said. They ran. Ellie had never been an athlete. She'd done yoga classes at the community center and walked the neighborhood with Raymond on Sunday mornings, but she'd never been fast, never been strong. None of that mattered now. Adrenaline transformed her, turning her legs into pistons, her lungs into bellows, her entire body into a machine built for one purpose: survival. DeMarcus ran beside her, his sneakers slapping against the wet asphalt. Stubbs was behind them, his breath ragged, his gun firing blindly at the shapes pursuing them. The shots were loud, too loud, and Ellie knew they would draw more infected, more danger, but there was no time to stop him, no time to do anything except run. A gap appeared in the tree line ahead, a path maybe, or a service road. Ellie veered toward it, dragging DeMarcus with her. The boy was flagging, his legs giving out, and she scooped him up without breaking stride, his weight almost nothing against the fire of her terror. The trees closed around them. Darkness. Underbrush tearing at her clothes, the sound of pursuit behind them, feet crashing through the forest, that moaning, always that moaning. And then light. They burst into a clearing and Ellie saw the stone walls of the Vicksburg National Military Park Visitor Center and the figures standing in front of it, and the guns those figures were pointing directly at her. "Stop!" someone shouted. "Stop right there!" Ellie stopped. The infected crashed through the tree line behind them. The guns opened fire. The infected fell. It happened in what felt like slow motion. The lead creature, a man in torn clothing who might have been a mechanic in his previous life, jerking backward as bullets tore through him. The second and third went down the same way, and the fourth and the fifth, until the clearing was silent except for the ringing in Ellie's ears and the gasping of her own breath. She stood frozen, DeMarcus clutched against her chest, watching the figures approach. There were two of them. The first was a tall black man with close-cropped gray hair and the calm, measured movements of someone who'd seen combat. He was wearing surgical scrubs, which seemed absurd until Ellie remembered that the hospital was less than 5 miles from here. The second was a heavy-set black woman in a church dress, incongruously elegant for the apocalypse, carrying a shotgun that she handled with surprising familiarity. "Are you bit?" the man asked. His voice was accented. Nigerian, Ellie thought, or somewhere close. "No. Any of you?" Ellie shook her head. DeMarcus hadn't let go of her neck. Stubbs was doubled over behind them, hands on his knees, gasping for air. "Then come inside, quickly, more will come." The visitor center had been transformed into a makeshift fortress. Benches had been pushed against the doors. Display cases were overturned to create barriers. Candles flickered in the darkness, casting dancing shadows across Civil War-era artifacts and informational placards about the siege of Vicksburg. There were survivors here, not many, maybe a dozen, huddled in small groups throughout the main room. Ellie saw fear in their eyes, the same fear she felt in her own heart. "I'm Dr. Walter Okonkwo," the man in scrubs said as he led them deeper into the building. "I was at Delta Medical when—" He paused, seeming to search for words. "When everything began." "You're a doctor?" "Cardiovascular surgeon, not much use now, but I know how to keep people alive." He gestured toward the woman with the shotgun. "This is Reverend Patricia Holloway. She brought her congregation here when her church was overrun." "Reverend," Ellie said. The woman's eyes were hard and old and filled with something that might have been grief or might have been rage. "The Lord tests us all," she said. Her voice was deep and resonant, the voice of someone used to filling spaces with sound. "These are the days of tribulation." "Yes, well," Dr. Okonkwo cleared his throat. "We can discuss theology later. For now, you need water, food, rest." "No water," Ellie said quickly. "Not tap water, not rainwater, not anything that comes from the ground." Both the doctor and the reverend stared at her. "It's the water," Ellie explained. "That's how the infection spreads. I've seen it. My husband—" She couldn't finish that sentence. "A child told us his mother drank from the tap and turned within hours. Officer Stubbs had filtered coffee. He's fine. The timeline fits." Dr. Okonkwo's expression shifted, professional interest cutting through the horror. "You're certain?" "No, but it's the only theory that makes sense." The doctor was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "We have bottled water from the vending machines," he said, "sealed before the storm, and canned goods from the gift shop. It's not much, but it should be safe." "What about rain?" the Reverend asked. "We were planning to collect rainwater." "Don't," Ellie said. "If the groundwater is contaminated, the evaporation cycle could spread it to precipitation. We can't know for certain." "Then how do we survive? We can't live on vending machine water forever." Ellie didn't have an answer for that. They found a corner of the visitor center away from the other survivors. DeMarcus had finally released his grip on Ellie's neck, but he stayed close, pressed against her side like a much younger child. Stubbs sat apart from them, his back against a wall, his eyes distant and unfocused. "I need to get to Memphis," Ellie said. Dr. Okonkwo looked up from the first aid kit he was inventorying. "Memphis? My daughter is there. University of Tennessee Health Science Center. She was—" Ellie's voice cracked slightly. "She was starting her nursing program. The last I heard from her was 3 days ago." Memphis is 200 miles from here. I know. Through territory we don't understand, filled with... He gestured toward the doors, toward the darkness outside. Filled with those things. I know that too. The doctor was silent for a moment. Then he sighed. I had family at the hospital, he said quietly. Colleagues. Friends. When I fled, I told myself I was going to come back, that I would find help in return for them. He shook his head. I think I knew even then that they were gone. But the lie made it easier to run. This isn't about lying to myself. Josie is alive. I have to believe that. And if she's not? Ellie's jaw tightened. Then I'll bury her. Give her what peace I can. But I won't abandon her without knowing. Reverend Holloway had been listening from the shadows. Now she stepped forward, her bulk seeming to fill the space. The road to Memphis is the road north, she said, following the river, through Greenville, through the Delta. You know the route? I know the land. I've ministered in every town between here and Tennessee. I know the people. A bitter laugh. Knew the people. Then come with me. The Reverend was quiet for a long moment, then she nodded. My congregation is gone, she said. The Lord has seen fit to take them. Perhaps he has a new purpose for me. Perhaps that purpose is to help a mother find her child. Reverend, call me Pat or Holloway. Reverend feels like a lie now. Before Ellie could respond, there was a commotion at the front of the building. Voices raised in alarm, the sound of something heavy hitting the doors. They've found us, Stubbs said, his voice flat. They always find you. The infected came at midnight. Not a dozen this time. Dozens. Maybe 100. They emerged from the darkness like a tide, drawn by the lights, the sounds, the warmth of living bodies they could sense through the walls. They threw themselves against the barricaded doors with mindless persistence, over and over, the wood beginning to crack under the assault. We need to go, Dr. Okonkwo said. There's a service entrance in the back. If we can get to the vehicles... What vehicles? The park service trucks. There are 3 of them in the maintenance lot. Keys should be in the office. Ellie grabbed DeMarcus's hand. Everyone who can move, move now. Through the back. The survivors, 12 of them, plus Ellie's group, began a hurried evacuation. Some were injured, some were barely conscious. An elderly man had to be carried by 2 younger survivors, his legs wrapped in bloody bandages. They were halfway to the service entrance when the front doors gave way. The infected poured through like water breaking through a dam. Screams filled the air. Gunshots. The wet sound of teeth finding flesh. Ellie didn't look back. She couldn't afford to. Move! She shouted. Everyone move! They burst through the service entrance into the night air. The maintenance lot was ahead. 3 trucks, just as Dr. Okonkwo had said, parked in a neat row beneath security lights that had gone dark when the power failed. The keys, someone started. Ellie was already moving. The maintenance office was a small building next to the lot, its door unlocked, its interior a mess of papers and tools. She found the key rack by the door, grabbed all 3 sets, and was back outside in 30 seconds. Everyone in the trucks, now! She threw keys to Dr. Okonkwo and Reverend Holloway. Stubbs was helping survivors into the back of the nearest truck, his earlier paralysis seemingly broken by the immediate need for action. DeMarcus was already in Ellie's truck, buckled into the passenger seat, his face pale but determined. Ellie climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine roared to life. In the rearview mirror, she could see the infected emerging from the visitor center, their bodies silhouetted against the flames that had somehow started inside. Fire. Everything was fire now. Go! Someone screamed. Go, go, go! Ellie stomped on the gas pedal. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on wet pavement, and then they were moving, really moving, away from the park, away from Vicksburg, away from everything she'd known. The road north stretched before them like a promise, or a threat. Memphis was waiting. They drove until the trucks ran low on fuel. The convoy had shrunk during the chaos of the escape. Only 2 of the 3 Park Service vehicles had made it out. The third had been overrun before it could start, its occupants dragged from the cab by dozens of grasping hands. Ellie tried not to think about their screams. Now, in the gray light of early morning, she pulled the lead truck off the highway and into the parking lot of an abandoned gas station. The second truck, driven by Reverend Holloway, followed close behind. "We need to refuel," Ellie said, "and figure out where we are." The gas station was a small place, one of those family-owned operations that dotted the rural delta. Its windows were dark, and the door hung slightly open, but Ellie couldn't see any movement inside. That didn't mean it was safe. Nothing was safe anymore. "Stay here," she told DeMarcus. "Lock the doors. Don't open them for anyone except me." "Mrs. Ellie?" "Anyone except me, understand?" The boy nodded, his eyes wide and frightened. Ellie grabbed the rifle and stepped out of the truck. The morning air was thick with humidity, the kind of wet heat that made clothes stick to skin and lungs feel heavy. Hurricane Delilah's aftermath was everywhere. Downed trees, scattered debris, the constant presence of standing water in every low spot. Ellie kept her eyes on those water pools. Every one of them was potentially contaminated. Every one of them was death waiting to happen. Dr. Okonkwo and Reverend Holloway met her at the entrance to the gas station. Stubbs was hanging back by the trucks, his hand on his service weapon, watching the road. "Any movement?" Ellie asked. "Nothing I can see," Dr. Okonkwo said. "But this place has been looted. The door is damaged. Then someone else was here. Recently. Or something." Ellie nodded. "We go in together. Stay close." The gas station's interior was dark and reeked of spoiled food. The shelves had been ransacked, their contents either taken or scattered across the floor. Ellie's boots crunched over broken glass and crushed bags of chips as she moved through the aisles, rifle raised. "Check the back," she said to Dr. Okonkwo. "Look for water. Sealed containers only." "And the pumps?" Reverend Holloway asked. "We'll need to find a way to work them manually. The power's out, but there should still be fuel in the underground tanks." They found the water first, a case of plastic bottles that had somehow been missed by the earlier looters, shoved behind a fallen shelf. Dr. Okonkwo also found a first aid kit and a battery-powered radio, both untouched. Small mercies. The fuel was more complicated. The pumps were electronic, useless without power, but Ellie remembered something Raymond had told her once about his days working construction. Gas stations had manual access points, ways to extract fuel directly from the underground tanks in case of emergencies. "We need a hand pump," she said. "And tubing. Check the storage room." They found what they needed after 20 minutes of searching. The extraction process was slow and messy, but by the time the sun had fully risen, both trucks were refueled and ready to move. "Where are we exactly?" Dr. Okonkwo asked, studying a faded road map they'd found behind the counter. Ellie pointed to a spot north of Vicksburg, about 30 miles from where we started. Another 200 to Memphis. "We can't drive the whole way. The road—" "I know. We'll take it as far as we can, then find another way." Reverend Holloway was standing by the window watching the road. Her shotgun rested against her hip with an ease that seemed incongruous with her church dress. "There are people out there," she said. "Survivors. I can feel them." "Survivors can be as dangerous as the infected," Stubbs said. He joined them inside, leaving DeMarcus and the others locked in the trucks. "When law breaks down, I don't need a lecture on human nature, officer. The Reverend's voice was cold. I've seen what people do when they think no one's watching. I've heard their confessions, the darkness in them. She turned to face the group. But I've also seen the light, the capacity for grace. We can't assume everyone we meet is an enemy. We can't assume they're friends either. Then we'll be careful. But we won't lose our humanity in the name of survival. That's a price too high to pay. Ellie listened to the exchange without comment. Both Stubbs and the Reverend had points, and she was too exhausted to mediate. What she needed was rest, real rest, not the fitful dozing she'd managed in the driver's seat during the night. We'll find somewhere safe to stop, she said. Somewhere we can sleep, plan our next move. There's no point in driving until we collapse. Agreed, Dr. Okonkwo said. But where? Ellie looked at the map again. Her eyes found a green patch marked with the symbol for a national forest. Here, she said. Delta National Forest. It's isolated, away from population centers. If we can find a ranger station or a fire tower, we'd have visibility, warning if anything approaches. Exactly. She folded the map and tucked it into her jacket pocket. Through the gas station window, she could see the trucks waiting, the survivors huddled inside, their faces pale and frightened. 20 people had left the visitor center with them last night. Only 11 remained. They reached Delta National Forest by noon. The entrance was marked by a wooden sign, its cheerful "Welcome to Delta National Forest" message now darkly ironic. The road beyond the sign was unpaved, rutted and muddy from the recent rains, but the trucks managed to navigate it without getting stuck. The forest itself was beautiful in a haunting way, massive cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, their trunks rising from standing water that glimmered in the filtered sunlight. The air was thick with the smell of decay and growth, the constant cycle of the swamp. Birds called from somewhere in the canopy, a normal sound, almost reassuring in its familiarity. There, DeMarcus said, pointing through the windshield. Ellie followed his gaze and saw it, a fire tower rising above the treetops about a half-mile ahead. It was an old structure, the kind built in the mid-20th century before satellite surveillance made them obsolete. But it looked solid enough. More importantly, it was high, maybe 60 feet off the ground, with clear sight lines in every direction. Good eyes, she said. The tower's base was surrounded by a small clearing just big enough for the trucks. Ellie parked and stepped out, immediately feeling her boots sink into the soggy ground. The standing water was everywhere here, inches deep in places, pooling around the cypress knees and filling every depression. No one touches that water, she called to the other survivors as they emerged from the vehicles. It could be contaminated. We drink only from sealed bottles. There were complaints. Of course there were complaints. People were tired, scared, desperate for any comfort. But Ellie held firm, and eventually they complied. The tower itself was accessible via a metal staircase that spiraled up the central support structure. Ellie climbed first, rifle slung across her back, testing each step for stability. The metal groaned but held. At the top, she found a small cabin, windows on all sides, a cot, a desk, a two-way radio that might or might not still work. More importantly, she found 2 women. They were huddled in the corner, a knife between them and the door. One was older, maybe 60, with silver hair and sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. The other was younger, early 30s, athletic build, short dark hair. Both looked like they'd been through hell. "Don't move," the older woman said. "We will cut you." Ellie raised her hands. "I'm not infected. Neither are the people with me. We're just looking for shelter." "That's what everyone says right before they try to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, I would have shot through the floor. You must have heard us coming." The women exchanged glances. Something passed between them. Calculation. Assessment. "How many of you are there?" the younger woman asked. 11. Mostly civilians. A doctor, a cop, a minister. A minister? The older woman let out a bitter laugh. God's got a hell of a sense of humor, doesn't he? I've been thinking the same thing. Slowly, the older woman lowered the knife. I'm Theodora Klein, Teddy chemistry teacher from Jackson, retired. June Kowalski, the younger woman said, IT specialist. Was on a kayaking trip when... She gestured vaguely at everything. Eleanor Boudreau, Ellie. I'm a hospice nurse from Vicksburg. Hospice nurse? Teddy's eyebrows rose. You must be having a very bad day. Despite everything, Ellie almost laughed. You could say that. The tower became their base. It wasn't comfortable. 11 people in a space designed for one made for cramped quarters. But it was safe. The height gave them visibility, and the single access point made defense manageable. They established watches, 2 people at a time, rotating every 4 hours. During the day, small groups ventured out to scavenge supplies from the surrounding area. Teddy and June had been at the tower for 3 days. They'd started with a group of 6, the other 4 kayakers from June's trip, but they'd lost them one by one during the journey here. 1 bitten during an ambush, 2 who drank contaminated water before they understood the danger. The last fell from the tower itself during a nightmare, breaking his neck on the forest floor below. We figured out the water thing on day 2, Teddy explained. They were sitting in the cabin while the others rested below, keeping their voices low. I'm a chemistry teacher. When I saw the infection patterns, I knew it had to be environmental. Water was the obvious vector. How long have you known about the infection? Ellie asked. Something about Teddy's certainty bothered her. It was too quick, too confident. Teddy's expression flickered. Just what I observed. Nothing more. Ellie noted the hesitation but didn't press. They were all carrying secrets now. They had to be. What's the plan? June asked. She was cleaning her knife, running the blade over a whetstone with practiced movements. You mentioned Memphis. My daughter is there. Or was. I need to find her. That's 200 miles through hell. I know. June studied her for a long moment. You've got the look, she said finally. What look? The one that says you're going whether it makes sense or not. I've seen it before. Usually right before someone does something stupid and gets everyone killed. Then don't come with me. Didn't say I wouldn't. June set down her knife. I've got nowhere else to be. Might as well die going somewhere as sitting still. Teddy shook her head. You're both insane. Maybe, but insanity might be the only rational response to this situation. The older woman was quiet for a moment. Then she sighed. I have a nephew, she said. Had. He worked for a pharmaceutical company in Baton Rouge, Meridian Biosciences. She stopped, seeming to struggle with something. He called me 3 weeks ago before the storm. Said something had happened at the facility, something bad. He told me to get away from any water connected to the Mississippi. Ellie's blood went cold. What? I didn't believe him. I thought he was having some kind of breakdown. And then the hurricane came and I evacuated to my sister's in Jackson, and by the time I thought to call him back... Teddy spread her hands. The phones were dead. Everything was dead. Meridian Biosciences, Ellie repeated. You're saying they caused this? I don't know what I'm saying, I just know what my nephew told me. That something got out. Something that wasn't supposed to. The cabin was silent except for the wind moving through the trees outside. We need to go, Ellie said finally. Not just for Josie, for answers. If there's a source, if there's a cure. Memphis isn't Baton Rouge. No, but it's north. It's on the way to wherever the truth is. Ellie stood, her decision made. Anyone who wants to come with me, we leave tomorrow at dawn. Anyone who wants to stay here, I won't judge you, but I'm going." She didn't wait for responses. She climbed down the tower stairs, leaving Teddy and June to their own decisions. The sun was setting over the swamp, painting the water in shades of orange and gold. Beautiful, if you didn't know that the beauty was poison. Somewhere to the north, Josie was waiting. Ellie would find her, or die trying. The convoy left Delta National Forest at first light. In the end, 8 people chose to join Ellie. Dr. Okonkwo, Reverend Holloway, Stubbs, DeMarcus, Teddy, June, and 2 survivors from the original group. A young couple named David and Michelle who had nowhere else to go. The remaining 3 opted to stay at the tower, taking their chances with isolation rather than the uncertain road. Ellie understood. She didn't blame them, but she couldn't stay. They took one truck and loaded it carefully. Fuel cans strapped to the roof, water bottles secured in the bed, weapons distributed among those who could use them. Dr. Okonkwo had assembled a medical kit from scavenged supplies, and Teddy had improvised water testing equipment from chemistry materials she'd found in the ranger station. "The road to Greenville is the most direct route north," Ellie said, spreading the map across the truck's hood. "But it goes through population centers, towns, places where the infection will be worst." "What's the alternative?" June asked. "We follow the levees, the roads along the river. Less populated, but..." She traced the route with her finger. "More flooding, more standing water. We'll have to be careful." "When aren't we careful?" "When we're desperate." They drove north. The Delta landscape unrolled around them, flat and waterlogged and eerily beautiful. Farmland stretched to the horizon, interrupted by cypress groves and the glinting threads of tributaries feeding the great river. In another time, another world, Ellie might have found it peaceful. Now she saw only danger. Every low spot could hide contaminated water. Every tree line could conceal infected. Every abandoned farmhouse could be a trap. They passed through 3 small towns in the first hour. Each one was the same. Empty streets, abandoned cars, doors hanging open like mouths frozen in screams. They saw bodies in some places scattered like fallen leaves. They didn't stop to look closely. "Where is everyone?" Michelle asked from the back seat. She was maybe 22, blonde with a cheerleader's face and a 1,000-yard stare. "I mean, there should be more, right? More people, more..." "Gone," her boyfriend David said. He was older, maybe late 20s, with the build of someone who'd worked manual labor. "Same as everywhere." "Gone where?" No one answered. They found the roadblock at noon. The road ahead was barricaded. Cars and trucks arranged in a makeshift wall topped with razor wire that glinted in the sun. Men stood atop the vehicles, rifles pointed at the approaching truck. "Stop," Ellie said, though June, who was driving, had already begun to slow. "What do we do?" June's voice was tight. "We talk, or we die." Ellie stepped out of the truck before anyone could argue, her hands raised above her head. The rifles tracked her movements, steady and professional. "We're not infected," she called out. "We're just passing through, looking for a safe route north." A figure emerged from behind the barricade. A tall white man, maybe mid-50s, with a Marine Corps haircut gone gray and the bearing of someone used to giving orders. He walked toward Ellie with the casual confidence of a man who held all the cards. "No one passes through," he said. "This is sovereign territory. Warren County Militia. You've got no business here." "We don't want business. We just want to get to Memphis." The man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Memphis is dead. Same as everywhere. Turn around. Go back where you came from." "We can't do that." "Then you've got a problem." More men were approaching now, emerging from the barricade like ants from a disturbed nest. Ellie counted at least a dozen, all armed, all watching her with expressions that ranged from suspicious to hostile. Some were wearing camouflage. Others had patches on their arms, symbols she recognized from news reports about extremist groups. "What's in the truck?" the man asked. "Supplies, water, medicine." "That's so?" He gestured, and two of his men moved toward the vehicle. "Mind if we take a look?" "Yes, actually, I do mind." The man's smile faded. That wasn't really a question. Ellie's mind raced. They were outgunned, outnumbered. If she tried to fight, they'd all die. If she surrendered, they'd probably die anyway, but slower. The men approaching the truck had the look of predators sizing up prey, calculating what could be taken, what could be used, what could be discarded. She was about to say something, she didn't know what, some desperate bid for survival, when she heard the voice behind her. Eugene Prescott. The man's eyes shifted past Ellie. Reverend Holloway had stepped out of the truck, her bulk seeming to fill the road. She walked toward the barricade with the same slow dignity she'd probably used walking up church aisles every Sunday for 30 years. "Patricia Holloway," the man, Prescott, said. His voice had changed. Something like recognition and something like caution. "Been a while." "Not long enough. I see you're still playing soldier." "Playing?" Prescott's jaw tightened. "World's ended, Reverend. This isn't playing anymore. The world ended for some folks long before last week. You just didn't notice." Silence stretched between them. The armed men looked uncertain now, their weapons still raised, but their eyes moving between their leader and the formidable woman facing him down. "You know each other?" Ellie asked quietly. "Eugene Prescott," the Reverend said without looking away from the man. "He used to come to my church years ago, before he decided that Christianity was too soft for him." "The church was weak," Prescott said. "Too busy preaching love for people who wanted to destroy us. When the time came and you built a wall." The Reverend shook her head. "Same as it ever was. The strong prey on the weak and call it nature. We protect our own. By keeping out everyone else? By turning away survivors? By doing what needs to be done." Prescott stepped closer, his voice dropping. "You know what's out there, Patricia. You've seen it. The infected are just the beginning. When people get desperate, really desperate, they'll do things you can't imagine. We're just getting ahead of the curve. You're scared. That's all this is. Fear dressed up as strength." For a moment, something flickered in Prescott's eyes. Something almost human. Then it was gone. "Let them through," he said to his men. "Sir, I said let them through." He looked at Ellie. "There's nothing for you in Memphis. Nothing but the dead. But if you want to see that for yourself, I won't stop you." The barricade opened, a gap just wide enough for their truck. "Don't come back this way," Prescott said as Ellie turned to leave. "Next time, nostalgia won't save you." They drove through without looking back. "You didn't tell me you knew him," Ellie said once they were miles away. Reverend Holloway was sitting in the passenger seat now, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. "I know a lot of people. New. Eugene Prescott came to my congregation for about a year back in '08, looking for something, community maybe, purpose. He left when he found something else. The militia, the idea of it, the certainty. Some men can't live without certainty. They need to know who the enemies are, need to believe the world makes sense even if they have to force it to. He let us go. He owes me." The Reverend's voice was flat. "A debt I never expected to collect. Don't mistake it for mercy. If we cross his path again, he'll kill us all and call it necessary." Ellie absorbed this in silence. The delta stretched around them, endless and empty, the sky beginning to darken with the first hints of evening. "The Lord tests us all," the Reverend said quietly. "That's what I told myself when this started. That there was meaning in the suffering, purpose in the pain. And now, Patricia Holloway turned to look at Ellie. Her eyes were tired, older than they should have been. Now I think maybe the Lord isn't testing anyone. Maybe he's not even watching. Maybe we're just alone in the dark doing the best we can with what we've got. She turned back to the window. They drove on in silence. Night fell, and with it came the sounds. They'd stopped in an abandoned farmhouse miles from anywhere, the kind of place that had probably been someone's entire world before everything ended. The house was solid, brick walls, small windows, defensible, and they'd secured it as best they could, pushing furniture against doors, assigning watch positions, trying to create the illusion of safety. But the sounds came anyway. Moaning, that constant, terrible sound of hunger given voice. It started in the distance, then grew closer, then seemed to surround them entirely. Ellie lay on a bare mattress she'd found upstairs, staring at the ceiling, listening to the world die. DeMarcus was beside her, curled in a tight ball, whimpering in his sleep. She'd taken responsibility for him without really meaning to. He'd just attached himself to her, and she hadn't been able to push him away. He reminded her of Josie at that age, that same combination of bravery and terror, that same need for someone to tell him everything would be okay. She didn't know if everything would be okay. She didn't know anything anymore. "You're awake." Ellie turned her head. June was sitting in the corner, her knife in her hand, watching the window. "Can't sleep," Ellie said. "Me either. Never could, even before." June shrugged. "Insomnia's a gift in times like these." "Some gift. It's kept me alive, so far." They sat in silence for a moment, listening to the moans outside. "You're going to make it to Memphis," June said. "I can tell." "You can tell? You've got that thing. That stubborn thing. My mom had it. She was sick for years, cancer, and the doctors kept saying she should be dead, and she just kept going. Refused to quit. Made it almost a decade past her diagnosis. What happened to her? Heart attack. Totally unrelated." June laughed, but there was no humor in it. Life's a joke, and the punchline is always the same. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. She got more time than she was supposed to. That's more than most people get." June fell silent, her eyes still fixed on the window. Outside, the moaning continued, sometimes close, sometimes far, always present. "I've got Huntington's," June said suddenly. Ellie looked at her. "It's genetic, neurodegenerative. My mom had it too. That was the cancer, a side effect of the treatment they tried. I started showing early signs about a year ago, tremors, mood swings. Nothing major yet, but..." She shrugged. "I was supposed to be at a specialist in Jackson the week after the hurricane. Guess that appointment's canceled." "June, don't. I don't want pity, I just..." She took a breath. "I've been waiting to die for a year. Thought the apocalypse might speed things up, give me an excuse to stop fighting." Another breath. "But I'm still here. I keep putting one foot in front of the other, and I don't know why." "Because that's what we do," Ellie said. "We keep going. Not because it makes sense. Not because there's a reward at the end. Because the alternative is worse." "Is it?" "I don't know. Ask me when we get to Memphis." June was quiet for a long time. Then she nodded. "Okay," she said. "I'll ask you in Memphis." Outside, the moaning faded. The infected had moved on, drawn by some other sound, some other scent of life. The farmhouse settled into silence. Ellie closed her eyes. Tomorrow they would drive again. Tomorrow, they would face whatever waited for them on the road north. But tonight, just for a few hours, she could rest. She dreamed of Josie. The road to Greenville was death. They saw it from miles away, smoke rising from the city in thick black columns, visible even through the perpetual haze that had settled over the delta. The smoke wasn't from a single fire, but from dozens, maybe hundreds. The combined funeral pyre of a city of 30,000 souls. "We go around," Ellie said. June shook her head. Can't. The roads to the east are flooded, we checked yesterday, and to the west is the river. Then we go through. Through that? Ellie looked at the smoke, at the devastation it represented, at the death waiting for them in those streets. We have to get through, she said. Memphis is on the other side. The truck rolled forward. Greenville had been beautiful once. Ellie remembered visiting years ago back when Josie was small for a family reunion on Raymond's side. They'd walked along the river, eaten at a catfish restaurant that had been in business since before the Civil War. Listened to live blues music drifting from the clubs downtown. Raymond had held her hand and Josie had fallen asleep on his shoulder, and for that one perfect weekend everything had been right with the world. Now Greenville was a charnel house. The streets were choked with abandoned vehicles, their windows smashed, their interiors dark with old blood. Bodies lay everywhere, on the sidewalks, in the gutters draped over car hoods like discarded clothes. Some were clearly dead. Others moved, twitching in that wrong way that meant they weren't dead enough. The infected filled the streets in numbers Ellie hadn't seen before. They shambled in loose groups, dozens at a time, drawn by sounds and smells that survivors couldn't perceive. The truck moved slowly, trying not to attract attention, but the engine noise was impossible to mask. They're following us, DeMarcus said. He was crouched in the back seat, peering through the rear window. More of them. How many? I can't. There's too many to count. Ellie pressed the accelerator and the truck surged forward. They'd have to risk speed. Being quiet wasn't going to work in a city this far gone. There! Teddy pointed through the windshield. That bridge, it leads to the north side. Ellie saw it, a span crossing over the railroad tracks that divided downtown from the residential areas. If they could get across, they might be able to outrun the horde forming behind them. She turned the wheel, tires screeching on the wet pavement. The bridge was blocked. Not by infected, by people. Living people, maybe 20 of them, spread across the bridge in a defensive line. They wore robes that might once have been white, now stained with something dark. Their faces were painted with symbols Ellie didn't recognize. Reapers, Reverend Holloway breathed. What? I've heard rumors. A cult. They worship the infection, believe it's divine punishment. The Reverend's hand found her shotgun. They don't want to survive the apocalypse. They want to spread it. One of the robed figures stepped forward, arms raised. Brothers! Sisters! His voice was amplified somehow. A megaphone, maybe, or just the trained projection of someone used to speaking to crowds. You come to us in the hour of cleansing. Lay down your weapons, accept the blessing. Become one with the purified. Behind the cult members, Ellie could see more infected, dozens of them. But they weren't attacking the robed figures. They were standing still, docile, as if awaiting commands. How are they doing that? June asked. They're not, Dr. Okonkwo said. His voice was strained. Look at the cultists. Look at their skin. Ellie looked. The robed figures were pale, too pale. Their movements were slightly wrong. Not as wrong as the infected, but wrong enough. And their eyes. They're infected, she said. They're already infected. The zombies aren't attacking them because they're already part of the horde. Impossible. If they were infected, they'd be like the others. Unless they found a way to slow it down, control it somehow. The cult leader was still speaking, his voice rising in evangelical fervor. The old world is dying, the weak are being cleansed. Join us and you will live forever in the embrace of the pure. Behind the truck, the horde was getting closer. We can't go forward, Ellie said. We can't go back. Options? There. Stubbs pointed to the right. That building looks like a parking garage. If we can get inside, get to the roof. They'll surround us. We'll be trapped. Better trapped than dead. It wasn't really a choice. Ellie spun the wheel again, and the truck crashed through the garage entrance, tires shrieking as they climbed the spiral ramp. Behind them, she could hear the cult leader screaming. Rage now, not rapture, and the moaning of 1,000 infected voices rising in response. They made it to the 3rd level before the truck's engine died. "Out!" Ellie shouted. "Everyone out! We climb from here!" They ran. The roof of the parking garage offered a view Ellie would never forget. Greenville spread out beneath them, burning and dead and overrun. The infected moved through the streets in massive swarms, drawn by the commotion of the truck, the cult, the shots being fired somewhere below. The Mississippi River glinted in the distance, its waters brown with runoff and poison. And something else was moving down there. Something bigger than the individual infected. "What the hell is that?" June whispered. It emerged from between 2 buildings like a nightmare given flesh. A mass of bodies, dozens of them, maybe more, fused together into a single writhing entity. Arms reached out from every angle, legs worked in chaotic coordination, faces pressed against each other, mouths opening and closing, a chorus of moans blending into a single terrible sound. "The congregation," Dr. Okonkwo said. His voice was hollow with horror. "I heard rumors at the hospital before I left. They said the infected were merging somehow, becoming something more. That's not possible. Nothing that's happened in the last week is possible. And yet here we are." The congregation moved through the streets with terrible purpose, crushing abandoned cars beneath its mass, drawn inexorably toward the parking garage, toward them. "We need to go," Ellie said. "Now." "Go where? We're trapped." She looked around, desperately seeking options. The parking garage connected to an adjacent building, an office tower, maybe 8 stories tall, its windows dark and lifeless. If they could get inside, get to the other side, maybe there was another exit. "There," she pointed. "That building. We can cross." "How? There's no bridge." "We jump." It was maybe 15 feet, a gap between the parking garage and the office tower's 5th floor. Survivable if you didn't think about it too hard. Fatal if you did. "You're insane," Stubbs said. "Do you have a better idea?" He didn't. They ran to the edge of the garage. The gap yawned beneath them, 5 stories of open air, concrete waiting at the bottom. "I'll go first," June said. Before anyone could argue, she backed up, took a running start, and leaped. She made it. Barely. Her body slammed against the window frame, and for one terrible moment she hung there, suspended over the void. Then her hands found purchase, and she pulled herself through the broken glass, disappearing into the darkness of the office building. "Come on," her voice echoed back. "It's safe." One by one, they jumped. Dr. Okonkwo made it, helped by June pulling him through. Reverend Holloway made it, her bulk somehow not hindering her momentum. Teddy made it, though she cut her hands on the broken glass. DeMarcus made it, Ellie throwing him across the gap into waiting arms. David and Michelle made it together, holding hands as they leaped. Stubbs didn't make it. He was the last one before Ellie. He took his running start, pushed off from the edge, and fell short. His fingers scraped against the window frame, finding no purchase, and then he was falling, his scream cutting off when he hit the ground 5 stories below. Ellie didn't look down. She couldn't afford to. She jumped. For a moment, she was weightless. Suspended between life and death, past and future, the person she'd been and the person she was becoming. Raymond was dead. Stubbs was dead. How many more would die before this was over? Then hands grabbed her, June, Dr. Okonkwo, pulling her through the window. And she was inside the building, alive, gasping on the floor, surrounded by her remaining group. 7 of them now. "We need to keep moving," she said. No one argued. The office building was a maze of cubicles and corpses. They moved through it carefully, weapons raised, stepping over bodies that might or might not rise. The power was out, of course, so they navigated by flashlight, the beams cutting through the darkness like pale fingers. "There's a fire exit on the north side," June said. She'd found a building directory in the lobby, its plastic covering cracked but readable. "If we can get there. We'll be on foot, no vehicle. Do you have a better idea?" Ellie didn't. The truck was gone, and with it their supplies, their fuel, their mobility. They were reduced to what they carried on their backs and what they could scavenge. "Memphis is still 200 miles away," she said, "one step at a time." They found the fire exit. It opened onto an alley that was mercifully empty. The infected seemed concentrated around the parking garage, drawn by the noise and the congregation's terrible presence. The group moved quickly, sticking to the shadows, making their way toward the edge of town. DeMarcus stumbled. Ellie caught him, lifted him, carried him when his legs gave out. He was so light. Too light. When was the last time any of them had eaten properly? "There," Reverend Holloway pointed. "The levee." The Mississippi River levee rose ahead of them, a man-made mountain of earth and concrete holding back the waters. If they could get on top of it, they'd have a clear path north, away from the roads and towns, following the river all the way to Memphis. They climbed. The levee top was maybe 30 feet wide, flat and solid, a highway of packed earth stretching into the distance. To the east, Greenville burned. To the west, the river flowed vast and indifferent, carrying its poison toward the Gulf. "We walk," Ellie said. 200 miles? If we have to." June looked at her for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Okay," she said, 200 miles. They started walking. Behind them, Greenville died. Ahead of them, Memphis waited, and somewhere in the distance, barely visible against the darkening sky, Ellie thought she saw lights, human lights, the lights of survivors or something worse. She kept walking, one step at a time. They walked through the night. The levee stretched before them like a spine following the river's curves through the darkened landscape. To their left, the Mississippi rolled on, its waters invisible in the darkness except where moonlight caught the surface. To their right, the delta spread flat and empty, punctuated by the occasional distant glow of fires. No one spoke much. They were too tired, too frightened, too numb from everything they'd seen. DeMarcus had fallen asleep in Ellie's arms, his small body a warm weight against her chest. She didn't mind. Carrying him gave her something to focus on. Something that wasn't the endless road ahead. Dr. Okonkwo walked beside her, his medical bag slung over one shoulder. He'd salvaged what he could from the truck before they'd abandoned it. Bandages, antiseptic, a precious few doses of antibiotics. Not much, but more than they'd have without him. "You're thinking about Memphis," he said quietly. "I'm always thinking about Memphis. Your daughter, Josie." Just saying her name hurt. She was going to be a nurse like me. Better than me, probably. She's so smart, Walter, so driven. I used to worry that she pushed herself too hard, but now you're glad she did. Now I'm glad she did." They walked in silence for a moment. Then Dr. Okonkwo said, "I had a son, Michael. He would have been 32 this year. What happened to him? Leukemia, when he was 14. The doctor's voice was matter-of-fact, the practiced tone of someone who'd learned to speak about grief without being consumed by it. "My wife and I, we tried everything. Treatments, trials, specialists. In the end, nothing worked. He died in a hospital bed holding my hand. I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. My wife passed 5 years later. Broken heart, I think, though the doctors called it something else. After that, I threw myself into my work. Thought if I couldn't save my own family, at least I could save others." "Is that why you became a surgeon?" I was a surgeon before, but it's why I stayed a surgeon. Why I didn't do something else with my life." He paused. "When the outbreak started, when I saw what was happening at the hospital, I could have stayed, could have tried to help. Instead, I ran. You survived. Is that enough? Surviving?" He shook his head. "I've asked myself that question every day since. I don't have an answer yet." Ellie thought about Raymond, about the fireplace poker in her hands, about the sound of his skull cracking. "Maybe there aren't supposed to be answers," she said. "Maybe we just do what we can and hope it's enough." "That's very optimistic. It's all I've got." Dawn found them at the edge of a small town. It appeared out of the morning mist like a mirage, a handful of buildings clustered around a river crossing, dominated by a church steeple that rose above the trees. The town looked intact, no smoke, no visible damage, no signs of the chaos that had consumed Greenville. "Should we go around?" June asked. Ellie studied the town through the early light. It was small, maybe 500 people in normal times, probably fewer now. The buildings were modest but well-maintained, the kind of town where everyone knew everyone and strangers were noticed immediately. "We need supplies," she said. "Water, food. We won't make it to Memphis without them." "It could be hostile. It could be. Or it could have survivors who are willing to trade. We won't know until we look." The decision was made. They descended from the levee and approached the town. The town was called Rosedale. They found the name on a welcome sign at the entrance, its cheerful population 1728 now a macabre joke. The streets were empty, but the emptiness felt different from Greenville's devastation. There were no bodies here, no abandoned vehicles, no signs of violence. Just silence. "Hello?" Ellie called out. Her voice echoed off the buildings. "We're survivors from Vicksburg. We're not infected. We just need supplies." No response. They moved deeper into town, passing a hardware store, a diner, a small grocery. Everything was closed but not destroyed, locked but not looted. It was as if the entire population had simply vanished. "I don't like this," Teddy muttered. "It's too clean." "Maybe they evacuated," Michelle suggested, "before the infection reached here." "Evacuated to where?" No one had an answer. They found the church at the center of town. It was a modest structure, white clapboard with a tall steeple, the kind of building that had probably stood in this spot for 100 years. The doors were open, and from inside Ellie could hear something. Voices. Human voices. She approached carefully, rifle raised. The church interior was packed with people. There must have been 200 of them seated in the pews, standing in the aisles, crowded around the altar. Men, women, children. Entire families by the look of it. They sat in perfect silence, their faces pale, their eyes fixed on something at the front of the church. "Welcome, travelers," the voice came from the altar. A man stood there, dressed in ministerial robes, his arms spread wide in greeting. He was tall and thin, with a face that might have been handsome once but had been worn down to bone and angles. His eyes were the most striking thing about him. Pale blue, almost colorless, fixed on Ellie with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "I am Reverend Isaiah Blackwood," the man said, "and you have found sanctuary." Ellie felt Reverend Holloway tense beside her. "What is this place?" Ellie asked. "This is the Church of the Purified, the last refuge of the faithful." Blackwood smiled, and there was something wrong with that smile, something predatory. "You must be tired, hungry, frightened. All of that can be taken away. All you have to do is accept the blessing." The word hit Ellie like a physical blow. The blessing. The Reaper's ritual. The one where they fed captives to the infected. "We're leaving," she said. "I'm afraid that's not possible." The doors behind them slammed shut. Ellie spun and saw figures emerging from the shadows, more robed cultists. blocking every exit, their faces painted with those same strange symbols. "You came to us," Blackwood continued, his voice taking on an evangelical fervor. "That means God sent you, and God's gifts must be accepted with gratitude. Let us go." "I can't do that. You see, the purification is almost complete. The world outside has been cleansed. Soon there will be no more sin, no more suffering, no more death. Only the purified, eternal in their communion." His smile widened. "You will join them, one way or another." Ellie raised her rifle. Blackwood laughed. "Violence? Here? In the house of the Lord?" He shook his head. "You don't understand, do you? The infected, the purified, they don't kill the faithful. They embrace them, transform them, elevate them." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm covered in bite marks. "I've been bitten 17 times, he said. 17 blessings. And I'm still here, still speaking, still leading my flock." His eyes gleamed with madness. "The purified know their own, and soon you will be their own too." From the congregation there was movement. The people in the pews were standing now, turning toward the survivors. And Ellie saw their faces, truly saw them for the first time. They were wrong. Their skin was pale, their eyes yellowed, their movements just slightly off. They weren't alive, not really, but they weren't fully dead either. "Half-turned," Dr. Okonkwo whispered. "The infection is in them, but it hasn't completed. They're in transition," Blackwood said. "The space between life and purification. It can be extended with the right techniques, the right faith." He gestured at his congregation. "My flock has been walking the boundary for weeks now, feeling the blessing move through them, learning to commune with the purified." "You're insane." "I'm enlightened. There's a difference." Blackwood stepped down from the altar. "Now, you can accept the blessing willingly and your transition will be peaceful. Or you can resist, and my flock will hold you down while the purified claim you." His smile turned cold. "Your choice." Ellie's finger tightened on the trigger. Then Reverend Holloway stepped forward. "Isaiah Blackwood," she said, her voice ringing through the church. "I know you." Blackwood paused, his eyes narrowed. "Patricia Holloway, the minister from Yazoo City." He laughed. "I wondered when the old guard would show up. Come to argue theology while the world burns? I came to find my way north, same as these people." The Reverend's voice was steady. "But since I'm here, let me ask you something." "Ask. Do you really believe what you're preaching? Or is this just another con?" Something flickered across Blackwood's face. For a moment the mask slipped and Ellie saw something underneath. Fear, maybe, or doubt, or the desperate emptiness of a man who'd built his identity on lies. "I was a fraud," he said quietly. "Before. Prosperity gospel. Promise people wealth and health, collect their tithes, live large while they suffer. I didn't believe a word of it. And now? Now I believe everything." His voice strengthened. "The purification showed me the truth. God is real, Patricia, and he's angry. He sent this plague to cleanse the wicked, and I am his instrument. You're a madman, perhaps, but I'm a madman who's going to live forever." Blackwood turned to his congregation. "Brothers and sisters, prepare the new arrivals for their blessing." The half-turned congregants began to move toward the survivors. And then the church exploded. Not exploded. The word was too strong. But the stained glass windows shattered inward and figures came through them firing weapons, and suddenly the church was chaos. Ellie hit the floor, pulling DeMarcus down with her. Around her she could hear gunshots, screams, the terrible moaning of the half-turned as they tried to reach the intruders. Someone was shouting orders, military commands, professional and clipped, and bodies were falling. "Move!" A hand grabbed Ellie's arm, pulling her toward a side door. "Move now or you die!" She didn't argue. She grabbed DeMarcus and ran. The door led to a narrow hallway, then to a back exit that opened onto an alley. More figures waited there, not cultists, but soldiers. Real soldiers in tactical gear with military-grade weapons. "This way," one of them said. "We have vehicles at the edge of town." "Who are you?" "Explanations later. Moving now." They ran. The vehicles were Humvees, 3 of them painted in desert camouflage that looked absurd against the green and brown of the Delta. Ellie's group was herded into the middle vehicle, joined by their rescuer, a woman with close-cropped gray hair and the bearing of someone who'd spent decades giving orders. "I'm Captain Winters," she said as the vehicles roared to life. "Arkansas National Guard, or what's left of it. We've been tracking that cult for a week. Didn't expect to find civilians mixed up with them." "We didn't know," Ellie said. "We just came looking for supplies." That's how they get everyone. Town looks safe, then they close in. We've seen it happen a dozen times. Winter's jaw tightened. "We were supposed to wait for backup before assaulting the church, but when we saw you being brought in, you saved our lives." "We saved some lives. We couldn't get everyone out." Ellie looked back through the vehicle's rear window. The church was burning now. Someone had set it ablaze during the assault, and she could see figures moving in the flames. Blackwood's congregation, still half-turned, still reaching for something they would never find. "Where are you taking us?" Dr. Okonkwo asked. "Helena, West Helena. Arkansas side of the river. It's a safe zone, one of the few left. Food, water, shelter. You'll be protected there." Helena West. Helena. Ellie remembered it from the map. It was north on the way to Memphis. "I need to get to Memphis," she said. Winters looked at her. "Memphis is gone. You don't know that. We've been in contact with units all across the region. Memphis stopped responding 5 days ago. The city is overrun. There's nothing there but the dead." "My daughter is there." Something in Winter's expression shifted. Understanding, maybe, or pity. "I'm sorry," she said. "I really am. But Memphis is suicide. The safe zone is your best chance for survival." Ellie didn't respond. She turned to look out the window at the passing landscape. The Delta rolling by, flat and green and poisoned. Josie was in Memphis. She was going to get there one way or another. But for now, she would let the soldiers take her to their safe zone, rest, resupply, plan. And then she would find a way north, one step at a time. Helena West. Helena was everything they'd been told and nothing they'd expected. The safe zone occupied the central district of the Arkansas River town, surrounded by walls constructed from shipping containers, construction materials, and the remains of vehicles too damaged to run. Guard towers rose at regular intervals, staffed by soldiers and volunteers, their weapons trained on the world beyond. Inside the walls, there was something almost like normalcy. People walked the streets. Shops were open, or what passed for shops in the apocalypse, trading scavenged goods for labor credits. There was electricity powered by generators that ran on the fuel reserves the National Guard had secured from the Strategic Reserve. There was running water, carefully filtered and tested before distribution. There was food, rationed but sufficient, drawn from warehouses and farms that had been brought under the zone's protection. "How is this possible?" Michelle asked as they were led through the streets. She looked around with wide eyes, as if she'd stumbled into a dream. "Preparation?" Captain Winters said. "This area has been designated a FEMA emergency management point for years. When the infection hit, we activated protocols. Got the walls up in the first 48 hours, secured the water supply before the contamination spread, established the safe zone before the population could collapse. But everywhere else? Everywhere else wasn't prepared, or couldn't hold." Winter's voice was grim. "We've taken in refugees from dozens of towns. 2,000 people inside these walls, and we're bringing in more every day. It's not perfect, but it's alive. They were assigned quarters in what had been a hotel before the outbreak. The rooms were small but clean, with actual beds and actual bathrooms and actual hot water. Ellie stood in the shower for what felt like hours, letting the heat wash away the blood and grime and desperation of the past week. When she emerged, she found DeMarcus asleep on the bed, his face peaceful for the first time since she'd met him. Dr. Okonkwo and the others were resting in adjacent rooms. Only Reverend Holloway was still awake, sitting by the window watching the street below. "Patricia," Ellie said softly, "I keep thinking about Blackwood." The Reverend's voice was distant. "About what he said. That he didn't believe before, but now he does. He's insane. Is he? Or is faith something you find in extremity?" Holloway turned to face Ellie. "I've been a minister for 30 years. I've baptized babies and buried the dead. I've preached about God's love every Sunday, comforted the suffering, counseled the lost. And now what? Now I wonder if any of it was real." Tears glistened in her eyes. "I watched my entire congregation transform, Ellie. 57 people. I knew their names, their families, their secrets. I baptized their children, and in 1 hour they were gone, replaced by those things. That wasn't God. No? Then where was he? Where is he now?" The Reverend shook her head. "Blackwood found faith in the horror. I lost mine. Which of us is right?" Ellie sat down across from her. She thought about Raymond, about the poker in her hands, about the sound of his skull breaking beneath her blows. "I don't know if God is real," she said finally. "I don't know if any of this means anything, but I know that we're still here, still trying, still helping each other." She reached out, took the Reverend's hand. "Maybe that's not faith. Maybe that's something else, but it's enough for now." Patricia Holloway looked at their joined hands. Tears fell, tracing tracks down her weathered cheeks. "It has to be enough," she whispered. "It has to be." 3 days passed in the safe zone. Ellie used the time to rest, heal, and plan. She studied maps of the route to Memphis, gathered intelligence from the soldiers and refugees who'd come from that direction, assembled supplies for the journey ahead. The safe zone's leadership had made it clear that they wouldn't stop her from leaving, but they also wouldn't help her commit what they considered suicide. "Memphis is gone," Captain Winters said again when Ellie requested supplies. "The infection hit hard and fast there. The hospitals went first, natural collection points for the sick, then the schools, the offices, anywhere people gathered. By the 3rd day, the military had written it off. My daughter was in the medical school. I'm sorry. Stop saying that. Stop being sorry and help me get there." Winters studied her for a long moment. Then she sighed. "There's a route along the levee. It's dangerous. Everything's dangerous now, but it's passable. If you stick to the high ground, avoid population centers, travel at night when the infected are less active." She spread a map across her desk. "You might make it, might. That's all I need." "No, it isn't. What you need is a squad of soldiers and armored vehicles and air support. What you're going to get is a rifle, some food, and a prayer." Winter's jaw tightened. "But since I can't stop you from going, I can at least give you the best chance." She reached into her desk and pulled out a radio. "Military frequency," she said. "If you get into trouble, call. If we can send help, we will. If we can't—" She didn't finish the sentence. Ellie took the radio. "Thank you. Thank me by surviving. And if you find anything in Memphis, anything that tells us what's really happening, where this infection came from, how to stop it, I'll tell you." "Good." Winters extended her hand. "Good luck, Mrs. Boudreau." Ellie shook it. "Call me Ellie." She left at dawn on the 4th day. Dr. Okonkwo had decided to stay in Helena. "They need doctors here," he said. "I can do more good inside these walls than out on the road. But I'll be praying for you, Ellie, for both of you." June and Teddy were coming with her. So was Reverend Holloway. "You should stay," Ellie told them. "It's safe here. Safer than anything we'll find out there." "Safe isn't living," June said. "Safe is just dying slowly." "I've been dying slowly for a year," Teddy added. "Might as well die fast doing something that matters." Reverend Holloway just smiled. "I told you maybe God has a new purpose for me. Maybe that purpose is to help a mother find her child." DeMarcus was staying. Ellie had arranged for him to be taken in by a family in the safe zone, a couple who'd lost their own son to the infection and were desperate for something to fill the void. It broke her heart to leave him, but she couldn't bring a child into what waited ahead. "You'll come back," DeMarcus said when she told him. It wasn't a question. "I'll try. You have to, you promised." Ellie knelt down and hugged him tight. "I'm going to find my daughter, and then I'm going to come back for you. But you have to be brave while I'm gone. Can you do that?" "I can do that. Good boy." She kissed his forehead and walked out the gate before she could change her mind. The road north was waiting, 150 miles to Memphis. Through the Delta, through the darkness, through whatever horrors waited between here and there. Ellie walked toward it without looking back. Josie was waiting, and Ellie was coming. The levee stretched north like a scar across the landscape, and Ellie walked it with 3 women who had chosen to die beside her rather than live without purpose. They moved in silence for the first few hours, conserving energy, staying alert. The Mississippi rolled past on their left, its brown waters carrying debris from 100 ruined towns upstream. On their right, the Arkansas Delta spread flat and green and deceptively peaceful, the kind of landscape that could hide 1,000 horrors in its gentle folds. June took point, her knife in one hand, her movements quick and economical. Behind her came Teddy, older and slower but steady, her eyes constantly scanning the terrain. Reverend Holloway walked beside Ellie, her shotgun cradled in her arms like a sleeping child. "How far today?" June asked without turning around. Ellie consulted the map she'd memorized. 20 miles if we push, 15 if we're careful. "And if we run into trouble?" "Then we deal with it and reassess." The sun climbed higher and the heat settled over them like a wet blanket. The humidity was oppressive, the kind that made every breath feel like drowning. Ellie's clothes were soaked through within the first hour, and the straps of her pack cut into her shoulders with every step. She didn't complain. None of them did. Complaints were for people who had alternatives. They passed the ruins of a small town around midday, just a cluster of buildings visible from the levee, their windows dark, their doors hanging open. Ellie studied it through the binoculars Winters had given her, looking for signs of life or unlife. "Movement," she said quietly. "Southeast corner, 3, maybe 4. Infected. Can't tell from here. They're not moving like infected, but that doesn't mean anything." "We go around," June said. They went around. The detour cost them 2 hours and took them through a stretch of flooded farmland where the standing water came up to their knees. Ellie kept her eyes on the surface, watching for ripples, for movement, for the telltale signs of drowners lurking beneath. The water was warm and smelled of decay, and she tried not to think about what might be dissolved in it, what invisible death might be seeping through her skin. "This water," Teddy said. Her voice was tight. "We need to move faster. We're moving as fast as we can. It's not fast enough. The concentration, if the original contamination spread from Baton Rouge, the levels here could be—" "Teddy." Ellie's voice was sharp. "Not now." The older woman fell silent, but her eyes kept darting to the water around them, and her hands trembled as she gripped her walking stick. They made it to dry ground as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Ellie called a halt in a grove of cypress trees, their branches draped with Spanish moss that filtered the fading light into something almost beautiful. "We rest here," she said, 2 hours. Then we move again." No one argued. Ellie couldn't sleep. She lay on the hard ground, staring up through the canopy at the darkening sky, listening to the sounds of the delta settling into night. Insects hummed. Birds called in the distance. Somewhere far away, she heard the low moan of infected, carried on the wind like a memory of something terrible. Josie was out there. Somewhere to the north, in a city that everyone said was dead, her daughter was waiting. Or not waiting, or already gone, transformed into something that wore her face but wasn't her. Something that would reach for Ellie with hungry hands and... She pushed the thought away. She couldn't afford it. Couldn't afford the doubt, the despair, the crushing weight of probability. Josie was alive. She had to be alive. Any other possibility was unacceptable. "You're thinking too loud." Ellie turned her head. Reverend Holloway was sitting against a nearby tree, her eyes open, watching her. "Can't sleep either. Haven't slept properly since Yazoo City. Every time I close my eyes, I see them, my congregation, their faces as they changed." The Reverend's voice was soft, almost dreamy. "Do you know what transformation looks like, Ellie? Not from the outside, from inside?" I watched a woman I'd known for 30 years forget her own name, forget her children's names, forget everything that made her human piece by piece until all that was left was hunger. Patricia. I held her hand while it happened. I prayed over her. I begged God to save her, to show mercy, to do something. A bitter laugh. He didn't answer. He never answers. Maybe the answer is that we're still here, still fighting. Or maybe the answer is that there's no one listening. The Reverend closed her eyes. "I used to tell people that God had a plan, that suffering had meaning, that if they just had faith, everything would work out in the end. Now I wonder if I was just telling them lies to make the world seem less terrifying." Ellie sat up. "Does it matter?" "What?" "Whether it was lies or truth, whether God is real or not." She moved closer to the Reverend, close enough to see the lines of exhaustion on her face. "You helped people. You gave them comfort. You made their lives better. Does it matter if the theology was real as long as the comfort was?" Patricia Holloway was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "I don't know. I used to think I knew everything. Now I don't know anything." "Then we're the same. Both of us stumbling through the dark, hoping we're going the right direction. Is that supposed to be comforting?" "It's supposed to be honest." The Reverend opened her eyes and looked at Ellie. Something passed between them, understanding maybe, or the recognition of shared damage. "You're going to find her," Patricia said. "Your daughter. I don't know how I know that, but I do. Is that faith talking? Maybe. Or maybe it's just stubbornness." A ghost of a smile crossed the Reverend's face. "Either way, I believe it, and belief is all any of us have left." Ellie didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing, and they sat together in the darkness, waiting for the 2 hours to pass. They found the first bodies the next morning. They were arranged in a row along the levee, 7 of them, their hands bound behind their backs, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. They'd been dead for at least a day. The smell made that clear. But the cause of death was unmistakable. "Execution," June said flatly. "Someone lined them up and shot them." Ellie knelt beside the nearest body, a man, maybe 40, wearing the tattered remains of a business suit. His face was frozen in an expression of terror. Around his neck, tied with rough twine, hung a cardboard sign. "Looter," the sign read. Justice served. The sovereign militia, Teddy said. Her voice was tight with fear. This is their work. How do you know? I've seen it before. In Jackson, before I fled, they were executing anyone they caught outside their territory, calling it frontier justice. She looked at the bodies with something like nausea. They're not protecting anyone, they're just killing. Ellie stood up. Then we need to move, fast and quiet. If they're operating in this area, too late. The voice came from behind them. Ellie spun, raising her rifle, and found herself facing a wall of armed men. There were at least 20 of them, emerging from the tree line like ghosts. They wore mismatched camouflage and carried an arsenal of weapons: hunting rifles, shotguns, AR-15s, even a few military-grade weapons that must have been looted from National Guard armories. Their faces were hard and cold, the faces of men who had decided the rules no longer applied. At their head stood a man Ellie recognized. "Mrs. Boudreau," Eugene Prescott said. "We meet again." They were marched at gunpoint through the woods, away from the levee, into territory that had clearly been claimed by the Warren County Sovereign Militia. The militia's camp was larger than Ellie had expected, a sprawling complex of tents and prefab structures surrounding what had once been a hunting lodge. Vehicles were parked in neat rows, and she could see fuel tanks, weapons caches, and supply depots that suggested months of preparation. This wasn't a group that had formed in response to the outbreak. This was a group that had been waiting for it. "You're a long way from home," Prescott said as they walked. He seemed almost jovial, which frightened Ellie more than open hostility would have. "Last I heard, you were heading north. Memphis, wasn't it?" "We're still heading north. Through my territory without permission." "We didn't know it was your territory," Prescott laughed. "Everything from Vicksburg to the Arkansas line is my territory now. Has been since the government collapsed. Someone had to step up, maintain order, protect the good people from the chaos." His smile faded. "Of course, not everyone is good people. Some are looters, criminals, undesirables." His eyes flicked to Reverend Holloway. "Some are traitors to their own kind." "Eugene," the Reverend started. "Don't." His voice went cold. "You had your chance, Patricia, years ago. You chose to preach submission and weakness, chose to tell our people to lie down and accept their dispossession. Now the world has ended and we're the only ones left standing. That's not coincidence. That's divine providence." They reached the center of the camp, where a large tent served as a command post. Prescott gestured for them to be brought inside. The interior was surprisingly organized. Maps on the walls, a communications setup in the corner, tables covered with paperwork. This wasn't just a militia camp. It was a government in waiting. "So," Prescott said, settling into a chair behind the largest table, "what do I do with you?" "You could let us go," Ellie said. "We're no threat to you, we just want to pass through." "Pass through to where? Memphis is dead. There's nothing north but corpses and infected. My daughter is dead. Accept it." Prescott's voice was almost gentle. "I'm not saying this to be cruel, I'm saying it because it's the truth. The cities fell first. Whatever your daughter was, whatever she meant to you, she's gone now. You need to accept that and start thinking about survival. I can't do that. Can't or won't. Both." Prescott studied her for a long moment. Then he sighed. "You're a stubborn woman, Mrs. Boudreau. I respect that. But stubbornness without power is just suicide with extra steps." He stood and walked to one of the maps. "I'm building something here. A new order. A place where the strong protect their own and the weak are removed from the equation. You could be part of that. All of you could." "What do you mean?" "I mean, I'm offering you a choice." He turned to face them. "Join us. Contribute to our community, follow our rules and live, or continue on your fool's errand to Memphis and die. It's that simple." Ellie looked at her companions. June's face was unreadable. Teddy looked terrified. Reverend Holloway was staring at Prescott with something like sadness. "What kind of rules?" Ellie asked. "Simple ones. Loyalty to the militia, contribution to the community, acceptance of the natural order." His eyes hardened. "And certain requirements. Medical examinations to ensure no one is infected. Background checks to ensure no one is problematic. Classification based on usefulness and heritage." Heritage? "We're building a new world, Mrs. Boudreau. A better world. One without the weaknesses that destroyed the old one. That requires making hard choices about who belongs and who doesn't." The implication was clear. Ellie felt her stomach turn. "You're talking about segregation." "I'm talking about survival. The strong survive, the weak perish. That's not ideology, that's nature." Prescott's smile returned, but there was no warmth in it. "So, what's your answer?" Ellie's mind raced. They were outnumbered, outgunned, trapped in the heart of enemy territory. If she refused, they'd be killed, or worse. If she accepted, she'd be selling her soul to a monster. But Josie was still out there. Josie needed her. "We need time to discuss it," she said. Prescott nodded. "You have until morning. My men will show you to quarters." He gestured to the guards. "And Mrs. Boudreau? Don't think about escaping. My people are very good at tracking, and the punishment for attempted flight is educational." They were led away. The quarters were a storage shed, empty except for some old camping equipment and a single lantern. The door was locked from the outside, and Ellie could see guards posted at regular intervals through the gaps in the wooden walls. "We can't stay here," June said as soon as they were alone. "You heard what he said. Heritage. Classification. He's going to kill anyone who doesn't fit his master race fantasy." "I know." "Then we need to run. Tonight, before they decide we're not worth the trouble." "Run where? We're in the middle of their territory, surrounded by armed men. Even if we got out of this shed, we'd never make it to the levee." "So what? We just accept his offer? Become collaborators?" "No." Ellie sat down heavily on an overturned crate. "We find another way." Teddy had been pacing the small space, her agitation visible in every movement. Now she stopped. "There might be something," she said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Something I haven't told you." The other women looked at her. "What are you talking about?" Teddy took a deep breath. "I told you my nephew worked for Meridian Biosciences. I told you he warned me about the contamination. What I didn't tell you..." She closed her eyes. "What I didn't tell you is that I know where it started, and I know who's responsible." "What?" Meridian wasn't just researching prion diseases, they were developing something else. A treatment that could supposedly regenerate neural tissue, restore brain function, maybe even reverse death. Her voice shook. "My nephew, he was one of the lead researchers. He sent me his notes, everything. How the treatment worked, how it went wrong, how the contamination spread." "Why didn't you tell us this before?" "Because I was ashamed." Tears were streaming down Teddy's face now. "I knew. I knew for weeks before the outbreak started, and I didn't tell anyone. I didn't believe him. I thought he was paranoid, that he'd finally cracked under the pressure of his work. And then people started dying and it was too late, and I just kept running, kept pretending I didn't know." "Teddy." Ellie crossed to her, took her hands. "That's not important now. What's important is what you know. Can it help us? Can it stop this? I don't know. Maybe. The notes, they're encrypted, stored on a drive my nephew sent me. I've been carrying it this whole time, trying to figure out what to do with it. If we could get it to someone who could understand it, someone with the resources to develop a treatment." "Where's the drive?" "Hidden. In my bag, the lining. Ellie's mind was working furiously. Information. That's what Teddy had. Information that might be worthless or might be everything. We need to get out of here, she said, and we need to get that drive somewhere it can be used. Helena? June suggested. The National Guard has scientists, resources. No, we keep going north. Ellie, Memphis has hospitals, research facilities, the University of Tennessee Health Science Center where Josie was studying. If there's anywhere with the equipment to analyze Teddy's data, it's there. Memphis is dead, maybe. Or maybe there are survivors. People hiding, holding on, waiting for help. We won't know until we get there. Reverend Holloway, who had been silent throughout the exchange, spoke up. And how do we get there? We're locked in a shed surrounded by armed supremacists. Ellie looked around the small space. The walls were wooden slats, solid but not impenetrable. The roof was corrugated metal, rusted in places. The floor was packed earth. We dig, she said. They worked through the night. The floor of the shed was hard-packed, but not impossible. Using the camping equipment they'd found, a hand shovel, tent stakes, their own fingers. They carved a trench along the back wall, hidden from the guards' view by the stacked crates. It was slow, exhausting work. Ellie's hands were bleeding within the first hour, her nails cracked and torn. But she kept digging, kept scraping at the earth, kept making progress inch by painful inch. Patrol, June hissed around midnight. They froze, covering the trench with an old tarp, sitting on the crates as if they'd been there all along. Footsteps approached, paused, continued on. They resumed digging. This won't work, Teddy whispered. Her voice was thick with exhaustion. Even if we get out, even if we get past the perimeter. Then we die trying, Ellie said. That's still better than what Prescott has planned for us. You don't know that. He might. I know exactly what he'll do. I've seen his type before. In nursing homes, in hospital wards, in every institution where the powerful get to decide who deserves to live. He'll smile and offer false comfort while he decides which of us is useful and which of us is expendable. And when he's done using us, he'll throw us away. She drove the hand shovel into the earth with more force than necessary. I'm not dying in a shed because some racist asshole thinks he's building a new world order. I'm dying on the road to Memphis, or I'm not dying at all. No one argued after that. The trench was deep enough by the time the sky began to lighten. It wasn't much, a crawl space under the back wall, barely wide enough for a body to squeeze through, but it would have to be enough. Ellie peered through the gap, trying to see what waited on the other side. Trees, darkness, freedom. I'll go first, she said. June, you follow, then Teddy. Patricia, you're last. What about once we're out? We move fast and quiet, head east toward the levee. If we get separated, we won't get separated. Ellie looked at June. The younger woman's face was set with determination. We stay together, June said. Whatever happens, we stay together. Ellie nodded. She lay flat on her stomach and began to slide through the trench. The crawl space was tighter than she'd thought. The earth pressed against her back, her chest, her face. She couldn't breathe properly, couldn't move properly, could only inch forward one agonizing push at a time. Dirt filled her mouth, her nose, her eyes. The weight of the wall seemed to press down on her, threatening to crush her, to bury her alive. And then, she was through. Fresh air hit her face like a blessing. She pulled herself forward out of the trench onto the wet grass beyond the shed. For a moment she just lay there, gasping, staring up at the pre-dawn sky. Then she remembered where she was and what was at stake. She rolled to her feet, checking her surroundings. The back of the shed faced a small, wooded area, maybe 50 yards of trees before the terrain opened up again. If they could reach the trees before the guards noticed they were gone. June emerged from the trench, then Teddy, then Patricia. They were all covered in dirt, their faces barely visible in the darkness. "Go," Ellie whispered, "stay low, move fast." They ran. The alarm went up 10 minutes later. Ellie heard it in the distance. Shouts, sirens, the unmistakable sounds of pursuit. They were in the woods by then, moving as fast as the terrain would allow, branches whipping at their faces. "They'll have dogs," Teddy gasped. "Vehicles. We can't outrun them." "We don't have to outrun them. We just have to reach the levee." "And then what?" "Then we're out of their territory. On the riverside, the Helena National Guard patrols the levee. They won't follow us there." "That's a big assumption. It's the only assumption we've got." They kept running. The sky was lightening now, gray dawn creeping through the trees. Ellie could hear vehicles somewhere behind them, engines roaring, getting closer. She pushed herself harder, her lungs burning, her legs screaming. The trees thinned. The levee appeared ahead, rising like a wall between them and the river. "There!" June shouted. They scrambled up the slope, fingers digging into the muddy earth, fighting for every inch of ground. Behind them, the first vehicle broke through the tree line, a pickup truck mounted with a spotlight that swept the terrain like a searching eye. Ellie reached the top of the levee and pulled the others up after her. On the far side, the Mississippi rolled on, indifferent to their struggles. "Stop!" a voice shouted from below. "Stop or we shoot." They didn't stop. Shots rang out. Ellie felt something tug at her sleeve. A bullet, missing her flesh by inches. She kept running, kept moving, kept going north along the levee top. The pickup was climbing now, trying to reach them. But the slope was too steep, the mud too thick. The driver gunned the engine and the wheels spun uselessly. More shots, more misses. And then they were out of range, the levee curving away from the militia's territory, carrying them toward the river crossing that marked the edge of Prescott's domain. They'd made it. They'd escaped. Ellie stopped, gasping for breath, and looked back at the diminishing figures on the slope behind them. "This isn't over," she said. "He'll send people after us. Then we keep moving." June's voice was steady despite her exhaustion. "We keep moving until we're in Memphis or we're dead. Or both," Teddy added grimly. Ellie turned north, 130 miles to Memphis. They started walking. They found the survivors 3 days later. The group was camped in the ruins of what had been a river casino, a massive floating structure that had run aground during the hurricane and now sat half submerged at the river's edge. From the levee it looked abandoned, but Ellie caught glimpses of movement through the broken windows, saw smoke rising from a makeshift chimney rigged through the roof. "Could be hostile," June said. "Could be. Or could be people like us just trying to survive. After the militia, I'm not inclined to trust strangers. Neither am I, but we need information and supplies." Ellie studied the casino through her binoculars. "I'll go alone. The rest of you wait here if I'm not back in an hour." "We come get you," Patricia said. "No, if I'm not back in an hour, you keep going. Get to Memphis, find Josie if she's alive, get Teddy's data to someone who can use it." "Ellie, I mean it. My daughter matters more than I do, promise me." The other women exchanged looks. Finally, June nodded. 1 hour. The casino's interior was a maze of slot machines and gaming tables, all covered in a layer of dust and debris. Water had flooded the lower levels, and Ellie could hear it lapping against the walls as she made her way through the darkness. She found the survivors on what had been the main floor. There were maybe 30 of them, clustered in small groups around makeshift fires. They looked haggard. Thin faces, hollow eyes, the unmistakable signs of long-term deprivation. But they weren't hostile. When Ellie appeared, they simply looked at her with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "I'm not infected," she said, raising her hands. I'm just passing through, looking for information about the road north. A man rose from one of the groups and approached her. He was tall and black, with the build of someone who'd been muscular once but had lost weight recently. His face was kind but wary. "The road north is death," he said. "Same as everywhere else." "I've heard that before, and yet you're still going." "I have reasons." The man studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I'm Darnell Washington. Used to be a high school football coach back when there were high schools." He extended his hand. "Welcome to the Riverside Refuge." Ellie shook his hand. "Eleanor, Ellie. Used to be a hospice nurse." "Hospice?" Darnell's eyebrows rose. "Guess you've seen a lot of death." "More than I wanted to. More than anyone should." "Haven't we all?" He led her deeper into the casino, to a section that had been converted into a communal space. Tables had been pushed together to form meeting areas, and someone had rigged a generator that provided flickering electric light. "We've been here about 2 weeks, Darnell explained as they walked. "Came up from Greenville when the city fell. Lost a lot of people on the way." "I was in Greenville. Saw what happened there." "Then you know." "The infected, they're bad enough. But it's the other survivors you really have to watch out for. The ones who've decided the rules don't apply anymore. Like the sovereign militia." Darnell's expression darkened. "You've met them. Met them. Escaped from them. Then you're luckier than most. Prescott's people have been spreading like a plague, taking over towns, executing anyone who doesn't fit their vision of the new world." He shook his head. "My brother was a deputy sheriff. Good man, family man. They shot him at a checkpoint because he wouldn't swear loyalty to their cause." "I'm sorry." "Don't be. Being sorry doesn't bring anyone back." He stopped at a table where several other survivors were gathered. "This is our leadership council. What's left of it?" Ellie found herself facing a diverse group, a middle-aged white woman with sharp eyes and a sharper tongue, a young Hispanic man who couldn't have been more than 20, an elderly Asian woman who watched everything with quiet intensity. "This is Camille," Darnell said, indicating the white woman. "She handles negotiations and trade. Raphael finds supplies. Best scavenger we've got. And Mrs. Nguyen keeps us all from killing each other." "I'm looking for information about the route to Memphis," Ellie said. The council exchanged looks. "Memphis is overrun," Camille said. Her voice had a Louisiana lilt to it. "Same as everywhere else." "So everyone keeps telling me." "And yet you're still going." "My daughter is there." Camille's expression softened slightly. "That's as good a reason as any, I suppose, better than most. What can you tell me about the road?" "It's bad. The infected are concentrated along the river. Something about the water draws them. The militia controls everything from here to the Tennessee line. And there's something else." She hesitated. "Something new." "What?" "We've seen helicopters, military grade, not National Guard. The markings are different. Corporate, maybe. They've been landing north of here in what used to be Meridian's distribution territory." Ellie felt a chill run down her spine. "Meridian?" "Pharmaceutical company. Had a big facility outside Memphis before everything fell. Word is they're still operating somehow, still have power, supplies, personnel. Some people say they're working on a cure." "And other people?" "Other people say they're the ones who caused this, that the whole outbreak started in their labs and they're just trying to cover their tracks." Ellie thought about Teddy, about the data drive hidden in her bag, about the secrets that might be worth dying for, or killing for. "How do I get past them?" "You don't. Their perimeter is airtight. Anyone who gets too close disappears. There has to be a way." Camille studied her for a long moment. Then she sighed. "There might be. The old river routes, channels the barges used before the bridges went down. Some of them pass close to the Meridian facility without actually entering their territory. If you had a boat, if you knew the way. Do you have a boat? We have several, but what do you want for one? Camille glanced at Darnell, who nodded. We want you to take some of us with you, she said. They negotiated through the night. In the end, Ellie agreed to take 5 additional survivors. Darnell, Camille, Raphael, and a young Cajun girl named Marie Claire who knew the river better than anyone. The 5th was unexpected, an off-duty police officer named Derek Stubbs who had somehow survived the journey from Vicksburg. You, Ellie said when she saw him. They'd left him behind in Greenville, lost in the chaos of the congregation attack. Me. Stubbs's face was pale and drawn, a shadow of the man she'd traveled with before. I made it out, barely. How? Does it matter? I'm here now, and I want the same thing you want, to get out of this hellhole and find somewhere safe. Memphis isn't safe. Nowhere is safe. But it's north, and north is better than here. Ellie didn't trust him. There was something in his eyes, something that reminded her of the worst patients she'd treated. The ones who smiled while they plotted, who said all the right things while planning all the wrong ones. But she needed bodies, needed people who could shoot and fight and die so that others could live. Fine, she said, you come. But if you betray us, I won't. If you betray us, I'll kill you myself. Something flickered in Stubbs' eyes. Fear, maybe, or recognition. Understood. The boat was a fishing vessel, maybe 40 feet long, with a covered cabin and a diesel engine that Raphael had somehow kept running through months of the apocalypse. It wasn't fast, and it wasn't pretty, but it floated, and that was enough. They set out at dawn, 11 survivors in a boat built for 6, heading north against the current. Marie Claire sat at the helm, her young face intent as she navigated the treacherous waters. She couldn't have been more than 16, but she handled the boat with the confidence of someone who'd spent her entire life on the river. My family's been fishing these waters for 5 generations, she said when Ellie asked. I could navigate them blind. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Ugh. The river was dangerous in ways Ellie hadn't anticipated. The currents were unpredictable, swirling with debris from the hurricane and the collapse of civilization. Submerged vehicles loomed beneath the surface, threatening to tear holes in the hull. And everywhere the water itself was death, contaminated, poisonous, waiting to claim anyone foolish enough to touch it. They passed the ruins of towns and cities, their waterfront districts now inhabited only by the dead. Ellie saw infected on the banks sometimes, drawn to the sound of the engine, reaching toward the boat with hungry hands. They were too far away to be dangerous, but their presence was a constant reminder of what waited if anything went wrong. Tell me about Memphis, she said to Darnell on the second day. They were sitting on the deck watching the landscape slide past. What do you want to know? What was it like before when things were normal? Darnell was quiet for a moment. I wasn't from Memphis originally, Greenville, born and raised, but I went there sometimes for games. My team made the state championships twice, and we played Memphis schools both times. Did you win? Once. Lost the second time by 3 points. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Those Memphis kids were tough, grew up hard, but they had heart. More heart than kids from places with money and opportunity. They had to fight for everything they got. My daughter was studying there. Nursing school. Good program. Darnell looked at her. You really think she's still alive? I have to believe it. If I don't, there's no point in anything. That's not an answer. No. But it's all I've got. They sat in silence, watching the river roll past. I abandoned them, Darnell said suddenly. His voice was thick with something that might have been shame. My team. 15 kids who trusted me, who looked up to me. We were on a charter bus when the infection hit. I told them to stay put while I scouted ahead. found trouble, ran. You survived. Survival isn't the same as living. He shook his head. I keep seeing their faces, wondering what happened to them, wondering if they're still out there somewhere waiting for a coach who's never coming back. You couldn't have saved them. I could have tried and died with them. How would that help anyone? It wouldn't. But at least I'd be able to sleep at night. Ellie thought about Raymond, about the fireplace poker, about the choice she'd made in her living room a lifetime ago. Some things you can't undo, she said. Some choices, once you make them, you carry forever. The only question is whether you let them destroy you or whether you use them to become something better. That sounds like something a minister would say. Maybe. Or maybe it's just something a hospice nurse learned from watching people die. Darnell looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded. Something better, he said. I'll try for that. That's all any of us can do. They reached Meridian's territory on the 4th day. The change was visible from miles away. The riverbanks, which had been overgrown and wild, suddenly became clear-cut and organized. Structures appeared. Watchtowers, concrete bunkers, the unmistakable shapes of military installations. Cut the engine, Marie-Claire said. We drift from here. The boat slowed, carried only by the current now. In the silence, Ellie could hear other sounds, the distant thrum of generators, the occasional crack of gunfire, the whir of helicopter rotors. They're searching for something, Camille said. She was watching the sky, where 2 helicopters were making slow patterns over the land. Or someone, Teddy added quietly. They hugged the far bank, staying as far from the Meridian installations as possible. The old barge channels that Camille had described were narrow and overgrown, almost invisible unless you knew what to look for. Marie-Claire found them with uncanny accuracy, guiding the boat through passages that seemed impossibly tight. My grandmother told me about these channels, she said. Used them during the wars to smuggle contraband past the federal patrols. Said the river had secrets that only the river folk knew. Smart grandmother. She was. Died last year before all this started. Maybe that was a mercy. The channels wound through swampland that seemed untouched by the apocalypse. Cypress trees draped with Spanish moss, birds calling from hidden perches, the splash of fish breaking the surface. It was almost peaceful if you didn't know what waited beyond the trees. There, Raphael said suddenly. He was pointing toward the eastern bank. Movement. Ellie raised her binoculars. Through the dense vegetation, she could see shapes, human shapes, moving through the swamp with purposeful strides. Military, she said. Tactical gear. They're heading northeast. Away from the river? Toward something. Should we follow? No. We stay on course. Whatever they're doing, it's not our problem. But even as she said it, Ellie felt a chill of premonition. Whatever Meridian was doing out here, whatever they were searching for, she had a feeling it was going to become her problem very soon. They continued north. The Meridian perimeter ended about 20 miles south of Memphis. Beyond it, the landscape changed again, from the manicured corporate territory to something wilder and more dangerous. This was true dead zone, the kind of place that had been bad before the outbreak and had become unimaginably worse after. Welcome to the wasteland, Camille said grimly. The boat emerged from the channel into a wider stretch of river, and Ellie got her first clear view of what lay ahead. Destruction. The hurricane had hit this region hard, and the infection had hit it harder. Buildings that should have stood for 100 more years were now rubble and ruins. Roads had collapsed into the river, creating underwater obstacles that would have sunk any boat that didn't know to avoid them. And everywhere, were the infected. They clustered on the banks, drawn by some instinct Ellie didn't understand. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, standing motionless in the water, their eyes fixed on something only they could see. "What are they doing?" June asked. "Waiting," Marie-Claire said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "They do this sometimes. Go quiet, go still, like they're listening for something." "Listening for what?" "I don't know. But when they start moving again—" She didn't finish the sentence. They drifted past the horde in silence, the boat's engine off, everyone holding their breath. The infected didn't seem to notice them. Their attention was fixed elsewhere, on something to the north, something that called to them with a voice humans couldn't hear. It took almost an hour to clear the mass of bodies. By the time they emerged into open water again, the sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of red and orange. "Memphis is just ahead," Marie-Claire said. "Maybe 10 miles. Can we make it tonight?" "We can try, but the channel gets narrow near the city. If there are more of them waiting, we'll deal with that when we get there." "Ellie." Darnell's voice was sharp. "Look." He was pointing toward the eastern bank. Ellie raised her binoculars and felt her heart stop. Bodies, dozens of them, arranged in a row along the riverbank, their hands bound, their faces covered with hoods. They'd been there for a while. The decomposition was advanced, the stench reaching even to the boat. And among them, standing upright despite the decay, were signs. "Enemy of the New Order," one read. "Race traitor," said another. "Undesirable. Judged and found wanting." "The militia," Stubbs said. His voice was flat. "They've been here. I thought their territory ended at the Arkansas line." "Apparently not. Or maybe someone else is playing their game now." Ellie stared at the bodies. Men, women, at least 2 children, all dead, all murdered for the crime of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. "We keep moving," she said. Her voice sounded strange in her own ears. Cold, hard. The voice of someone who had seen too much to be shocked anymore. "Memphis is waiting." The boat continued north. Behind them, the dead kept their silent vigil. Memphis appeared out of the darkness like a ghost. The city's skyline was still recognizable, the distinctive pyramid of the Bass Pro Shop, the old bridge spanning the river, the towers of downtown rising against the night sky. But everything was dark, no lights, no signs of life, just the silhouettes of buildings against the stars, monuments to a civilization that had ended in fire and blood. "Where do we land?" Marie-Claire asked. Ellie studied the shoreline through her binoculars. The waterfront was chaos, capsized boats, collapsed piers, debris everywhere. But there, maybe a quarter-mile north, she could see something that might have been a functioning dock. "There," she said. "We go slow, stay quiet. If anything moves, we know." The boat crept forward. The silence was absolute. No moaning, no footsteps, nothing. Just the lap of water against the hull and the distant sound of something, wind maybe, or the creaking of abandoned structures. "It's too quiet," June murmured. "Maybe we got lucky." "Nobody's that lucky." They reached the dock. It was intact, barely, and Marie-Claire maneuvered the boat alongside with practiced skill. Ropes were thrown, secured. The engine was cut. In the silence that followed, Ellie heard it. Crying. Not moaning, crying. Human crying coming from somewhere in the darkness ahead. "Stay here," she said. "Ellie, I mean it. Stay here." She climbed onto the dock and moved toward the sound. The crying led her to a warehouse about 100 yards from the water. The building was partially collapsed, its roof caved in, its walls buckled from some long-ago impact. But the crying was definitely coming from inside, a high, thin sound, like a child in distress. Ellie moved carefully, her rifle raised. The warehouse entrance was dark, but she could see a faint glow from somewhere deep inside, firelight maybe, or a lantern. She stepped through the doorway. The interior was a maze of fallen shelves and scattered merchandise. She picked her way through the debris, following the crying sound, every sense straining for danger. The source was in a back room behind a door that had been barricaded from the inside. "Hello?" Ellie called softly. "Is someone there?" The crying stopped. "Go away!" A woman's voice, terrified. "I'm not going to hurt you. My name is Ellie. I'm from Vicksburg. I'm looking for survivors." Silence. "Please," the voice said finally. "Please don't take me back. I won't go back." "Back where?" The door opened a crack. An eye peered through, wide and bloodshot and full of fear. "The facility," the woman said. "They'll come looking for me. They always come looking." Ellie felt that chill again. What facility? The door opened wider. The woman behind it was young, mid-20s maybe, with dark hair and features that seemed somehow familiar. She was thin, almost skeletal, her arms covered in bruises that looked like needle marks. "Meridian," the woman said. "They've been keeping us there, taking our blood, telling us we're going to save the world." "Us?" "The immune ones, the ones the infection can't touch." The woman's laugh was brittle, broken. "Lucky us." Ellie stared at her. Her mind was working furiously, connecting dots, drawing conclusions she didn't want to draw. "What's your name?" "Josephine, Josie." The woman looked at her with something like hope. "Why? Do you know me?" Ellie's rifle slipped from her fingers. "Josie," she whispered. "Oh my God, Josie." And she fell to her knees in front of her daughter. The reunion was nothing like Ellie had imagined. In her dreams, the ones she allowed herself to have in the dark hours of the night, she'd pictured finding Josie safe and whole, sweeping her into her arms, promising that everything would be okay. In her dreams, there were tears of joy and whispered reassurances and the simple, uncomplicated relief of a mother reunited with her child. The reality was different. Josie didn't recognize her at first. The malnutrition, the trauma, the months of captivity had done something to her mind, had built walls that took long minutes to break down. She flinched when Ellie tried to touch her, backed away when Ellie said her name. "It's me," Ellie kept saying, tears streaming down her face. "It's Mom. I came to find you. I'm here." "Mom?" Josie's voice was small, confused. "Mom is in Vicksburg. Mom doesn't know where I am. I found you. I came all this way to find you." Something shifted in Josie's eyes. A wall falling, a memory surfacing. "Mom?" she said again. And this time it was a question, but a different kind. The kind a child asks when they're afraid to believe something good might actually be real. "It's me, baby. It's me." And then Josie was in her arms and they were both crying, and for one moment, one precious, fragile moment, the world and all its horrors fell away. The others found them like that. June led the group into the warehouse, weapons ready, expecting danger. What they found was Ellie kneeling on the floor, holding a young woman who looked like death warmed over, both of them sobbing. "Is that?" June started. "My daughter," Ellie said. Her voice was thick with tears. "This is Josie. I found her." The group stood in stunned silence. Then Darnell stepped forward and knelt beside them. "We need to move," he said gently. "If Meridian is looking for her, they'll come here eventually. We need to find somewhere safe." "There's nowhere safe," Josie said. She pulled back from Ellie's embrace, wiping her eyes. "They have people everywhere, drones, trackers. They'll find me. They always find me. Then we'll hide you better. You can't hide from them. You can't run from them." Josie's voice was rising, hysteria creeping in. "They have the cure, the only cure, and they're never going to let it go." "The cure? My blood. The blood of everyone like me, the ones who can't be infected." She held up her arm, showing the needle marks. "They take a little every day. A little more than they should. They tell us we're heroes. They tell us we're saving the world." Her laugh was broken. They're lying. They're not trying to save anyone. They're trying to own the cure so they can sell it when civilization comes back. Ellie's mind was racing. Teddy's data, Josie's immunity. The pieces were falling into place, forming a picture that was both terrifying and hopeful. "We need to get you out of here," she said. "We need to get you somewhere with real doctors, real scientists, people who can—" "There's nowhere like that, not anymore. Meridian has all the resources, all the equipment. Anyone who could help us is either dead or working for them. Then we find another way. There isn't another way. There's always another way." Ellie gripped her daughter's shoulders, forcing Josie to meet her eyes. "I walked 200 miles through hell to find you. I killed my own husband when he transformed. I've lost friends, allies, people I cared about. I've done things I never thought I'd do. And I'm not stopping now. Not when I finally have you back." Josie stared at her. The hysteria faded, replaced by something else, something that might have been hope. "You killed Dad?" "I had to. He was already gone." I know how it happens. I've watched it happen to so many people." Josie's voice dropped to a whisper. "I thought I'd have to watch it happen to you. When I heard Vicksburg had fallen, I thought, I'm here. I'm alive, and we're getting out of this together." "How?" Ellie looked at the group assembled around them. Darnell standing ready. June, her knife in hand. Teddy clutching the bag that held the data that might change everything. Patricia, her faith shattered but her determination intact. Marie-Claire, Raphael, Camille, strangers who had become allies. And Stubbs watching from the shadows with an expression she couldn't read. "We fight," Ellie said, "when we plan. We find a way to use what we know against the people who caused this." She stood, pulling Josie up with her. "But first, we need to get somewhere safe, somewhere we can think." "The university," Josie said, "the medical campus. There are bunkers under the research building, emergency shelters from the Cold War. Meridian doesn't know about them. I used to study there." "Can you get us there?" I think so. It's been months since I was outside, but then that's where we go." They gathered their weapons, their supplies, their resolve. Memphis waited outside, dark and dead and dangerous. But somewhere in that darkness was hope, and Ellie was going to find it. The university was 3 miles from the waterfront, 3 miles through a city that had become a graveyard. They moved in formation, June and Darnell on point, Raphael and Marie-Claire covering the flanks, the others in the center. Josie walked beside Ellie, her steps uncertain after months of captivity but growing stronger with each block. The city was worse than anything Ellie had seen. Buildings had collapsed, their rubble filling the streets. Fires still smoldered in some areas, sending acrid smoke into the night air. And everywhere were the infected. They moved in massive herds, hundreds or thousands at a time, flowing through the streets like water, seeking the lowest ground. The survivors avoided them by staying in the shadows, in the alleys, in the places the herds couldn't reach. "Why so many?" Ellie whispered. "The hospitals," Josie replied, "and when the infection hit, everyone went to the hospitals. And then the hospitals became—" She shuddered. "Breeding grounds, incubators. The infected would come out in waves, spreading through the city. Christ! Christ had nothing to do with it." They kept moving. The medical campus appeared out of the darkness, a cluster of buildings surrounding a central courtyard, all of them dark and seemingly abandoned. But Josie led them past the main structures to a maintenance entrance at the rear of a brick building that had probably been built when nuclear war was everyone's greatest fear. "Down here," she said, pulling open a rusted door. Stairs led into darkness. Ellie clicked on her flashlight and descended. The bunker was larger than Ellie expected. It spread out beneath the campus in a network of tunnels and chambers, originally designed to shelter thousands of students and faculty in the event of nuclear attack. Now it was empty, abandoned, forgotten by everyone except the few who had studied its blueprints. "We used to come here to study," Josie said as they explored, "when the libraries were too crowded. It's creepy but quiet." They found a central chamber that had probably been a command center in its original design. Old communications equipment lined the walls, useless now, but there were also supplies, canned food, bottled water, medical equipment that must have been stored for emergencies. "This could work," June said, looking around. "Defensible, hidden, room to breathe." "For now," Darnell agreed, "but we can't stay here forever." "We don't have to." Ellie turned to Teddy. "Show them." Teddy hesitated, then she reached into her bag and pulled out the data drive. "My nephew worked for Meridian Biosciences," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "He sent me this 3 weeks before the outbreak. It contains everything, the research notes, the experimental data, the records of what went wrong." "What went wrong how?" Camille asked. "The infection. It was an accident. A treatment that was supposed to regenerate neural tissue meant to help people with degenerative brain diseases. But something went wrong in the development. The treatment worked too well. It didn't just regenerate neural tissue, it kept regenerating it even after death, even after the brain should have stopped functioning." "You're saying they accidentally created immortality?" "I'm saying they accidentally created this." Teddy gestured vaguely upward toward the nightmare waiting above them. "The infected aren't dead, not really. Their brains are still functioning, still trying to operate bodies that can't support consciousness anymore. They're trapped, aware on some level, but unable to do anything except follow the most basic drives." "Hunger," Ellie said. "Hunger. The treatment was supposed to be applied in controlled conditions with careful monitoring. But when it escaped into the water supply, it spread to everyone who drank contaminated water. Yes, and then to everyone they bit. The treatment is self-replicating. Once it's in your system, it reproduces, spreads to others through bodily fluids. It was designed to be efficient. They just didn't realize how efficient." The group was silent, processing this information. "Can it be reversed?" Darnell asked finally. "I don't know. My nephew thought so. His notes include theories about counteragents, ways to shut down the replication process, but developing them would require resources, equipment, expertise. Resources Meridian has." "Yes. So we're back where we started. They have what we need and they're not going to share it. Unless we take it from them," Ellie said. Everyone looked at her. "Think about it. We have information they don't want anyone to have. We have an immune patient." She nodded toward Josie. "Who they desperately want back. We have leverage. Leverage against a corporation with military-grade security and unlimited resources. Leverage against people who know they're responsible for the end of the world and will do anything to cover it up. That's a different kind of fear than the infected. That's human fear. And humans can be negotiated with." "Or killed," Stubbs said. It was the first time he'd spoken since they'd left the boat. "Meridian's not going to negotiate with a handful of survivors. They're going to hunt us down and eliminate us. Then we don't give them the chance. We strike first." "Strike how?" Ellie looked at her daughter. At the needle marks on her arms, the hollowness in her cheeks, the trauma that still shadowed her eyes. "We find out where they're operating. We infiltrate their facility. We get the research data, the counteragent formulas, everything they're keeping secret, and then we broadcast it." "Broadcast it to who?" "Everyone. Whatever's left of the military, the government, the international community. If the cure exists or can be created, it belongs to everyone, not just the corporation that caused this disaster." The bunker was quiet. Ellie could see the others processing her words, weighing the risks against the potential rewards. "It's suicide," Camille said finally. "You're talking about attacking a fortified position with 11 people." 12, Josie said. Her voice was small but steady. "I know the facility, I know the layout, the security protocols, the weak points. I've been planning an escape for months." "You escaped?" "I escaped the holding area. Getting out of the compound entirely, that's something else, but if we work together, if we have a plan, then we might have a chance." Darnell stepped forward. "I'm in." "Darnell, I spent years teaching kids to believe they could do impossible things. Time to start believing it myself." June nodded. "I've been looking for a good reason to die. This is as good as any." "That's not exactly inspiring," Patricia said dryly. "It's honest. Count me in." One by one, the others agreed. Teddy, her guilt finally finding an outlet. Raphael, who had nothing left to lose. Marie Claire, too young to understand what she was committing to, but brave enough to commit anyway. Camille, who had survived on her wits her whole life and wasn't about to stop now. Even Stubbs nodded, though Ellie noticed his eyes darting toward the exit, calculating, planning. She'd have to watch him. "Then it's decided," Ellie said. "We rest tonight, tomorrow we plan, and then we take the fight to Meridian." Patricia Holloway raised her hand in what might have been a blessing, or might have been simply a gesture of solidarity. "The Lord helps those who help themselves," she said. "Let's go help ourselves to some justice." The bunker became their world for 3 days. They slept in shifts, ate from the emergency supplies and planned. Always planning. Josie drew maps from memory, the Meridian facility's layout, its security checkpoints, its patrol patterns. Teddy analyzed the data from her nephew's drive, extracting what information she could from files that were partially encrypted and partially corrupted. The others trained, practiced, prepared for what was coming. Ellie watched her daughter with a mixture of relief and heartbreak. Josie was alive. That was the miracle, the impossible thing she'd walked 200 miles to find. But the girl who sat hunched over hand-drawn schematics wasn't the same person who'd left for nursing school 2 years ago. That Josie had been bright and optimistic, full of plans for the future. This Josie was hollow, her eyes carrying the weight of horrors Ellie could only imagine. "You don't have to do this," Ellie said on the second night. They were alone in one of the smaller chambers, away from the others. "You could stay here. Stay safe while you what? Die trying to break into a facility I know better than anyone?" Josie shook her head. "I'm not staying behind, Mom. I spent 4 months as a prisoner watching them drain my blood day after day, listening to them talk about me like I was livestock. I'm not hiding anymore. Josie, you came all this way to save me. Let me help save everyone else." Ellie wanted to argue. Every maternal instinct screamed at her to protect her child, to wrap her in bubble wrap and hide her somewhere the world couldn't touch. But Josie wasn't a child anymore. She was a survivor, hardened by experiences that would have broken most people. "Okay," Ellie said finally. "But you stay close to me. Whatever happens, we stay together." "Together," Josie agreed. It wasn't much of a promise. In the world they lived in now, promises were just words, fragile things that could be shattered by a single moment of bad luck. But it was something. A thread connecting them across the gulf that trauma had carved. It would have to be enough. The planning sessions were tense affairs. 12 people crowded into a space meant for emergency briefings, all of them with opinions, all of them with fears they tried to hide behind strategic discussions. "The main gate is suicide," Josie said, pointing to her map. 20 guards, automated weapon systems, vehicle barriers. Even if we had an army, we couldn't take it by force. What about the perimeter? Darnell asked. Electrified fence, motion sensors, drone patrols every 15 minutes. So we're looking at an impossible target. Not impossible, just difficult. Josie traced a line along the eastern edge of her map. There's a drainage system here. It was part of the original facility design, meant to handle runoff from the manufacturing plant they built on top of. The entrance is about a mile from the main compound, in an area they don't patrol as heavily. Drainage tunnels, June said, through water that might be contaminated. It's not. The drainage system is separate from the municipal water supply. It only handles industrial runoff, and Meridian has been very careful about keeping their own operations clean. I've seen the water quality reports. It's safer than anything you'd find in the river. You're sure? I'm sure. Josie's voice was flat, certain. I spent 4 months memorizing everything I could about that facility. Every document I could access, every conversation I overheard, every weakness I could identify. The drainage tunnels are our way in. Camille leaned forward. And once we're inside, that's where it gets complicated. The facility, according to Josie's intelligence, was divided into 3 main sections. The administrative wing housed the corporate leadership and their security apparatus. The medical wing was where the donors, the immune survivors, were kept and processed. And the research wing contained the laboratories, the data servers, and the real prize, the experimental counteragent that Meridian scientists had been developing. They've made progress, Josie said. I heard the scientists talking about it. They have a working formula, something that can stop the infection's spread, maybe even reverse early-stage transformation. But they're not going to release it. Why not? Because a cure you give away is worthless. A cure you control is power. Her voice was bitter. They're waiting for the world to stabilize, for new governments to form, for someone to be desperate enough to pay their price. Until then, they just keep harvesting us and stockpiling treatments. How many immune survivors do they have? Teddy asked. When I escaped, there were 47, but they've been bringing in more. They have scouts across the region, identifying people who show resistance to the infection, bringing them in for protection. You mean kidnapping? I mean exactly what I said. The room was quiet. Ellie could see the weight of this information settling on everyone. The knowledge that somewhere not far from where they sat, dozens of people were being treated as nothing more than resources to be exploited. We need to free them, Darnell said. That's not the primary objective, Stubbs countered. We're going in for the research data and the counteragent formula. Anything else is a distraction. Those are people. People we can't save if we're dead. Stubbs' voice was cold. We have limited resources, limited time, limited everything. We focus on what matters. They matter. Not as much as the cure. Ellie watched the exchange with growing unease. Stubbs had been quiet since they'd arrived in Memphis, observing more than participating, his eyes always calculating. She didn't trust him, had never fully trusted him, but she couldn't afford to lose any more people. We'll do both, she said, cutting off the argument. Josie, is there a way to reach the medical wing from inside the facility? Yes, but it means splitting up. The drainage tunnels lead to the research wing. Getting to medical from there requires going through the administrative section. Then we split up. One team goes for the research data and the counteragent. The other team goes for the prisoners. That's spreading ourselves thin. It's doing what's right. We didn't come all this way just to steal corporate secrets. We came to stop Meridian and save the people they're hurting. Stubbs looked like he wanted to argue, but Darnell's expression silenced him. Fine, Stubbs said, but I'm on the research team. Someone needs to make sure the primary objective gets accomplished. Ellie nodded. Fine. Josie, Raphael, and Marie-Claire will be on the prisoner extraction team. They know the facility and they're fast. Darnell, June, Teddy, and I will go for the research wing. Patricia, Camille, and Stubbs provide backup. Stay flexible, respond to wherever you're needed most. What about communications? We'll use the radios Winters gave us. Short range, encrypted. If everything goes well, we're in and out in an hour. And if everything doesn't go well? Ellie met June's eyes. Then we improvise. They left the bunker at midnight. The city was different in the small hours, quieter somehow, the infected masses having settled into whatever passed for sleep among the dead. The group moved through the streets in silence, following routes that Josie had marked on their maps, avoiding the areas where the herds were known to gather. The journey to the drainage entrance took 2 hours. They found it exactly where Josie had said it would be. A concrete culvert emerging from an overgrown hillside, its entrance half hidden by debris and vegetation. The metal grate that had once blocked it was rusted through, leaving a gap just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. "This is it," Josie said. "The tunnels run for about a mile before they reach the facility's basement level. There's a maintenance access point that should get us inside." "Should?" "It was there 4 months ago. I can't guarantee nothing's changed." "That's reassuring. You asked for honesty." Ellie looked at her daughter, seeing for a moment the stubborn determination that had always been Josie's defining trait. Even now, even after everything, that core of strength remained. "All right," Ellie said. "We go in pairs, Josie and Raphael first, then Marie-Claire and Camille, then the rest of us. Stay quiet, stay alert, and remember the plan. What if we encounter infected inside? We deal with them quietly. No gunshots unless absolutely necessary. We can't afford to alert the facility." The group nodded, checking their weapons one final time. Knives, machetes, improvised clubs, everything designed for silent killing. Josie crawled into the tunnel first, her flashlight cutting through the darkness ahead. Raphael followed close behind, his movements quick and precise. One by one, the others entered. The drainage tunnel swallowed them whole. The passage was narrow and damp, the walls slick with condensation and something that might have been algae. Ellie moved in a crouch, her shoulders scraping against the concrete, her breath echoing in the confined space. Ahead of her, she could see the bobbing lights of the others, strung out in a line that stretched into the darkness. The smell was the worst part, not decay, that would have suggested contamination, but the sterile chemical odor of industrial processes mixed with the musty staleness of air that hadn't circulated in months. It reminded Ellie of hospital basements, of the places where machinery hummed and nobody went unless they had to. They traveled in silence, the only sounds their footsteps and breathing. After what felt like hours but was probably 30 minutes, the tunnel began to widen. The ceiling rose, the walls spread apart, and suddenly they were in a larger chamber. Some kind of junction point where multiple drainage lines converged. "Hold," Josie whispered from ahead. The group stopped, pressing against the walls, weapons ready. "What is it?" "Light, up ahead, someone's down here." Ellie crept forward until she was beside her daughter. Through the tunnel ahead, she could see what Josie meant. A faint glow, flickering, the unmistakable quality of firelight. Survivors? Maybe. Or Meridian patrols. Would they patrol down here? I don't know. They might have started after I escaped. The group held a whispered conference. Going forward meant potentially walking into a trap. Going back meant abandoning the mission. "I'll scout," Raphael said. "I'm quieter than anyone else. It's too dangerous. Everything's dangerous. Let me do this. I'll signal if it's clear." Before anyone could argue, he slipped into the darkness ahead, moving with the silent grace that had kept him alive through months of scavenging in hostile territory. They waited. 1 minute, 2, 3. Then Raphael's signal. 3 quick flashes of his light, and they moved forward. The camp was unlike anything Ellie expected to find underground. A dozen people huddled around a small fire, their faces gaunt, their clothes ragged. They looked up as the group approached, their expressions cycling through fear, confusion, and finally desperate hope. "Please," one of them said, a woman middle-aged, with the hollow eyes of someone who'd been running for too long. "Please, we're not infected. We didn't know where else to go." "Who are you?" "Refugees from the city. We've been hiding down here for weeks, ever since the company started rounding people up." "Rounding people up?" "Anyone they think might be immune. They have tests, blood tests, skin tests. If you pass, they take you. If you fail..." The woman shuddered. "We've seen what they do to the ones who fail." Ellie exchanged looks with Josie. "How many of you are there?" 12. There were more, but some left to find food. They didn't come back. "Do you know where the facility entrance is from here?" "Yes. It's maybe a quarter-mile ahead, but you can't go there. The company has soldiers, weapons, things that..." "We know what they have. We're going anyway." The woman stared at her. "Why?" "Because they have something we need, and someone I love." Understanding dawned in the woman's eyes. "You're here to rescue the prisoners, among other things. Then let us help. Please. Some of them are our family, our friends. We couldn't save them when they were taken. Let us try to save them now." Ellie hesitated. More people meant more complications, more variables, more things that could go wrong. But it also meant more hands, more eyes, more distractions for Meridian's security. "Can you fight?" "We can try." It wasn't a ringing endorsement, but it was something. "All right," Ellie said. "Stay close, follow orders, and don't do anything stupid. We get one chance at this." The woman nodded, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you. Thank you." The maintenance access was exactly where Josie remembered. A heavy metal door set into the tunnel wall, secured with a keypad that had long since lost power. Raphael pried it open with a crowbar, the screech of metal on metal echoing through the passage. "So much for quiet entry," June muttered. "Just move, fast." They poured through the door and into the facility's basement level. The contrast with the drainage tunnels was immediate and striking. Where the tunnels had been crude concrete, this was polished steel and fluorescent lighting, emergency backup systems that still functioned, casting everything in harsh white glare. The air was clean, filtered, temperature-controlled. It felt like stepping into another world. "Research wing is that way," Josie said, pointing left. "Medical wing is through the administrative section that way." She pointed right. "This is where we split up." Ellie turned to face her daughter. There were so many things she wanted to say. Warnings, reassurances, the 1,000 variations of "be careful" that mothers have been saying since the beginning of time. "I'll find you," she said instead. "When this is over, I'll find you." "I know." Josie managed a small smile. "You always do." Then she was gone, disappearing down the corridor with Raphael, Marie-Claire, and the refugees who joined them. Ellie watched until they vanished around a corner, then turned to her own team. "Let's go." The research wing was a maze of laboratories and storage rooms, all of them pristine, all of them seemingly abandoned. "Where is everyone?" Teddy whispered. "Night shift. Minimal staffing." Ellie kept her eyes moving, checking every doorway, every intersection. "That's why we came now. It's too quiet. Would you prefer alarms and gunfire? I'd prefer to know why a facility this size feels completely empty." Ellie had been wondering the same thing. The intelligence Josie had provided suggested dozens of scientists working around the clock. But the corridors were deserted, the laboratories dark behind their glass walls. They found the first body at the entrance to the central lab complex. It was a security guard slumped against the wall, his throat torn open. The blood was dry, the body stiff. He'd been dead for at least a day. "Someone got here before us," Darnell said. "Or something." They moved more carefully now, weapons raised, every sense straining for danger. The bodies multiplied as they went deeper. Scientists in lab coats, security personnel in tactical gear, administrative staff who'd probably never expected to die in a place like this. "What happened here?" June asked. Ellie stopped beside a body that was different from the others. This one was wearing civilian clothes, jeans and a t-shirt, the outfit of someone who didn't belong in a corporate facility. And the wounds were different too. Not the savage tearing of infected attacks, but clean cuts, precise and deliberate. "This person was killed by a human," she said. "Someone with training." "Meridian's own people?" "Maybe, or someone else entirely." "Like who?" Before Ellie could answer, the lights went out. The darkness was absolute. For a long moment, no one moved, no one breathed. Then flashlights clicked on, their beams cutting through the blackness, revealing the corridor in fragments. What happened? Someone cut the power. Backup generators? Should have kicked in by now unless someone disabled them too. A sound echoed from somewhere ahead. Footsteps, many of them moving fast. "Get to cover," Ellie hissed. They pressed against the walls, flashlights off now, waiting in the darkness. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and then there were figures moving past them, shapes in the blackout, visible only as darker shadows against the darkness. One of them spoke. The voice was familiar. "Secure the lower levels. If anyone's still alive down there, I want them found." Eugene Prescott. Ellie's blood went cold. The sovereign militia was here. She held her breath as the shapes moved past, counting silently. 20, 30, maybe more. A full assault force, moving through the facility with practiced efficiency. "What the hell are they doing here?" Darnell whispered once the footsteps had faded. "Same thing we are. Going after Meridian's research. But how did they know? How did they get in? Does it matter? They're here now, and if they find us, we're dead." Ellie's mind was racing. "We need to move. Get to the main research lab, grab what we can, and get out before they realize we're here." "What about Josie's team?" "They're on the other side of the facility. If they're smart, they'll stay hidden until the militia clears out." "And if they're not that smart?" Ellie didn't answer. She couldn't afford to think about that possibility. They moved through the darkened corridors, navigating by memory and occasional bursts of flashlight. The facility's layout matched Josie's maps, but everything looked different in the darkness. Every doorway a potential threat, every shadow a possible enemy. The main research laboratory was at the center of the complex. They found it by following signs that emerged in their flashlight beams. Authorized personnel only. Biohazard level 4. Restricted access. The door was open. "Trap?" June asked. "Maybe. Or maybe whoever was working here left in a hurry." Ellie approached cautiously, her rifle raised. "Cover me." She slipped through the doorway and into the lab. The space was massive, a cathedral of science, filled with equipment that probably cost more than Ellie would have earned in a lifetime. Centrifuges and gene sequencers lined the walls. Computer terminals flickered with screensavers, their systems still running on some backup power source. In the center of the room, a massive containment unit dominated the space. A cylinder of glass and steel connected to a network of tubes and wires that spread across the floor like a mechanical spider web. And inside the cylinder, floating in some kind of preservation fluid, was a body. "What the hell is that?" Teddy moved closer, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear. It looks like a specimen, an infected subject, preserved for study." "Why would they need to preserve an infected?" "Because this isn't a normal infected. Teddy was reading displays on the containment unit now, her face pale in the glow of the screens. According to these readings, this subject has been infected for over 6 months. But the decay indicators are minimal. The brain activity is... She stopped. What? The brain activity is near normal. This infected is conscious, aware. Ellie stared at the figure in the tube. It looked human. More human than any infected she'd seen since the outbreak began. No visible decay. No signs of the deterioration that characterized the other victims. Just a person suspended in fluid, eyes closed, seemingly at peace. That's impossible. So was the infection itself, according to everything we knew about biology before this started. Teddy turned to face her. Don't you see? This is what they've been working toward. Not just a cure, a way to control the infection, to harness it. Harness it for what? For whatever they want. Imagine soldiers who can't die, who feel no pain, who follow orders without question. Imagine a workforce that never tires, never complains, never demands wages or rights. Imagine hell on earth. Yes. Teddy's voice was hollow. That's exactly what I'm imagining. Ellie tore her eyes away from the containment unit. We need to find the research data, the formulas, everything they've been working on. It'll be on the servers, but downloading it will take time we don't have. Can you access them? I can try. Teddy moved to one of the computer terminals and began typing. Darnell and June took positions at the doorway, watching for any sign of the militia. Ellie stood in the center of the laboratory, surrounded by the machinery of horror, and wondered if they were already too late. The download was halfway complete when the shooting started. It came from somewhere to the east, the direction of the medical wing, a sudden eruption of gunfire that shattered the facility's eerie silence. That's Josie's team, Ellie said, or the militia found the prisoners. Either way, we need to move faster. I'm going as fast as I can. Teddy's fingers flew across the keyboard. The encryption is... I don't care about encryption. Just get what you can and let's go. More gunfire. Closer now. And mixed with it, the unmistakable sound of screaming. Ellie, Darnell's voice was tight. We've got company. She moved to the doorway and looked out. Flashlight beams were sweeping through the corridor, accompanied by voices. Militia voices calling out positions and targets. They're between us and the exit. Is there another way out? I don't know. Josie's maps. Don't cover this section, I know. Ellie's mind raced through options. Fight their way out. Unlikely to succeed against superior numbers. Hide and wait. Risky, with the militia systematically sweeping the facility. Find an alternate route. Possible but time-consuming. The gunfire intensified. Someone was screaming for help. Download complete, Teddy said. Then we move. Now! They burst out of the laboratory and into the corridor, heading away from the militia's sweep pattern. The darkness was both ally and enemy. It hid them from pursuit, but it also hid the dangers ahead. They ran. The facility was a labyrinth of identical corridors and locked doors. Ellie led the group through turns and intersections, guided more by instinct than knowledge, searching for any sign of an exit. Behind them, the sounds of combat grew louder. The militia had found resistance somewhere, and the battle was spreading. There, June said, pointing to a door marked Emergency Exit. They crashed through it and found themselves in a stairwell, a vertical shaft leading both up and down. Which way? Down. The drainage tunnels should... Ellie! The voice came from above. Ellie looked up and saw figures descending the stairs. Not militia, but refugees. The same people they'd found in the tunnels, now fleeing in panic. What happened? They found us. The woman who'd spoken before was wild-eyed, her clothes splattered with blood. The soldiers! They found the prisoners. They're killing everyone. Where's Josie? Where's my daughter? I don't know. We got separated. There was so much shooting, so much... Where did you see her last? The medical wing, 2nd floor. But you can't go back there. It's... Ellie was already moving, pushing past the refugees, climbing the stairs. Ellie, wait! She didn't wait. Couldn't wait. Josie was up there in danger and nothing else mattered. The 2nd floor of the medical wing was chaos. Bodies lay everywhere. Militia soldiers, Meridian staff, refugees, prisoners. The fighting had been intense in close quarters, leaving the corridors painted with blood and littered with spent casings. Ellie moved through the carnage with her rifle raised, stepping over bodies, checking faces. None of them were Josie, none of them were Raphael or Marie Claire. "Josie!" she called. "Emma, Josie, where are you?" No answer. She kept moving, clearing rooms, searching every corner. The medical wing's layout was similar to hospitals she'd worked in. Patient rooms along the outer walls, nursing stations at regular intervals, larger procedure rooms at the intersections. She found Raphael in one of the procedure rooms. He was slumped against a wall, his eyes staring at nothing, his chest a ruin of bullet wounds. The look on his face was almost peaceful, surprised maybe, but not afraid. He'd died quickly at least. "Damn it," Ellie whispered. "Damn it, Raphael." She closed his eyes and moved on. The corridor beyond the procedure room led to a larger space. Some kind of common area maybe where the prisoners had been allowed to gather. Now it was a killing field. The militia had been thorough. Dozens of bodies filled the space, all of them shot execution style, all of them bearing the marks of systematic slaughter. Among them, Ellie could see the remnants of the prisoners Josie had come to rescue, men and women who'd been held captive for months, finally freed only to be murdered within minutes. And in the center of the room, surrounded by the dead, stood Josie. She was alive, covered in blood, not her own, Ellie realized, and holding a pistol that must have been taken from one of the soldiers. Her eyes were distant, her expression the blank mask of someone who'd witnessed too much horror to process. "Josie." No response. "Josie, honey, it's me. It's Mom." The pistol wavered. Josie's eyes focused, slowly recognizing the face in front of her. "Mom, I'm here. I'm here, baby. We need to go. They killed them." Josie's voice was barely above a whisper. "They killed all of them. We got them out of their cells. We were leading them to the exit, and then..." She looked down at the bodies around her. "I tried to stop them. I shot 2 of them, but there were too many. I know, sweetheart, but we need to move. More of them are coming." "Where's Raphael?" Ellie hesitated, then, "He didn't make it." Something broke behind Josie's eyes, another piece of her falling away. "Marie Claire? I don't know, but we can't stay here to find out. Come on." She reached out, took Josie's hand, and pulled her toward the exit. They found Marie Claire in the stairwell. She was alive, huddled in a corner, her young face streaked with tears and grime. When she saw Ellie and Josie, she let out a sob of relief. I thought you were dead." "Not yet." Ellie helped her to her feet. "Where are the others?" "I don't know. We got separated when the shooting started. I ran." "Smart. Now we need to keep running. Can you walk?" Marie Claire nodded, though her legs were shaking. They descended the stairs as quickly as they dared, listening for sounds of pursuit. The gunfire above was sporadic now. The battle was winding down one way or another. The basement level was quieter. They made their way back toward the drainage tunnel entrance, moving through corridors that were now familiar, stepping over bodies that hadn't been there an hour ago. "What happened to everyone else?" Josie asked. "Your team?" "I don't know. We got separated too. They could be dead. They could be. Or they could be making their way out the same way we are." They reached the maintenance door. It was still open, the drainage tunnel yawning beyond it like a mouth waiting to swallow them. "Go," Ellie said. "Both of you. Get back to the bunker. What about you? I need to find the others. Mom, I said go. Ellie's voice was harder than she intended. I didn't come all this way to lose anyone else. Get to safety. I'll find you. Josie looked like she wanted to argue. Then she nodded. 1 hour, she said. If you're not back in 1 hour, I'm coming to find you. You will not. 1 hour. Then she was gone, pulling Marie-Claire into the darkness of the tunnel. Ellie watched until their flashlights disappeared around a bend, then turned back toward the facility. Darnell, June, Teddy, Patricia, Camille, Stubbs. Somewhere in this nightmare they were waiting, alive or dead. She was going to find out which. The facility's power came back on as Ellie climbed back toward the main level. Fluorescent lights flickered to life, flooding the corridors with harsh brightness after the long darkness. Ellie squinted against the sudden illumination, her rifle raised, expecting enemies to appear at any moment. The lights revealed the full extent of the carnage. Bodies everywhere. Militia soldiers, Meridian staff, infected. The infected must have gotten in somehow during the fighting, adding their own brand of chaos to the slaughter. Blood painted the walls in abstract patterns, and the smell of death was overwhelming. Ellie moved through the charnel house, checking faces, looking for her people. She found Teddy first. The older woman was slumped against a wall near the research wing entrance, her hands pressed against a wound in her stomach, her face gray with blood loss. Teddy. Ellie. Teddy's voice was weak, her eyes struggling to focus. Did you get it? The data? Yes, you did it. You got everything. Good, that's good. A cough, wet and rattling. They caught us in the corridor, militia. I tried to run, but don't talk, save your strength. For what? A bitter laugh that turned into another cough. I know what this feels like. I'm a chemistry teacher. I understand biology. We'll get you out. We'll find a doctor. There's no time. Teddy reached into her jacket and pulled out a small device, a USB drive, identical to the one she'd been carrying since Vicksburg. I made a backup before we left the bunker, in case something happened to me. Teddy, take it. Get it to someone who can use it. Stop Meridian. Stop all of this. Ellie took the drive with numb fingers. The others? Teddy asked. Josie? She's safe. She's out. Good. Teddy's eyes were closing. That's good. You found her. You actually found her. Teddy, stay with me. Teddy. But Teddy was gone, her last breath escaping in a quiet sigh, her body going limp against the wall. Ellie knelt there for a long moment, holding the hand of a woman who'd carried guilt for months and had finally found something to believe in. Then she stood up and kept moving. She found Darnell and June together. They were barricaded in a supply closet, both of them wounded but alive. Darnell had taken a bullet to the shoulder. June had a gash across her forehead that had bled impressively but wasn't serious. Thank God, Darnell said when Ellie opened the door. We thought, I know. Can you move? We can try. She helped them to their feet, supporting Darnell on one side while June leaned against the wall for balance. Where are the others? Teddy's dead. I don't know about Patricia, Camille, or Stubbs. Stubbs went his own way, June said. Her voice was bitter. As soon as the shooting started, he disappeared. Said he was going to secure an exit route. And we haven't seen him since. Ellie filed that information away. If Stubbs had betrayed them, if he'd led the militia here, there would be a reckoning later. But right now, survival came first. We need to find Patricia and Camille. Patricia went toward the administrative wing, said she saw something, someone she recognized. Recognized? I don't know, she didn't explain. The administrative wing, the opposite direction from the exit. Get to the drainage tunnel, Ellie said. Follow it back to the junction. Josie and Marie-Claire should be there. What about you? I'm going to find Patricia. Ellie, go. That's not a request. Darnell and June exchanged looks. Then Darnell nodded. Be careful. Always. The administrative wing was the most intact part of the facility. Here, the fighting had been minimal. The militia had apparently moved through quickly, targeting the research and medical sections, leaving the corporate offices largely untouched. Ellie moved through empty corridors lined with motivational posters and corporate mission statements, the mundane detritus of business as usual obscuring the horrors that had been conducted here. She found Patricia in what had been the CEO's office. The Reverend was standing in front of a massive window that looked out over the facility grounds. The glass was cracked but unbroken, offering a view of the carnage below, parking lots filled with abandoned vehicles, guard towers unmanned, and everywhere the signs of the battle that had raged through the night. But Patricia wasn't looking at any of that. She was looking at something else. Patricia. No response. Ellie moved closer, following the Reverend's gaze, and finally saw what held her attention. A photograph on the desk. A group of people in business attire smiling for the camera, the kind of corporate team photo that hung in offices around the world. But one of the faces was circled in red marker, and that face was familiar. That's Isaiah Blackwood, Ellie said. Yes, Patricia's voice was distant. Before he found God, before he became what he is now. He worked for Meridian? He was on the board, one of the original investors. Patricia picked up the photograph, studying it with something like wonder. I always wondered how he knew so much about the infection, how he seemed to understand things that no one else did. He was there from the beginning. He was part of this. He helped create the outbreak. He profited from it, which might be worse. Patricia set down the photograph. They all did. Everyone in this picture. They knew what they were doing, knew the risks, knew what might happen, and they did it anyway. For money. For power. The infection was an accident. Was it? Or was it the goal all along? Patricia turned to face her. Think about it. A virus that creates an army of mindless workers, a cure that you control, a new world order built from the ashes of the old. Blackwood didn't become a cult leader because he found faith. He became a cult leader because he saw an opportunity. The same opportunity all of them saw. You can't know that. Can't I? I spent 30 years listening to people confess their sins. I know what humans are capable of. I know the darkness in their hearts. She shook her head. This wasn't an accident. This was a plan. And somewhere out there, the people who made it are waiting to reap the rewards. Ellie didn't know how to respond. The scope of what Patricia was suggesting, a conspiracy to end the world, seemed too monstrous to be real. But then again, so had the infection itself. We need to go, she said finally. The militia is still sweeping the facility. If they find us, they won't find me. What? Patricia reached into her jacket and pulled out something small and metallic. It took Ellie a moment to recognize it. A detonator. I found this in the security office, Patricia said, along with information about the facility's self-destruct system. Meridian built contingencies into everything. In case of catastrophic containment breach, the entire complex can be destroyed in a controlled demolition. Patricia, what are you doing? What needs to be done? The Reverend's smile was sad but certain. This place is evil, Ellie. Not just what they did here, but what it represents. The arrogance of men who think they can control nature. The cruelty of corporations that treat human life as a resource to be exploited. It needs to be destroyed. Completely. So nothing can rise from its ashes. We can do that without someone staying behind to make sure it happens? No. The system requires manual activation from the control room. Someone has to stay. Then let me... You have a daughter to take care of. A world to save. Patricia reached out and took Ellie's hands. I've been searching for purpose ever since my congregation died. Searching for something to believe in when faith had failed me. This is it. This is what I was meant to do. Patricia, please, go. Find Josie, get everyone out of here, and Ellie? The Reverend's grip tightened. Don't let them win, whatever it takes, don't let them win. She released Ellie's hands and turned back toward the window. You have 15 minutes. I suggest you run. Ellie ran. Down the corridors of the administrative wing, through the carnage of the research section, past the bodies and the blood and the evidence of humanity's capacity for destruction. She ran until her lungs burned and her legs screamed, until the maintenance door appeared ahead of her like salvation. She threw herself into the drainage tunnel and kept running. Behind her, the Meridian facility stood silent, its secrets and its horrors waiting for the cleansing fire that was coming. Patricia Holloway stood at the controls, her hands steady, her faith finally restored in the only way that mattered. And 15 minutes later, the sky lit up with the light of destruction. The explosion shook the ground beneath them. Ellie felt it through the walls of the drainage tunnel, a deep rumbling that grew until the concrete itself seemed to vibrate, dust raining from the ceiling, the very air pressure changing as something massive collapsed above them. She kept running. The junction was ahead. She could see flashlight beams, hear voices calling her name. Familiar voices, living voices. She burst out of the tunnel and into the arms of her daughter. Mom! Josie was crying, holding her tight. We felt the explosion. We thought, I'm okay. I'm okay, baby. She looked around the chamber. Marie Claire was there, huddled against the wall. Darnell and June supporting each other. Camille, who must have found her own way out, her elegant composure cracked but not broken. And the refugees, the ones who'd joined them in the tunnels, fewer now than before, but still alive. Teddy? Josie asked. Ellie shook her head. Patricia? Another shake. She stayed, Ellie said, to make sure it was destroyed, to make sure nothing survived. The group was silent. Outside, muffled by rock and earth, the destruction continued. Secondary explosions, collapsing structures, the death throes of a facility that had created an apocalypse. What now? Darnell finally asked. Ellie looked at the faces around her. Survivors. All of them. People who had lost everything and kept going anyway. People who had every reason to give up but hadn't. Now we get out of this tunnel, she said. We get back to the bunker. We rest, we heal, and we figure out our next move. And then, Ellie pulled out the USB drive that Teddy had given her. In her other pocket was the original, the one they'd downloaded from Meridian servers before everything went to hell. Then we find a way to use this, a way to stop this infection for good, a way to give everyone a chance. That's a big goal. It's the only goal that matters. She turned toward the tunnel that led back to the surface, back to the nightmare world they'd have to navigate, back to all the dangers that still waited. But for the first time since this had started, she felt something she hadn't allowed herself to feel. Hope. Not the desperate, fragile hope of a mother searching for her daughter. Something bigger. Something that included everyone who was still alive, everyone who was still fighting. They had information. They had immunity. They had each other. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Let's go, she said. And they went. The bunker welcomed them back like an old friend. They filed through the entrance, exhausted and wounded, carrying their dead in memory if not in body. The familiar walls of the underground shelter felt like a sanctuary after the horrors of the Meridian facility. Get some rest, Ellie told the group. We'll figure out next steps in the morning. No one argued. They dispersed to their various corners of the bunker, collapsing onto makeshift beds, letting the darkness of sleep claim them. Ellie stayed awake. She sat in the central chamber, Teddy's USB drive in her hand, staring at nothing. The weight of everything that had happened pressed down on her, the deaths, the revelations, the terrible scope of what Meridian had done and what still needed to be stopped. Patricia was gone. Teddy was gone. Raphael was gone. And somewhere out there, Stubbs was either dead or had betrayed them. The sovereign militia had shown up at Meridian for a reason, and Ellie didn't believe in coincidences. "You should sleep." She looked up. Josie was standing in the doorway, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. "So should you." "Can't. Every time I close my eyes, I see—" Josie stopped. "You know." "Yeah, I know." Josie crossed to sit beside her mother. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. "What's on the drive?" Josie finally asked. "Everything. Meridian's research, the origin of the infection, potential treatments." Ellie turned the drive over in her hands. Teddy's nephew was one of the original researchers. He sent her all of it. Notes, formulas, internal communications. Everything they didn't want anyone to know. Can it help? Can it stop this? Maybe, if we can get it to someone with the resources to use it. Helena? The National Guard? They have some infrastructure, scientists, equipment. It might be enough to analyze what we have, to start developing a real treatment. Then that's where we go. Ellie looked at her daughter. The hollowness was still there, the trauma that might never fully heal. But something else was there too. Determination, purpose, the same stubborn strength that had kept Josie alive through 4 months of captivity. "We need to talk about what happened," Ellie said gently. "What they did to you. What you saw." "I know, but not tonight." Josie leaned against her mother's shoulder. "Tonight I just want to sit here with you, knowing we're both alive." "Okay, okay." They sat together in the darkness of the bunker, mother and daughter, surrounded by sleeping survivors and the weight of an uncertain future. Outside, the world continued its collapse. The infected roamed the streets of Memphis. The Meridian facility burned. The forces that had caused this nightmare regrouped and plotted their next move. But here, in this moment, there was peace. It was enough. It had to be enough. Morning came with problems. Camille was the one who found them. Signs that they weren't alone in the bunker anymore. Footprints in the dust that didn't match anyone in their group. Empty food containers that they hadn't opened. "We have company," she said, gathering the others in the central chamber. "Infected? No. The locks are intact. Someone with access." "Stubbs," June said. Her voice was cold. "He knew about this place. He could have led others here." "Why would he do that?" "Because he's been playing us from the start. Think about it. He survived Greenville when everyone else died. He showed up at the casino just in time to join us. He separated from the group right before the militia attacked the facility. You think he's working with Prescott? I think it's too much coincidence." Ellie's jaw tightened. She'd had her doubts about Stubbs from the beginning, but she'd pushed them aside because they needed the bodies, needed every capable person they could find. Now that choice might cost them everything. "We need to sweep the bunker," she said. "Make sure we're really alone, and then we need to move." "Move where?" "Helena, like we planned. But we take a different route, assume we're being watched." The group dispersed to search the bunker's various sections. Ellie took Josie with her, unwilling to let her daughter out of her sight. They found Stubbs in the communications room. He was sitting at the old radio equipment, his back to the door, speaking into a handset in a voice too low to make out. When he heard them enter, he spun around, his hand going to his weapon. "Don't," Ellie said. Her rifle was already raised, pointed at his center mass. "Talk, now!" "Ellie, I can explain." "I'm sure you can, but I want the truth. Who are you talking to?" Stubbs' eyes darted between Ellie and Josie, calculating, assessing. Then his shoulders slumped. "Prescott," he said. "I've been in contact with the militia since Vicksburg. Why? Because they're the only ones with any real power left. The National Guard is fractured, barely holding together. The government is gone. Meridian was the last major organization with resources, and now they're destroyed too. Prescott is building something that can survive, something that can rebuild, something that executes anyone who doesn't fit their vision of racial purity. That's... Stubbs stopped, changed tactics. I'm not saying they're perfect, but they're effective. They have food, weapons, organization. They can protect people. People like you. People who are useful. People who can contribute. And people like us, like my daughter. Stubbs was quiet. That's what I thought. Ellie's finger tightened on the trigger. You led them to Meridian. You told them we'd be there. I told them the facility was vulnerable. I didn't know they'd assault it the same night as us. Liar. I'm not... People died because of you. Teddy, Raphael, Patricia. Dozens of prisoners who were finally free. Their blood is on your hands. I did what I had to do to survive. No. You did what you thought would benefit you. There's a difference. Stubbs stared at her, his expression shifting from defiance to something like acceptance. So what now? You shoot me? That's tempting. Mom, Josie said softly. Ellie kept her eyes on Stubbs. You have information, things you've told Prescott, things he's told you. I want all of it. And then? And then you're on your own. No supplies, no weapons, just whatever chance you can make for yourself out there. That's a death sentence. It's more than you deserve. Stubbs was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. Prescott's main base is at the Grand Gulf Military Monument. He has maybe 300 fighters, heavily armed. He's been consolidating territory, taking over towns, building his new order. What does he want? Control. Power. A world remade in his image. Stubbs laughed bitterly. Same thing everyone wants at the end of the world. Does he know where we are? He knows you are heading to Memphis. He knows about the university bunker. I told him he's probably sent people already. Then we need to leave. Now. One more thing. Stubbs' voice dropped. Prescott isn't the real threat. He thinks he's building an empire, but he's just a tool. The people behind Meridian, the ones who actually planned this, they're still out there. And they're not going to stop until they control what's left of civilization. Who are they? I don't know names, but Prescott has been in contact with them. Getting supplies, intelligence, support. Whoever they are, they see him as useful. For now. Ellie absorbed this information. Another layer to the conspiracy. Another enemy hiding in the shadows. Get out, she said. My weapons are staying here. Go before I change my mind. Stubbs stood slowly, his hands raised. He walked toward the door, pausing beside Ellie. You're not going to win, he said. This isn't a story where the good guys triumph. This is the end of everything. The only question is who's standing when the dust settles. Then I'll make sure it's not you. Stubbs walked out. They evacuated the bunker within the hour. 12 survivors now, including the refugees who joined them at Meridian. They traveled light, carrying only what they absolutely needed, leaving behind anything that might slow them down. The route to Helena would take them west, away from Memphis, away from militia territory if they were careful. 100 miles through the Arkansas wasteland, through terrain that might be contested, through dangers they could only imagine. But they had information. They had immunity. They had each other. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Ellie led the group through the university campus, past buildings that had once bustled with students and now stood empty and silent. The infected were sparse here, drawn elsewhere by sounds or stimuli that humans couldn't perceive, and the group made good progress. They reached the edge of the campus without incident. Beyond lay the city, and beyond the city the river. We'll follow the water, Ellie said. Same as before. The levees are our best route. What about the militia? We avoid their territory. Go around if we have to. That could add days to the journey. Days we can spare. What we can't spare is another ambush. The group nodded, their trust in her leadership unquestioned, despite everything that had happened. They'd followed her into hell and come out alive. That earned her something. Ellie looked at Josie walking beside her and felt a surge of fierce protectiveness. Her daughter was alive. That was what mattered. Everything else was just details. The Arkansas wasteland stretched before them like a wound that refused to heal. They'd been walking for 2 days since leaving Memphis, following the river when they could, cutting inland when the terrain forced them. The landscape was a patchwork of destruction, flooded farmland alternating with scorched earth, abandoned towns that looked like they'd been abandoned for years rather than weeks. Ellie kept the group moving at a steady pace, pushing them hard during daylight hours, finding shelter before dark. The infected were more active at night, drawn by sounds and movements that the darkness amplified. Better to be hidden when the sun went down. Josie walked beside her, silent for the most part, lost in thoughts Ellie could only imagine. The trauma of the past months was still fresh, still raw, and there were moments when Josie would freeze mid-step, her eyes going distant, her breath catching as some memory overwhelmed her. Ellie didn't push. She'd worked with enough trauma patients to know that healing couldn't be forced. All she could do was be present, be patient, be ready when Josie was ready to talk. That moment came on the 3rd night. They'd found shelter in an abandoned farmhouse, its windows boarded, its doors still intact. The group was spread across the ground floor, taking turns on watch, trying to get what rest they could. Ellie and Josie had claimed a corner near the kitchen, close to the back door in case they needed to run. "I need to tell you something," Josie said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Ellie waited. "About how I got involved with Meridian. About why I was there in the first place. You don't have to." "I do. You came all this way to find me. You deserve to know the truth." Ellie shifted closer, taking her daughter's hand in the darkness. "I was drowning in debt," Josie said. "Student loans, living expenses, textbooks. Everything costs so much more than they tell you. I didn't want to ask you for money. You and Dad had already sacrificed so much to send me to school, I couldn't ask for more. We would have helped. You know that." "I know. But I was too proud, too stubborn." A bitter laugh. "I get that from you. Guilty." Meridian was recruiting test subjects for a clinical trial. Good money, really good money, enough to cover my expenses for the semester. All I had to do was take some tests, get some injections, let them monitor me for a few weeks. What kind of injections? They said it was a preventive treatment, something to do with neurological disorders. They were very vague about the details, but it seemed legitimate. FDA-approved facility, proper consent forms, the whole thing. And it wasn't legitimate. It was an immunity trial. They'd isolated something, a protein, a gene variant, I never understood the specifics, that made certain people resistant to the pathogen they were developing. They were testing to see if they could transfer that immunity to others. Ellie felt cold despite the humid night air. They knew. They knew what they were creating, and they were already working on ways to protect themselves. "I think so. I didn't understand it at the time. I just thought I was helping with medical research." Josie's grip tightened. "The treatment worked. It made me immune. But there were side effects. Memory issues, mood swings, things they said would go away with time. I stopped going back for follow-up appointments. I didn't want to deal with it. And then the outbreak happened. And I realized what I'd been part of." Josie's voice broke. "I helped them, Mom. I was a test subject in the program that destroyed the world." "No." Ellie's voice was firm. "You were a victim. You didn't know what they were doing. You couldn't have known. But I should have asked more questions. Should have been more careful. Should have, could have, would have. Those words don't mean anything anymore. What matters is what we do now. Josie was quiet for a moment. Then, when they came for me, after the outbreak when Meridian started collecting immune survivors, I thought maybe I could help. They said we were going to save humanity. They said our blood held the key to a cure. They lied. They always lie. But I believed them because I wanted it to be true. I wanted my mistake to mean something. She took a shuddering breath. It didn't. They just used us, harvested us like crops. And when we stopped being useful, when our blood stopped producing enough antibodies, they disposed of us. Disposed how? I don't know exactly. People would disappear from the medical wing. The doctors would say they'd been transferred to another facility. But I saw the incinerators. I saw the body bags. Ellie pulled her daughter close, holding her as she sobbed, letting the grief and guilt and horror finally find release. There were no words for this, no comfort adequate to the magnitude of what had been done. All she could offer was presence. The simple fact of being there, of not letting go. It wasn't enough. But it was all she had. They reached the river crossing at midday on the fourth day. The bridge was destroyed, another casualty of the military's early containment efforts, but the water was low enough that they could see where the old ferry landing had been. Rusted cables still stretched across the current, anchored to pylons that had somehow survived the hurricane. We could rig a crossing, Darnell said, studying the setup. Use the cables as a guide, build some kind of platform. That would take hours, maybe days. You have a better idea? Ellie scanned the riverbank. The Mississippi was narrower here than it had been farther south, but it was still a formidable obstacle. Maybe a quarter-mile of open water flowing fast with the accumulated runoff from weeks of rain. There, Camille said, pointing downstream. Is that a boat? It was. Half hidden in the reeds along the bank, its hull weathered but apparently intact. A small fishing vessel, the kind locals used for bass and catfish before the world ended. Could be a trap, June said. Could be salvation, only one way to find out. They approached carefully, weapons ready. But the boat was abandoned, its owner long gone to whatever fate had claimed them. The engine was dead, but the oars were still there and the hull was watertight. It'll take multiple trips, Ellie said. 4 people at a time, Max. We'll need to... A sound cut her off. Distant but unmistakable. Engines. Multiple engines coming from the south. Everyone down, Ellie hissed. Into the reeds, now! They scattered, hiding in the vegetation along the riverbank, pressing themselves into the mud. Ellie found a position where she could see the road that ran parallel to the river, her rifle ready. The vehicles appeared a minute later. 3 trucks, military-grade, bristling with armed men. They rolled past the hiding survivors at moderate speed, their occupants scanning the terrain with the practiced eyes of hunters. Militia. Ellie held her breath, watching, waiting. The trucks continued north, following the road toward the bridge that was no longer there. Eventually, they'd realize the crossing was destroyed. Eventually, they'd turn back. But by then, the survivors would be on the other side. Move, Ellie whispered once the trucks were out of sight. Fast. Everyone in the boat. The crossing was a nightmare. The current was stronger than it looked, grabbing the boat and trying to drag it downstream. The oars were barely adequate to the task, requiring all of Darnell's strength to make any headway against the flow. Ellie went with the first group, herself, Josie, Marie-Claire, and one of the refugees. They hit the far bank about 100 yards downstream from where they'd started, fighting through reeds and mud to reach solid ground. Get the boat back, Ellie told Marie-Claire. Take Darnell and get the others, hurry! The young Cajun girl nodded and pushed off. her small form straining against the current as she guided the boat back toward the far shore. Ellie watched, her heart pounding, as the remaining survivors piled into the boat for the second crossing. Darnell at the oars again, his wounded shoulder clearly paining him, but his grip never faltering. They were halfway across when the trucks returned. Ellie saw them crest the hill above the riverbank, saw them stop as the drivers spotted the people in the water. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the shooting started. "Down!" Ellie screamed. Though the people in the boat couldn't hear her over the gunfire and the roar of the current. Bullets sprayed across the water. The boat rocked wildly as its occupants tried to duck below the gunwales. Someone screamed, one of the refugees hit in the shoulder, blood spraying across the hull. "Row!" Darnell was shouting, pulling at the oars with desperate strength. "Row, damn it!" More gunfire, more screams. The boat lurched, water pouring in through holes that hadn't been there a moment ago. Ellie raised her rifle and fired. The distance was too great for accuracy, but she didn't need accuracy. She needed suppression, needed to make the shooters duck, needed to buy the boat time to reach the shore. Josie was beside her, firing too, her hands steady despite everything. The refugees who'd made the first crossing were scattering, finding cover, adding their own fire to the chaos. The boat hit the bank. Bodies spilled out, some moving, some not. Ellie ran toward them, grabbing arms, dragging people into the shelter of the reeds. Darnell was bleeding from a wound on his leg. June was unconscious, a gash on her head that looked serious. 2 of the refugees weren't moving at all. The others, they're coming. Camille had somehow made it through untouched, her elegance incongruous against the blood and mud. Marie-Claire took the boat back. More gunfire from the far bank. The militia had made it down to the water's edge. We're setting up positions. We're preparing for sustained assault. And on the other side of the river, 3 figures were still waiting to cross. Marie-Claire, a refugee named Thomas, and an older woman named Grace who'd been one of the original prisoners at Meridian. "They can't make it," Camille said, "not under this fire. They have to try. They'll die. Then I'll cover them." Ellie checked her ammunition. 3 magazines left, maybe 90 rounds. Not enough, not nearly enough. "You get the wounded away from the bank, find shelter. I'll hold them here as long as I can." "Ellie, go, that's not a request." Camille hesitated for just a moment. Then she nodded and started dragging the wounded into the trees. Ellie settled into position, rifle raised, waiting. The boat pushed off from the far shore. Marie-Claire was rowing with everything she had, her young arms straining, her face set with determination. Thomas and Grace huddled in the bottom of the boat, trying to stay below the gunwales, trying to make themselves as small as possible. The militia opened fire immediately. Ellie fired back, picking targets, trying to keep the shooters' heads down. Her rifle cracked in steady rhythm, and she saw one of the militia soldiers fall, then another. But there were too many, and the boat was moving so slowly. "Come on," Ellie muttered. "Come on, come on." The boat lurched. Marie-Claire screamed, a high, thin sound that cut through the noise of gunfire. She'd been hit. Her oar slipped from her hands, trailing in the water. Thomas grabbed it, tried to take over rowing, but he was a city man, had probably never held an oar in his life, and his efforts were clumsy and ineffective. The current grabbed the boat and started pulling it downstream. "No, no, no, no!" Ellie was running along the bank now, tracking the boat's progress, still firing at the militia whenever she had a clear shot. The boat was drifting toward a stretch of rapids, white water frothing over rocks that would tear the hull apart. Marie-Claire was trying to stand up, was trying to reach the oar that Thomas had dropped, was leaning over the side. A bullet caught her in the chest. She fell backward into the boat, her eyes wide with surprise. "Marie-Claire!" The boat hit the rapids. Ellie could only watch as it spun, tilted, capsized. 3 bodies went into the water: Marie Claire's small form, Thomas's flailing arms, Grace's gray hair briefly visible before the current pulled her under. None of them resurfaced. Ellie stood frozen on the bank, her rifle forgotten in her hands, watching the empty river roll past. Gone. They were all gone. The militia didn't follow them across the river. Ellie never knew why. Maybe they'd decided the survivors weren't worth the trouble. Maybe they had other priorities. Maybe they just wanted to send a message, to punish anyone who tried to escape their territory. It didn't matter. What mattered was that they were gone, and Ellie's group was stranded on the wrong side of the Mississippi with 3 dead, 2 seriously wounded, and no boat. They found shelter in an abandoned hunting cabin about a mile from the river. It wasn't much. 4 walls, a roof, no supplies, but it was defensible, and they desperately needed somewhere to stop. June was the most critical. The wound on her head had stopped bleeding, but she still hadn't regained consciousness, and Ellie was worried about internal damage. Without proper medical equipment, all she could do was keep June warm, keep her hydrated, and hope for the best. Darnell's leg wound was cleaner, a through-and-through that had missed the artery. Ellie cleaned it and bandaged it with supplies from their dwindling first aid kit, then ordered him to stay off it. "I'll be fine," he protested. "You'll be dead if that gets infected. Rest." He didn't argue. That told her more about his condition than any amount of protest would have. The others were scattered around the cabin, tending to their own wounds, processing what had happened. The mood was dark, defeated. They'd lost 3 people in the crossing, including Marie Claire, the youngest of their group, the one who'd known the river better than anyone. Josie sat apart from the others, staring at nothing. "Hey," Ellie settled beside her daughter. "You okay?" "No. Me neither. She was just a kid, 16 years old. She should have been in school worrying about homework and boys and—" Josie's voice cracked. "She's dead because of me. Because I needed to be rescued. She's dead because men with guns decided to shoot at her. That's not on you. If I hadn't been captured, if—" That word again. Ellie took Josie's hand. "We can't live in if. We can only live in what's next. And what's next is getting to Helena, getting this data to someone who can use it, and making sure Marie Claire's death meant something." Did it? Did any of this mean anything? Ellie didn't have an answer for that. June woke up on the 2nd day. Her eyes fluttered open, confused, unfocused. She looked around the cabin, taking in the faces watching her, and for a long moment she seemed not to recognize any of them. "Where?" "Arkansas. We made it across the river." "The river?" Memory returned in pieces, visible in the changing expressions on June's face. There was shooting. The boat. We lost 3 people. Marie Claire, Thomas, Grace. June closed her eyes. "Christ! How do you feel?" "Like someone hit me in the head with a hammer." "That's about right. You took a bad fall when the boat hit the bank. Do you know what day it is?" "Tuesday?" "Saturday." "Close enough." Despite everything, Ellie almost smiled. June's dry humor was a good sign. If her personality was intact, her brain was probably okay. "You need to rest. We'll be moving again tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" June tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. "I can barely see straight." "Then you'll lean on someone. We can't stay here. The militia knows we're in this area. Sooner or later, they'll come looking." "And if I can't keep up?" "Then I'll carry you, but you're not staying behind. No one else gets left behind." June studied her for a long moment, then she nodded. "Fine. But if you drop me, I'm going to be very annoyed." "Noted." They moved out at dawn. The group was smaller now, 8 survivors instead of the 12 who'd left Memphis. Ellie led them northwest, toward Helena, through terrain that grew increasingly hostile as they traveled. The infection had hit this region hard. Every town they passed was overrun, every road blocked by abandoned vehicles and wandering infected. They traveled through fields and forests when they could, avoiding the population centers that had become death traps. On the third day, they found the farm. It was set back from the main road, protected by a natural barrier of hills and forest. The buildings were intact. A house, a barn, several outbuildings, and there was a windmill that suggested the well might still be functional. Could be occupied, Camille said. Could be. Only one way to find out. They approached carefully, weapons ready, but the farm was silent, its doors hanging open, its occupants long gone or dead. They found the bodies in the barn. A family, father, mother, 2 children, arranged in a row on the floor, their hands bound, their faces covered with burlap sacks. They'd been dead for at least a week, judging by the decomposition. "Militia?" Josie asked. Ellie shook her head. "No signs. This is something else." The wounds on the bodies told the story. These people had been bitten, infected, and then bound and executed before they could turn. Suicide pacts were becoming common in the apocalypse. When you knew what was coming, when you'd seen what the transformation did to people you loved, some chose a faster end. "We shouldn't stay here," one of the refugees said. "This place is cursed." "Curse or not, we need shelter and supplies." Ellie turned away from the bodies. "We bury them, then we search the property." The farm yielded more than they'd hoped. The well was clean, dug deep enough to tap an aquifer that hadn't been contaminated by the surface infection. The cellar held preserved food, canned goods that would last for months. There were tools, weapons, medical supplies that the family had stockpiled against the disaster that had eventually claimed them. "We could stay here," Darnell said. His leg was healing, but he still walked with a limp. "Build up our strength before the final push to Helena. Too exposed, and too close to militia territory. Then we take what we can carry and move on. That's the plan." They spent the night in the farmhouse, posting watches at the windows, jumping at every sound. The infected were active in this area, drawn by something, moving in patterns that suggested they were following a collective purpose. "The congregation," Josie said when Ellie mentioned it. "At Meridian, the scientists talked about it. They said the infected were starting to form. Colonies, I guess. Group minds. Something that coordinated their behavior across large areas. I saw one in Greenville, a mass of bodies fused together. That's the advanced form, but before they merge, they coordinate, move together, hunt together. Great. As if individual zombies weren't bad enough. It gets worse. The scientists thought the infection was evolving, becoming more efficient, more intelligent." Josie's voice dropped. They were afraid of what it might become if it wasn't stopped, afraid it might eventually become conscious, a single mind spread across millions of bodies. Ellie absorbed this information. Another nightmare to add to the collection. All the more reason to get to Helena, to get this data to people who can do something with it. And if they can't, if there's no cure, then we find another way. But we don't give up. Not ever. Josie looked at her mother for a long moment. Then she nodded. Not ever. The congregation found them on the second night. Ellie was on watch when she first noticed the movement. Shapes in the darkness, too many to count, emerging from the tree line and converging on the farmhouse. They moved in perfect unison, their steps synchronized, their moans blending into a single terrible harmony. "Everyone up!" she shouted. "We need to move now!" The survivors scrambled to gather their supplies, their weapons, their wounded. June was still unsteady, but she'd regained enough strength to walk with support. Darnell's leg had improved enough that he could move at close to full speed. They burst out the back door and ran for the hills. The congregation followed, Unlike normal infected, these ones didn't stumble or hesitate. They flowed across the landscape like water, filling every gap, exploiting every weakness in the survivors' formation. Individual zombies broke off from the mass to circle around, cutting off escape routes, herding the group toward the river, Ellie realized. They're pushing us toward the river. Why? I don't know, but we can't let them. She changed direction, leading the group uphill instead of toward the water. The infected adjusted immediately, their formation shifting to intercept. They're learning, Josie gasped. Adapting. Then we need to be smarter. Ellie's eyes scanned the terrain, looking for anything they could use. There, a ridgeline, maybe 100 yards ahead, with rocks and brush that could provide cover. Make for the high ground. We'll make a stand there. They ran. The congregation pursued. The gap between them narrowed with every second. The first infected reached Ellie just as she crested the ridge. She spun, rifle raised, and put a bullet through its skull. Another took its place immediately, then another, an endless tide of decay and hunger. "Form a line!" she shouted. "Don't let them get behind us!" The survivors spread out along the ridge, firing into the mass of infected below. Bullets dropped bodies, but more kept coming, climbing over their fallen comrades, reaching for the living with grasping hands. "There's too many! Keep firing!" A refugee went down, pulled into the horde. His screams cut off abruptly as teeth found his throat. Another was swarmed, disappearing beneath a pile of bodies that tore him apart in seconds. Fall back to the rocks!" They retreated to a cluster of boulders at the top of the ridge, forming a defensive circle, firing in all directions. The infected pressed against them from every side, an endless tide that seemed impossible to stop. And then suddenly they stopped. The congregation froze mid-attack, every infected body going rigid simultaneously. Their heads turned, all of them at the same moment, toward something in the distance, something only they could perceive. "What's happening?" "I don't know, don't move." For long seconds, nothing happened. The infected stood like statues, their eyes fixed on the horizon, their bodies trembling with some internal conflict. Then they turned and walked away. Not running, not retreating. Just walking in perfect formation, disappearing into the darkness as quickly as they'd appeared. The survivors stood in stunned silence, watching them go. "What the hell was that?" Darnell finally asked. Ellie shook her head. "I don't know, but whatever called them away is probably worse than they are." "Yeah." She looked at the bodies of the refugees who'd been killed in the attack. 2 more dead, 6 survivors left. "We keep moving," she said. "Whatever's out there, I don't want to meet it." They found the militia camp 4 days later. It was abandoned, recently abandoned, judging by the still warm coals in the fire pits and the supplies left behind. Whoever had been here had left in a hurry, taking only what they could carry. "They're retreating," Camille said. "But from what? The congregation, maybe, or something else. Look at this." Josie had found papers scattered near one of the tents. Maps, reports, handwritten notes. They were tracking something, movement patterns. Ellie looked at the documents. They showed the region between Memphis and Helena, covered in annotations and marked with symbols she didn't recognize. "What are these?" "Sighting reports, I think. Locations where they encountered large groups of infected." Josie pointed to a cluster of marks near the river. "And here, this is dated yesterday, they saw something big, something that made them decide to pull out." "Big how?" "It doesn't say. Just containment impossible, evacuation ordered." Ellie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The militia were fanatics, heavily armed, willing to die for their cause. If something had made them run, "We need to get to Helena, now." "Ellie, the others are exhausted. June can barely—" "I know, But whatever scared the militia is still out there. And if it comes this way, then we need to be somewhere else. Exactly. They gathered what supplies they could from the abandoned camp, food, water, ammunition, and continued toward Helena. The terrain was easier here, the roads clearer, and they made good progress despite their exhaustion. But something was wrong. The closer they got to Helena, the more wrong it felt. There were no patrols, no checkpoints, no signs of the organized military presence that had welcomed them before. "Where is everyone?" Darnell asked. Ellie didn't answer. She was looking at the horizon, at the column of smoke rising from somewhere ahead, from the direction of Helena. They reached the safe zone at sunset, or what was left of it. The walls were breached in a dozen places, torn apart by something stronger than any conventional weapon. The guard towers had collapsed. The streets inside were filled with bodies, soldiers, civilians, infected, all mixed together in a carpet of death. "No," Ellie whispered. "No, no, no." She ran through the destroyed gate, past the corpses, into the heart of what had been the only safe haven for 100 miles. The buildings were burned. The generator station was a smoking ruin. The hospital where Dr. Okonkwo had stayed behind was nothing but rubble. "Dr. Okonkwo!" she shouted. "DeMarcus, is anyone alive?" No answer. Just the wind moving through empty streets carrying the smell of death. They searched for hours, found nothing but corpses. The safe zone was gone. Everyone in it was dead. Ellie stood in the ruins of the hospital, staring at nothing. The data drive was heavy in her pocket. The weight of everything they'd sacrificed to get it here, to get it to someone who could use it. All of it meaningless now. "Ellie," Josie's voice soft with concern. "What's the point?" Ellie asked. Her voice was hollow. "We came all this way, lost so many people, for what? There's nothing left, no one to help, no one to save. There's us. For how long? The militia is out there. The infected are evolving. There's something worse than either of them, something that destroyed an entire safe zone." She turned to face her daughter. "We're running out of places to run, running out of people to save us. Then we save ourselves. How?" Josie didn't have an answer. None of them did. The sun set over the ruins of Helena, painting the destruction in shades of red and gold. The survivors, 6 of them now, down from the dozens who'd left Memphis, gathered in what had been the town square, surrounded by the dead. "There has to be somewhere else," Darnell said. "Other safe zones, other survivors. We haven't seen any signs of organized resistance since Memphis. Maybe there isn't anything left. There's always something left. People are resilient. They survive. Until they don't." Silence fell over the group. The weight of their situation pressed down on them, crushing hope, crushing will. Then June spoke. "We have the data," she said. Her voice was weak but steady. "Teddy died for that data. Patricia died to destroy Meridian. Marie Claire died getting us across the river. Are we going to let all of that be for nothing? What do you suggest we do with it? We figure it out ourselves." June pushed herself to her feet, swaying slightly before finding her balance. "There has to be equipment somewhere. Labs, computers, something we can use. We have a nurse, a pharmacist." She nodded at one of the refugees. "And information that nobody else has. That's more than most people have. We're not scientists. Neither were the people who built the first vaccines, the first treatments, the first anything. They were just people who refused to give up." June looked around at the group. "I've been waiting to die for a year. Huntington's disease, remember? Every day I wake up wondering if this is the day I start losing control of my body, my mind. But I'm still here, still fighting, because the alternative is letting the bastards who did this win." "June, no. I'm tired of watching people sacrifice themselves while I sit on the sidelines. If we're going to die anyway, Let's die trying to fix this. The group was silent. Then slowly Darnell nodded. She's right. We've come too far to give up now. But where do we go? Ellie was still staring at the ruins, her mind turning over possibilities. The data drive, Josie's immunity, the research they'd downloaded from Meridian, Teddy's notes, all of it useless without the right equipment. Unless Meridian had distribution facilities, she said slowly. Regional centers where they stored supplies, equipment, test results. There's one in Little Rock. Little Rock is 100 miles from here. Then we have 100 miles to travel. Through territory we don't know. Filled with infected militia, God knows what else. We've been through worse. Have we? Ellie looked at her daughter, at Darnell, June, Camille, at the 3 refugees who'd somehow survived the journey from Memphis. 6 people, exhausted and wounded and barely holding on, but still holding on. We have the data, she said. We have immunity, we have each other. It's not much, but it's something, and something is better than nothing. Inspirational speeches don't stop bullets. No. But they stop despair. And right now, despair is the biggest enemy we have. She held out her hand. Josie took it first, then Darnell, then June, Camille, the others, hands clasped together in the ruins of a fallen safe zone, surrounded by death, facing an uncertain future. Little Rock, Ellie said. Tomorrow. We rest tonight and tomorrow we start again. And if Little Rock is destroyed too, then we find somewhere else, and somewhere after that. And we keep going until we run out of somewheres or we find what we're looking for. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something. In the apocalypse, something was everything. They found DeMarcus the next morning. He was hiding in the remains of a grocery store half a mile from the main destruction. When Ellie entered searching for supplies, he emerged from behind a counter with a kitchen knife raised, ready to fight. Then he saw her face and burst into tears. Mrs. Ellie, you came back!" She caught him as he threw himself into her arms, holding him tight, her own tears falling into his hair. "I came back," she said. "I told you I would. Everyone's dead. The soldiers, the families, everyone. The monsters came and they... I know, baby, I'm so sorry. They took me in, the Andersons, they were so nice. And then the monsters came and they were trying to protect me and... Shh, it's okay. You're okay now. Is it? Is anything ever going to be okay again?" Ellie pulled back, looking into his tear-stained face. 10 years old. He'd seen more death in the past weeks than most people saw in a lifetime. "I don't know," she said honestly, "but I'm going to try to make it okay. And you're going to help me." "Me?" "You. I promised I'd come back for you, remember? Now I need you to promise me something." "What?" "That you won't give up. No matter how bad things get, no matter how scared you are, you keep going, you keep fighting. Can you do that?" DeMarcus wiped his nose with his sleeve, then he nodded. "I can do that." "Good." Ellie stood, taking his hand. "Come on. There are people I want you to meet. 7 survivors now. They left Helena behind, heading west toward Little Rock. The journey would take at least a week, maybe more, through territory that had become increasingly hostile. The infected were everywhere, moving in coordinated patterns that suggested the congregation's influence was spreading. But they had something they hadn't had before. Purpose. The data drive felt different in Ellie's pocket now. Not just a burden, but a promise. Teddy had died for this, Patricia had died for this, Marie Claire, Raphael, Thomas, Grace. All of them had died so that this information could reach someone who could use it. Ellie was going to make sure their deaths meant something. She was going to find a way to stop this, or die trying. The congregation found them on the 3rd day out of Helena. It was bigger than before, much bigger. A mass of bodies that seemed to stretch for miles, moving across the landscape like a slow-motion tidal wave. Individual infected were visible at the edges, but the center was something else entirely. A dense core of fused flesh. Bodies that had merged together into a single terrible organism. "Run?" Josie asked. "Where?" "It's everywhere." "Then we fight." Against that, the congregation was moving toward them now, its attention focused, its purpose clear. Thousands of infected, coordinated by some vast intelligence, converging on 7 exhausted survivors. "The research station," Ellie said suddenly. "What?" Teddy's notes. She mentioned a research station, a National Weather Service facility that Meridian had been using for experiments. "It's supposed to be near here. Self-contained, solar-powered, designed to operate independently. You want to bet our lives on notes from a dead woman? Do you have a better option?" No one did. They ran. The research station was exactly where Teddy's notes said it would be. It was built into the side of a hill, its entrance marked by a faded government sign and protected by a security fence that had somehow survived the chaos. The fence wouldn't stop the congregation, but the entrance, a heavy steel door built to withstand tornadoes, might. "Inside," Ellie said. "Everyone inside now." They piled through the door, DeMarcus first, then the others. Ellie was last, pulling the door shut behind her just as the first infected reached the fence. The lock engaged with a satisfying click. Outside, the congregation raged against the door. The metal shuddered with each impact, but it held. The facility had been built to withstand severe weather and worse. It would hold against the infected, for now. "Spread out," Ellie said. "See what we've got. Camille, check for supplies. Darnell, see if the power systems are working. Josie, I know. Look for research equipment." The facility was larger than it appeared from outside. A central laboratory, multiple storage rooms, sleeping quarters for staff who'd never returned. And, most importantly, computers, servers. Equipment that had been gathering dust since the outbreak began. "The solar panels are working," Darnell reported. "We've got power." "The servers are intact," Josie added. "They've been running this whole time, collecting data from remote sensors across the region." "What kind of data?" "Weather patterns, environmental readings, and—" Josie paused, staring at the screen. "Infection spread patterns. They've been tracking it, monitoring how the contamination moves through water systems, through populations, through everything." Ellie moved to look over her daughter's shoulder. The screen showed maps covered in data points, graphs tracking the spread of infection, models predicting how it would evolve. "Can you access Meridian's research from here?" "I think so. The systems are networked. If I can find the right protocols." "Do it, whatever it takes." Outside, the congregation continued its assault, but the door held, the walls held. For the first time since this had started, they had something that resembled safety, and more importantly, they had something that resembled hope. Josie worked through the night. Ellie sat with her, watching as her daughter navigated systems that were never designed for external access. The Meridian data merged with the weather station's records, creating a picture of the infection that no one had seen before. "The contamination started in Baton Rouge," Josie said, "just like Teddy said. But it spread faster than anyone expected. The hurricane accelerated everything, carried the pathogen through the entire Mississippi watershed in less than a week." "Can it be stopped?" "Maybe. The counteragent formulas we downloaded from Meridian, they were close, really close. The problem was delivery. You can't just inject people one at a time. You need something that can spread as fast as the infection itself. Fight fire with fire." "Exactly, and I think—" Josie stopped, staring at the screen. "I think I know how to do it." "How?" "The water. It's how the infection spreads, right? Through contaminated water sources. If we could introduce the counteragent into the same systems, we'd need massive quantities, more than we could ever produce. Not if we engineered it to replicate, like the infection does. Josie turned to face her mother. Self-replicating counteragent introduced into the Mississippi watershed. It would spread the same way the infection did, but instead of causing transformation, it would prevent it. Cure it, maybe. Is that possible? In theory, the formulas are there, the science is sound. We'd need to synthesize the initial batch, test it, refine it. It would take time. How much time? Josie was quiet for a moment, then, months, maybe longer. Months. In a world where survival was measured in hours and days, but it was something. A real, concrete something. Then we start, Ellie said. Today, now. Whatever you need, we'll find it. Mom, I know it's not guaranteed. I know it might not work. But it's the best chance we have. The only chance anyone has. Josie looked at her mother, really looked, seeing the exhaustion and the grief and the determination that had carried Ellie across 200 miles of hell. Okay, she said, let's get to work. The research station became their world. Weeks passed in a blur of work and survival, each day blending into the next as Josie labored over the counteragent formula while the others kept them alive. The congregation had eventually dispersed, called away by whatever strange imperative guided its collective mind. But smaller groups of infected still prowled the perimeter, testing the fence, searching for weakness. Ellie established routines, morning patrols to check the perimeter, afternoon scavenging runs to nearby abandoned buildings, always in pairs, always armed, evening meetings where they shared what they'd learned, what they'd found, what they feared. DeMarcus became their lookout. He spent hours in the station's observation tower watching the horizon through binoculars, cataloging the movement patterns of infected groups. He'd become serious in a way that broke Ellie's heart. A 10-year-old boy who'd had to grow up overnight, who'd seen things no child should ever see. There's another group coming, he reported one morning. From the east. Maybe 50 of them. Coordinated? I don't think so. They're moving randomly, not like the big ones. Small mercies. The coordinated groups, the congregation's outliers, were far more dangerous than ordinary infected. They communicated somehow, shared information, learned from their failures. Against them, the station's defenses would eventually fail. But for now, they held. Josie worked 18-hour days. The laboratory equipment was old but functional, designed for atmospheric research but adaptable to biochemistry with enough creativity. The pharmacist, a quiet woman named Elena who'd barely spoken since Helena, proved invaluable, her knowledge of chemical compounds filling gaps in Josie's training. The base formula is stable, Josie said one evening, showing Ellie a vial of clear liquid. This version can neutralize the infection in lab conditions, but making it self-replicating is harder. Every time we try to add that capability, it becomes unstable. What do you need? Better equipment, more samples, time. Josie set down the vial. And honestly, I need people who actually know what they're doing. I'm a nursing student, Mom. I had 1 semester of biochemistry. I'm working from notes written by people who spent their entire careers on this. You're doing more than anyone else could. That's not exactly reassuring. Ellie pulled up a chair beside her daughter. The lab was quiet except for the hum of equipment and the distant moan of infected outside the fence. Tell me what's really bothering you. Josie was silent for a long moment. Then, what if I can't do it? What if we've come all this way, lost all these people, and I just can't? Then we try something else. There is nothing else. This is it. This is the only chance. Then you'll figure it out. Ellie took Josie's hand. You're the smartest person I know. You survived 4 months of captivity. You escaped from a facility full of armed guards. You've done things that should have been impossible over and over again. I had help. I had luck. You had determination. That's not luck. That's who you are. Ellie squeezed her hand. I didn't walk 200 miles to watch you give up. I'm not giving up. I'm just scared. Good. Fear means you understand what's at stake. Now use it. Josie looked at her mother for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay. One more try. She turned back to the equipment and Ellie left her to work. The breakthrough came 3 weeks later. Ellie was on perimeter patrol when she heard Josie shout from the laboratory. She ran, rifle raised, expecting danger, and found her daughter standing in front of a computer screen, tears streaming down her face. What happened? Are you hurt? I did it. Josie's voice was barely above a whisper. I actually did it. Did what? The self-replicating modification. I figured out how to make it stable. She pointed at the screen, which displayed molecular diagrams that meant nothing to Ellie. It works, in simulation at least. If the real thing matches the model, we have a cure. We have a potential cure. We still need to test it, synthesize a larger batch, figure out how to deploy it, but... Josie laughed, a sound of disbelief and exhaustion and hope. We might actually be able to do this. Ellie pulled her daughter into a hug, holding her tight, feeling the tremors of exhaustion and emotion running through Josie's body. You did it, she said. You actually did it. Not yet, but maybe. It was the first real hope they'd had since Memphis. The celebration was short-lived. The next morning, Darnell spotted vehicles on the horizon, not infected. Vehicles. Moving in formation, heading directly toward the research station. Militia? Ellie asked, studying them through binoculars. Can't tell. The markings are different. Different how? Corporate. Those look like Meridian logos. Ellie's blood went cold. Meridian was supposed to be destroyed. Patricia had made sure of it, had stayed behind to trigger the self-destruct, had burned the facility to the ground. But corporations didn't die that easily. They had resources, redundancies, contingency plans, and apparently they had soldiers. How many vehicles? 6, maybe 30 people total. Weapons? Military grade from what I can see. 30 armed professionals against 7 exhausted survivors. The math wasn't complicated. We need to evacuate, Ellie said. And go where? We can't take the equipment. Without the equipment, we take what we can, the formulas, the notes, whatever fits in a bag. We can find more equipment. We can't find another Josie. She was already moving, shouting orders, mobilizing the group for emergency departure. They'd practiced this, had drilled it repeatedly, knowing that their sanctuary couldn't last forever. But practice was one thing, reality was another. They're moving faster, DeMarcus called from the tower. They know we're here. Everyone out the back entrance, now. Leave everything that isn't essential. The synthesized counter-agent. Take it. Take all of it. Move. They ran. The back entrance led to a maintenance tunnel that emerged half a mile from the main facility. Ellie had discovered it during their second week, had mapped its route, had prepared it as an escape path in case of exactly this scenario. The tunnel was narrow and damp, the air thick with the smell of stagnant water and decay, but it was hidden, invisible to anyone who didn't know it was there. They moved in single file, Josie in the lead, carrying the precious vials of counter-agent in a padded case. Then Elena with the notes and formulas, then DeMarcus, June, Camille. Darnell brought up the rear, his rifle covering their retreat. Ellie was last through the entrance. She paused to trigger the collapse mechanism they'd rigged, a controlled demolition that would seal the tunnel and bury any evidence of their escape route. The explosion was small, but effective. Stone and earth filled the passage behind them, cutting them off from the station. and from whatever came next. They emerged into a world that had changed while they'd been underground. The Arkansas landscape was different now, not just damaged, but transformed. Where there had been fields and forests, there was now only ash and char. Something had burned through this region, leaving nothing but blackened earth and skeletal trees. "What happened here?" June whispered. "I don't know." Ellie scanned the horizon. Smoke still rose from multiple points, and the air had a chemical tang that made her eyes water. "But we need to move. Fast." "Which direction?" "Away from the vehicles. West. There's supposed to be a national forest preserve about 20 miles from here, if any of it survived." "That's a big if." "It's all we have." They started walking. The Meridian soldiers found them on the second day. Ellie heard the helicopters before she saw them, the distinctive thrum of rotor blades cutting through the air, growing louder, growing closer. She pushed the group into a ravine, pressing them against the rock wall, hoping the overhanging brush would provide cover. The helicopter passed overhead, slow and searching. "They're looking for us," Josie said. "They're looking for the counteragent, for you." "How do they even know?" "Because they're Meridian. They've been tracking their research since the beginning. When we downloaded their files, they probably flagged it. When we started working on a cure, they probably detected it. Then we can't run. They'll always find us." "Then we need to find them first." Josie stared at her mother. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that running isn't working. Every time we run, they catch up. Every time we hide, they find us. The only way to stop them is to take away their ability to chase." "And how do we do that?" Ellie was quiet for a long moment, thinking. The helicopter was circling back, its search pattern tightening. "We destroy them," she said finally. "Same as we destroyed the facility in Memphis. Same as Patricia destroyed the main compound. We find whatever base they're operating from and we burn it to the ground. With 7 people. With information. We have Teddy's data. We have the research they didn't want anyone to see. If we can get that to the right people." "What right people? Everyone's dead or scattered." "Not everyone." Ellie pulled out the radio that Captain Winters had given her back in Helena. She'd kept it charged, kept it ready, hoping for exactly this moment. There are still military units out there, government remnants, people who are trying to hold things together. If we can reach them, if we can show them what Meridian did, they'll help us? They'll have to, because the alternative is letting Meridian win. The helicopter passed overhead again, then continued on its search pattern, moving away from their position. "One chance," Ellie said. "We get one chance to make this work." She raised the radio and began broadcasting. The response came 3 hours later. A voice crackling through static, identifying itself as Colonel Marcus Webb of the Texas National Guard Remnant. He'd received Ellie's transmission, had listened to her brief summary of what they'd discovered. "You're telling me a pharmaceutical company caused all this?" "I'm telling you we have proof, documents, research data, everything. We also have a potential cure, a counteragent that could stop the infection from spreading." "That's a hell of a claim." "It's the truth. All we need is somewhere safe to finish our work, somewhere Meridian can't reach." Static. Then, "We have a secure facility in West Texas. Used to be an Air Force base back in the day. We've been using it as a coordination center for what's left of organized resistance. Can you extract us? Where are you?" Ellie gave their coordinates, more static as Webb consulted with someone off radio. "We can have a team there in 18 hours. Can you hold that long?" "We don't have a choice." "Understood. Maintain radio contact. If your position changes, let us know immediately." "Roger that. And Colonel?" "Yes?" "Be careful. Meridian has resources, soldiers. If they find out you're coming, let them come. We've been looking for a fight. The connection ended. 18 hours. They just had to survive 18 more hours. The first attack came at nightfall, not meridian, infected, drawn by noise or scent or some instinct humans couldn't understand, converging on the ravine from multiple directions. Ellie heard them before she saw them, that familiar moaning growing louder, accompanied by the rustle of movement through dead brush. She grabbed her rifle and moved to a defensive position. Incoming, everyone get ready. The infected emerged from the darkness like shadows given form. Dozens of them moving with the uncoordinated stumble of ordinary infected rather than the coordinated precision of the congregation. Small mercies. The group opened fire. Muzzle flashes lit the night, revealing glimpses of decaying faces and grasping hands. Bodies fell, but more kept coming, an endless tide of the dead pressing toward the living. "There's too many!" Camille shouted. "Fall back to the secondary position, go!" They retreated up the ravine, firing as they went, trying to slow the horde's advance. The rocks provided some natural choke points, but the infected were relentless, climbing over their fallen comrades, filling every gap. "I'm out!" Darnell called, his rifle clicking empty. "Use your sidearm, keep moving." They reached a narrow point where the ravine walls closed in, creating a natural bottleneck. Ellie positioned herself at the center, her rifle steady, dropping infected with careful headshots. "Hold here. Make every shot count." The horde pressed against the bottleneck, bodies piling up as the survivors' fire cut them down. For long minutes it seemed like they might actually hold. Then the wall of corpses collapsed and the infected poured through like water breaking through a dam. "Run!" Ellie screamed. "Everyone run!" They ran. The ravine ended at a cliff. Not a large cliff, maybe 20 feet, but enough to stop them, to trap them between the drop and the horde pressing in from behind. "We're trapped," June said. Her voice was surprisingly calm. "There has to be another way." "There isn't. Look." Ellie looked. The infected were filling the ravine now, hundreds of them, their moans blending into a single terrible sound. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. This was it. After everything, the miles traveled, the friends lost, the sacrifices made, it was going to end here, in a nameless ravine in Arkansas, overwhelmed by the very infection they'd been trying to stop. "The counteragent," Josie said suddenly. "Give it to me." "What?" "The vials. The synthesized counteragent. Give them to me." "Josie, what are you—" "Trust me." Ellie handed over the case. Josie opened it, extracted one of the vials, and before anyone could stop her, she drank its contents. "No!" Ellie grabbed her daughter. "What did you do?" "I'm immune, remember? The counteragent won't hurt me, but if it works the way I think it does—" She looked at the approaching horde. "If it spreads through bodily fluids like the infection does, you'll become a carrier, a cure carrier." "Exactly. They can kill the rest of you, but they can't kill me. I'm immune, and every one of them that bites me will be infected with the cure instead." It was insane. Brilliant and insane and probably suicidal. But it was also their only chance. "Everyone else goes over the cliff," Ellie said. "Find a way to break your fall. I'll stay with Josie." "Mom, no. I'm not leaving you. Not again, not ever." The infected reached them. What happened next would haunt Ellie's nightmares for the rest of her life. Josie walked toward the horde. Deliberately, purposefully, she walked into the mass of infected bodies, letting them surround her, letting them grab her, letting them bite. Her screams cut through the moaning, and Ellie had to physically restrain herself from charging into the mass after her daughter. But something was happening. The infected that bit Josie began to change. Their movements slowed, became uncertain. Some of them stopped entirely, standing frozen as if confused. Others turned away, wandering off into the darkness, their hunger seemingly extinguished. The counteragent was working. It was spreading from Josie to the infected, jumping from host to host through the same mechanism that had spread the original infection. And everywhere it spread, the infected stopped being infected. They stopped being hungry. "It's working," June breathed. "Holy shit, it's actually working." The horde was disintegrating, not dying. The infected didn't suddenly collapse or decay, but losing their coordination, their drive, their terrible unified purpose. They were becoming individuals again, confused and lost, wandering away from the survivors without apparent interest. And in the center of it all, Josie stood, covered in bites, covered in blood, but alive, still alive. Ellie ran to her daughter. Josie collapsed into her arms, her body trembling, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The bites were already healing, her immunity extending to the wounds themselves, regenerating tissue at a rate that shouldn't have been possible. "Did it work?" Josie whispered. "It worked. It really worked. I thought I was going to die." "You're not dying. Not today. Not ever if I have anything to say about it." The others were climbing back up from where they'd descended the cliff, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. The infected that had been trying to kill them moments ago were now milling aimlessly, harmless, their predatory instincts somehow switched off. "How is this possible?" Camille asked. "The counteragent spreads the same way the infection does," Josie said, her voice growing stronger. "Through bodily fluids. Every infected that bites me gets a dose, and then they spread it to others through their own bites. It's exponential. So if we can get you to the main concentrations of infected, the cure will spread faster than the infection ever did." For the first time in months, Ellie felt something she'd almost forgotten existed. Hope. Real hope. Not the desperate, fragile hope of survival, but the genuine belief that things might actually get better. "We need to reach Colonel Webb," she said. "Tell him what we've discovered. With proper support, proper distribution, we could end this. We could end this." The words hung in the air like a promise. The Texas National Guard extraction team arrived at dawn. 2 helicopters, military grade, carrying a squad of soldiers who looked like they'd been through hell but hadn't given up. They landed in a clearing about a mile from the ravine, and Ellie led her group to meet them. Colonel Webb was younger than she'd expected, maybe 40, with the hard eyes of someone who'd seen too much and the steady hands of someone who'd learned to keep going anyway. "You're the one with the cure?" "My daughter. She's the carrier." Webb looked at Josie, taking in the healing bite wounds, the exhaustion, the determination. "You're immune?" "More than immune now. I'm contagious, but with the cure, not the infection." "That's..." Webb shook his head. "That's not how this usually works." "Nothing about this is how anything usually works." Webb was quiet for a moment, processing. Then he nodded. "We have a facility in West Texas. Former Air Force Base, like I said. We've been coordinating resistance operations across the southwestern states. If what you're saying is true, it is. Then we need to get you there, immediately. And we need to start planning how to deploy this on a large scale." "What about Meridian? What about them?" "They're still out there, still hunting us. They have resources, soldiers, reach. If they find out what we have, then we make sure they don't find out. At least not until it's too late for them to stop it." Webb gestured toward the helicopters. "Time to go. We've got a lot of work to do." The flight to Texas took 3 hours. Ellie sat beside Josie, holding her daughter's hand, watching the landscape scroll past below them. The destruction was visible even from altitude. Burned cities, flooded farmland, the scars of an apocalypse that had reshaped the face of America. But there were also signs of life. Small communities fortified against the infected, their inhabitants visible as tiny figures going about the business of survival. Roads that had been cleared, power stations that were operational, the scattered evidence of humanity refusing to surrender. "It's not all gone," Josie said, following her mother's gaze. "No, it's not. I thought it was. When I was at Meridian, when I saw what they were doing, I thought there was nothing left. That we'd already lost. We almost did. Maybe we still will, but..." Ellie squeezed her daughter's hand. "We have to try. Whatever happens, we have to try. Even if we fail? Especially if we fail, because the trying is the point. The trying is what makes us human." Josie was quiet for a moment. Then she leaned her head on her mother's shoulder. "I'm glad you found me," she said. "I'm glad you didn't give up. I could never give up on you. That's not how this works." "How what works?" "Family." They flew on in silence, mother and daughter, toward whatever waited in Texas. The Air Force Base was larger than Ellie expected. It sprawled across the desert landscape, its runways and hangars and barracks a testament to a military infrastructure that had somehow survived the collapse. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter, and she could see vehicles, aircraft, and equipment that suggested a level of organization she hadn't encountered since the early days of the outbreak. "We've been consolidating," Webb explained as they landed. "Gathering survivors, equipment, resources, building something that can last." "How many people?" "Here, about 2,000. Across all our operations, maybe 20,000. Not much compared to what we had before, but enough to make a difference." "And you've been doing this since the beginning?" "Since the government collapsed. Some of us decided that just because Washington fell didn't mean America had to." They were led to a building that had been converted into a command center, maps on the walls, communication equipment humming, officers coordinating operations across hundreds of miles. "We've been tracking Meridian," Webb said, pointing to a map covered in annotations. "They're operating out of a facility in New Mexico, former pharmaceutical plant that they've converted into a fortress." "How many soldiers?" "We estimate 300, plus support staff, scientists, resources. They've been consolidating too, same as us. They're planning something. Obviously, the question is what?" Webb turned to face her. "Your intelligence suggests they've been working on ways to control the infection, to use it rather than cure it. That's what we found at the Memphis facility. They were experimenting with infected subjects, trying to maintain consciousness while creating soldiers, immortal, obedient, disposable soldiers." "Something like that." Webb's jaw tightened. "Then we need to move faster than they do. How quickly can your daughter's cure be scaled up?" Ellie looked at Josie, who was being examined by the base's medical staff. "I don't know. It spreads through contact, but that means you need direct exposure. Bites, blood contact, bodily fluids. It's not airborne." "Can it be made airborne?" "Maybe, with the right equipment, the right expertise. But that would take time we probably don't have. Then we work with what we've got." Webb moved to a communications console. "I'm calling an emergency coordination meeting. All regional commanders, all available assets. If we're going to stop Meridian, we need to do it together." "What's the plan?" "The plan is to end this, one way or another." The meeting convened within the hour. Representatives from a dozen different survivor groups participated, some in person, others via radio or satellite link. Ellie found herself standing before them, explaining everything they'd discovered. Meridian's role in the outbreak, the research they'd stolen, the cure Josie had developed. The reactions varied from skepticism to outrage to desperate hope. "You're telling us a corporation ended the world? I'm telling you a corporation's negligence ended the world. And now that same corporation is trying to position itself to control whatever comes next. How do we know this isn't disinformation? Meridian has been spinning stories since the beginning. Because we have the proof." Ellie held up the data drive. Research documents, internal communications, everything. It's all here. And we have something else. A cure that actually works. A cure that requires your daughter to be bitten by infected. A cure that spreads the same way the infection does. Every infected that contacts her becomes a carrier for the counteragent instead. We've seen it work. We watched a horde of over 100 infected neutralize themselves in minutes. The room fell silent. If what you're saying is true, one of the commanders said slowly, then Meridian can't be allowed to continue operating. They're a threat to everyone. They are, and they know we're here. They were tracking us in Arkansas. They'll track us here sooner or later. Then we need to act first. Agreed. Webb stepped forward. I'm proposing a coordinated assault on Meridian's New Mexico facility. Every asset we can spare, hitting them before they have a chance to deploy whatever they're developing. That's a lot of people, a lot of resources. If we fail, we're no worse off than we are now. But if we succeed, we remove the single biggest threat to human survival other than the infected themselves. And the cure? How does that factor in? We deploy the carrier. Webb nodded toward Josie, where she can do the most good. Major infected concentrations, population centers. Anywhere the cure can spread faster than we could distribute it manually. You're talking about using a human being as a weapon. I'm talking about using a volunteer as a cure. Webb looked at Josie. Assuming you are willing to volunteer? Josie stepped forward, her voice was steady. I spent 4 months being used against my will, having my blood taken to benefit people who didn't care if I lived or died. This is different. This is my choice, and I choose to help. Even knowing the risks? Especially knowing the risks. Someone has to do this. It might as well be me. The room was quiet. Then one by one the commanders nodded. We're in, the representative from the California remnant said. Us too, added the commander from the Gulf Coast. And us. And us. Within 10 minutes it was unanimous. The final battle was coming. They had 1 week to prepare, 1 week to gather forces, coordinate strategy, and plan an assault that would determine the future of human civilization. Ellie spent most of it working with Webb's tactical team, contributing what intelligence she could about Meridian's operations. But she also spent time with her daughter. They walked the perimeter of the base together in the evenings, watching the sun set over the Texas desert, talking about everything and nothing. The mundane conversations of ordinary life, favorite foods, childhood memories, plans for a future that might never come. I used to hate nursing school, Josie admitted one evening. The pressure, the competition, the constant feeling that I was never good enough. You never told me that. I didn't want to disappoint you. You'd sacrificed so much to send me there. I'd have sacrificed more to know you were happy. I know. I know that now. Josie kicked a stone, watching it skitter across the packed earth. It's funny, isn't it? I spent all that time trying to become something I wasn't sure I wanted to be. And then the world ended, and all that training turned out to be the thing that might save everyone. Life has a weird sense of humor. That's one way to put it. They walked in silence for a moment. Then Josie said, I'm scared, Mom. Of the mission. Of everything. Of failing. Of dying. Of watching more people I care about die. She stopped, facing her mother. But mostly I'm scared of what happens if we succeed. What do you mean? If the cure works, if it spreads like we think it will, everything changes. The infected become, what, normal people again? Confused survivors who don't remember what they did? How do we rebuild a world with that? How do we live alongside people who might have killed our families while they were turned? Ellie had no good answer for that. One problem at a time, she said finally. First we stop Meridian. Then we spread the cure. Then we figure out the rest. Then we figure out the rest. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all they had. The night before the assault, Ellie found Darnell sitting alone outside the barracks. He was staring at the stars, his expression distant, lost in thoughts she could only imagine. Couldn't sleep either? He shook his head. Too much to think about. She sat down beside him, following his gaze upward. The sky was clearer here than it had been anywhere else, the light pollution of civilization having faded, revealing stars that hadn't been visible in decades. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Darnell said. "I used to take my football team camping sometimes before big games. Get them away from distractions, help them focus." He smiled sadly. They loved the stars. City kids, most of them. They'd never seen anything like it. You miss them. Every day. He was quiet for a moment. "I told you about abandoning them. What I didn't tell you was that I went back. Back? To Greenville, after everything. I had to know what happened to them, had to know if any of them survived. And? The bus was empty, no bodies, no blood, just gone." His voice cracked slightly. "I don't know if they escaped or if they were taken or if they... I don't know. And not knowing is the worst part. Maybe they made it. Maybe they're out there somewhere. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just telling myself that so I can sleep at night. Either way, you went back. That counts for something. Does it? I ran first. When it mattered most, I ran. And then you stopped running, then you came back. Then you fought." Ellie put her hand on his shoulder. "We're all running from something, Darnell. The question isn't whether you run, it's whether you stop." He looked at her, his eyes reflecting starlight. "You really believe that?" "I have to. Otherwise, what's the point of any of this?" Darnell was quiet for a long time. Then he nodded. "Okay," he said. "Tomorrow we stop running. Tomorrow we fight. Together. Together." The assault began at dawn. 300 soldiers split into multiple strike teams converging on the Meridian facility from multiple directions. Air support from the few functional aircraft they'd managed to salvage. Ground vehicles carrying everything from small arms to heavy weapons. Ellie was with the primary strike team, the one that would breach the main facility and search for Meridian's research. Josie was with a secondary team positioned to enter the nearby infected concentration zones once the facility was secure. The plan was complicated. The execution would be messier. "Everyone knows their objectives," Webb said over the radio. "We get one shot at this. Make it count." The convoy rolled forward. The Meridian facility was exactly what Ellie had expected. A fortress built from the bones of the old world, surrounded by fences and guard towers and the accumulated paranoia of people who knew they were guilty. The first line of defense fell quickly. Webb's forces had numbers and surprise, and the outer perimeter guards were overwhelmed before they could mount an effective resistance. The second line was harder. Meridian's soldiers were professionals, private military contractors, the kind who'd made careers out of fighting other people's wars. They didn't break, didn't run, just fell back in organized fashion, trading space for time, making the attackers pay for every foot of ground. "We're pinned down at the main gate," someone reported over the radio. "Secondary team is taking heavy fire. We need air support at grid reference." Ellie tuned out the chatter, focusing on her own objectives. She was with a small team. Darnell, June, Camille, and a handful of Webb's soldiers working their way through a side entrance that Teddy's data had identified as a service tunnel. "Movement ahead," Darnell whispered. "How many?" 4, maybe 5. "Take them." They moved with practiced efficiency, the result of weeks of surviving together. Darnell went high, June went low, and the Meridian guards went down before they could raise an alarm. The tunnel led to a lower level of the facility. Laboratories, from the look of it, filled with equipment that made the research station in Arkansas look primitive. "Spread out," Ellie said. "Find their central servers. That's where the real data will be." They found something else instead. The laboratory opened onto a larger space, a warehouse maybe, or a converted hangar, filled with transparent containers. And inside each container was a human being, infected. But not like any infected Ellie had seen before. They were connected to machines, tubes running into their bodies, monitors displaying vital signs. Their eyes were open, alert, aware. When Ellie approached the nearest container, the infected inside turned to look at her. And it smiled. "Welcome to the future," a voice said behind her. Ellie spun, raising her rifle, and found herself face to face with Conrad Vance. She recognized him from the photographs in Teddy's data. Former Delta Force commander, current head of Meridian Security Solutions. The man who'd orchestrated everything, the cover-up, the kidnappings, the systematic exploitation of immune survivors. "Mrs. Boudreau," he said. His voice was conversational, almost pleasant. "I've heard a lot about you. Put your hands up." "Why? So you can shoot me?" He smiled. "Go ahead. It won't change anything. The project is already complete." "What project?" Vance gestured at the containers around them. "These subjects were infected 8 months ago. They should be mindless, decayed, worthless. Instead, they're fully conscious, fully aware, and fully obedient. You've been controlling them. We've been refining them. The original infection was too aggressive. It destroyed higher brain function too quickly. Our modified version preserves consciousness while suppressing independent will." His smile widened. "Imagine it. Soldiers who can't die. Workers who never tire. A workforce that never demands wages or rights or freedom. That's slavery. That's efficiency. The old world was inefficient. Too many people wanting too many things, all of them pulling in different directions. The new world will be better, cleaner. Everyone in their proper place, doing their proper job. You're insane. I'm practical. The world ended, Mrs. Boudreau. Someone has to rebuild it. Might as well be us." Ellie's finger tightened on the trigger, and then Vance moved. He was fast. Faster than she'd expected, faster than any normal human should be. Before she could fire, he was on her, knocking the rifle from her hands, driving her to the ground with the force of a freight train. "Did you think you were the only one we experimented on?" His face was inches from hers, his eyes wild. "The immunity gene works both ways. It can protect against the infection or it can enhance it. He was infected. Modified infected, like the subjects in the containers, but somehow different. Stronger. More controlled. You're one of them. I'm the prototype, the proof of concept, the first step toward a new humanity." He pressed harder, crushing the air from her lungs. "And you're nothing, a relic of a dead world too stupid to recognize when you've already lost." Ellie struggled, but he was too strong. The edges of her vision were going dark, her lungs screaming for air. This was it. This was how she died. Not from the infection, not from the militia, but from a man who'd turned himself into a monster in pursuit of power. Then something hit Vance from behind. Darnell tackled him like the football player he'd once been, driving him off Ellie, carrying both of them across the laboratory floor. They hit a wall of equipment, sending machines crashing to the ground. "Get up!" June was pulling Ellie to her feet. "We need to move." "The containers! Later, move!" They ran. Behind them, Vance was rising, his face twisted with rage, his modified body shrugging off damage that would have crippled a normal human. "You can't stop this!" he screamed. "The future is already here." The rest of the assault was chaos. Ellie's team linked up with Webb's main force in the central courtyard, where the fighting was fiercest. Meridian soldiers were falling back, their defensive lines collapsing under the sustained assault. but they were making the attackers pay for every inch. "We found their research facility," Ellie reported to Webb. "They've been creating modified infected, controlled, conscious. Christ. There's more. Vance, their security chief, he's infected too. Some kind of enhanced version. He's what?" As if in answer, an explosion rocked the facility's eastern wing. Then another, then a third. "What's happening?" "Self-destruct," Webb realized. "They're destroying the evidence. The research is gone, or it will be. We need to evacuate, now." "Josie, the secondary team is already pulling out. Everyone fall back to the extraction point. Move." They ran. The facility was collapsing around them. Explosions tore through the structure, bringing down walls and ceilings, blocking corridors, turning the building into a death trap. Ellie's team pushed through the chaos, dodging debris, helping wounded, fighting the occasional Meridian soldier who was too committed or too crazy to retreat. They reached the extraction point as the final wave of destruction swept through the complex. Behind them, the Meridian facility crumbled, years of research and horrors and conspiracies disappearing in fire and smoke. Josie was waiting at the helicopters. "Mom!" She threw her arms around Ellie. "I heard the explosions. I thought, I'm okay, baby." "Did you get what we needed?" Ellie thought about the containers, the modified infected, Vance's claims about a new humanity. "Some of it. Not everything." "Is it enough?" "It has to be." The helicopters lifted off, carrying them away from the burning facility, away from the wreckage of Meridian's ambitions. But Vance was still out there, and whatever research he'd taken with him, whatever plans he'd made for the future, was still a threat. This wasn't over, not yet. The news spread quickly. Meridian's main facility was destroyed. Their security forces were scattered. Their leadership was dead or in hiding. For the first time since the outbreak began, the corporation that had caused it all was on the defensive, but the victory was incomplete. "We didn't get Vance," Ellie reported to Webb. "He escaped during the evacuation, with whatever research he could carry." "Do you know where he went?" "No. But he was talking about a new humanity, about using the modified infection to create a new world order. Then we need to find him before he can rebuild." "Agreed. But first the cure," Webb nodded. "We've identified several major infected concentrations across the Southwest. If we deploy your daughter to those locations, the counteragent will spread faster than we could distribute it any other way. It's risky. Everything is risky. At least this has a chance of actually working." Webb was quiet for a moment. Then he extended his hand. "You've done more than anyone could have asked. If this works, it's because a lot of people sacrificed everything to make it possible." Ellie shook his hand. "Let's make sure their sacrifices mean something." The deployment began 3 days later. Josie was transported to the first major infected concentration, the ruins of Dallas, where an estimated 50,000 infected had gathered, drawn by whatever collective instinct guided their movements. She walked into the horde alone. Ellie watched from a helicopter circling above, her heart in her throat, every instinct screaming at her to go down there, to protect her daughter, to do something other than watch. But this was Josie's choice, Josie's mission, Josie's sacrifice, and it worked. The infected swarmed her, hundreds, then thousands, all of them reaching and grabbing and biting. But as they did, the counteragent spread. The hunger faded. The violence stopped. Within an hour, 50,000 infected had become 50,000 confused, disoriented survivors, wandering aimlessly through the ruins without a collective purpose to guide them. "It's working," June breathed. "It's actually working." The next deployment was Houston, then San Antonio, then Phoenix, Albuquerque, El Paso. Each time Josie walked into the heart of the horde, let herself be overwhelmed and emerge surrounded by survivors instead of monsters. The cure was spreading, the infection was ending, and somewhere out there Conrad Vance was watching. He made his move 3 weeks into the deployment. Josie was in Tucson walking into another infected concentration when the attack came. Not infected, humans. Vance's remaining forces emerging from hiding, targeting the one person who could undo everything they'd worked for. "Josie!" Ellie screamed into the radio. "Get out of there! I can't, the infected... Forget the infected, move!" But it was too late. The soldiers reached her before she could escape. Ellie saw them dragging her away, saw the helicopter descending, saw her daughter disappearing into the aircraft that would carry her God knew where. "No, no, no, no. We're tracking them," Webb said. His voice was strained but controlled. "They're heading southeast. We'll follow as soon as... I'm going now. Ellie, that's my daughter. I didn't walk 200 miles to lose her now." She was already moving toward one of the ground vehicles, grabbing weapons, gathering supplies. Darnell fell in beside her without a word. Then June, then Camille. "You can't do this alone," Darnell said. "I know." "Good. Then let's go get your daughter." The chase lasted 4 days. Vance's helicopter was faster, but it needed fuel, and fuel was scarce. Webb's forces tracked him across the desert, through the ruins of cities and towns, toward a destination that only became clear on the 3rd day. He's heading for the Gulf, Ellie realized. There's a port, a ship. If he gets offshore, June, we lose him forever. She pushed the vehicle harder, ignoring the protests of the engine, the exhaustion of her companions, the desperate mathematics of time and distance. They reached the port at sunset. It was a small facility, a private dock probably used by wealthy clients before the world ended. A helicopter sat on the landing pad, rotors still, its passengers already transferred to the vessel anchored offshore. And standing on the dock, surrounded by armed soldiers, was Conrad Vance. With Josie. "Let her go." Ellie stood on the edge of the dock, her rifle raised, facing the man who had taken everything from her. Behind her, Darnell, June, and Camille spread out, covering angles, ready for whatever came next. "Mrs. Boudreau," Vance smiled, persistent as ever. "Let her go and you can leave. Take your ship, sail wherever you want. Just give me my daughter." "I'm afraid I can't do that. Your daughter is too valuable. The cure she carries, the one you thought would save humanity, it's just as useful for controlling the infection as stopping it. With the right modifications, you can't modify it. It's already deployed. It's already spreading. This version, yes, but there will be other versions, other outbreaks, other opportunities." Vance pulled Josie closer. The infection didn't end civilization, it just reset it, and whoever controls the reset controls the future. The future you're imagining is slavery. The future I'm imagining is order. Humanity tried freedom, tried democracy, tried letting everyone have a voice, and look what happened. Chaos, destruction, the end of everything. His grip tightened on Josie. The new world needs leaders, visionaries, people willing to make the hard choices. People like you, people like me. Ellie's finger hovered over the trigger. The shot was possible. Not guaranteed, but possible. But if she missed, if she was even slightly off... "Mom." Josie's voice was calm, impossibly calm. "Do it. Josie. The cure is already spreading. It's already out there. Even if he takes me, even if he kills me, it won't matter. The infection is ending. Whatever he does next won't change that." "Shut up," Vance snarled. "Take the shot, Mom. I can't lose you again." "You won't lose me. You never lost me. Even when I was at Meridian, even when I thought I'd never see you again, you were with me. You're always with me." Josie's eyes were bright with tears, but her voice was steady. "Take the shot." Ellie made her choice. The bullet took Vance in the shoulder. It wasn't a killing shot. She'd never intended it to be. She'd aimed for the place that would make him release Josie, that would give her daughter the moment she needed to escape. Josie moved. She twisted out of Vance's grip, dropped to the dock, and rolled away as Ellie's second shot took out the soldier behind her. Then she was running toward her mother, and Ellie was running too. And they met in the middle of the dock as bullets flew around them. "Go!" Ellie screamed. "Everyone go!" They ran. Behind them, Vance was screaming orders, his soldiers scrambling to pursue. But Webb's forces were arriving now. Vehicles crashing through the port's fences, helicopters appearing over the horizon, the full weight of organized resistance descending on Meridian's last stronghold. The battle was brief and brutal. Vance tried to reach his ship, tried to escape as he'd clearly planned, but the helicopters cut off his route. His soldiers fell one by one, overwhelmed by numbers and determination. In the end, he stood alone on the dock, surrounded by enemies, his dreams of a new world order crumbling around him. "It's over," Ellie said. Her rifle was aimed at his heart. "Stand down." Vance looked at her, at Josie, at the soldiers closing in from every direction. Then he laughed. "Over? This is just the beginning." The infection proved that humanity can't be trusted with freedom. Sooner or later, someone else will realize that. Someone else will pick up where we left off. He spread his arms wide. "Kill me. It won't change anything. The future is coming whether you want it or not." "Maybe," Ellie said, "but it's not coming today." She lowered her rifle. "Take him into custody and make sure he never sees daylight again." The world didn't heal overnight. Ellie had known it wouldn't, had understood from the beginning that even if everything went right, even if the cure spread as fast as they hoped, the aftermath would take years, decades, maybe generations. But standing on the observation deck of the Texas base 3 months after Vance's capture, watching the sun rise over a landscape that was slowly coming back to life, she allowed herself to believe that healing was possible. The cure had spread faster than anyone predicted. Josie's deployments had seeded the counteragent across the southwestern United States, and from there it had propagated on its own, jumping from infected to infected through the same mechanism that had spread the original pathogen. Each neutralized infected became a carrier, spreading the cure to others, creating an exponential cascade that reversed the infection's progression. The moaning had stopped first, that terrible sound that had haunted every survivor's nightmares. The collective voice of hunger and emptiness had faded over the weeks following the initial deployments. The infected stopped hunting, stopped gathering, stopped moving with purpose. They became what they'd been before, people. Confused, disoriented, traumatized people who didn't understand what had happened to them or what they'd done. The congregation had dissolved. The massive collective organisms that had terrorized the Delta and destroyed Helena broke apart as the cure spread through their fused bodies. Individual infected separated, wandered off, eventually stopped moving entirely as their modified biology struggled to adapt to the counteragent's effects. Some of them died. Their bodies, sustained by the infection's regenerative properties, couldn't survive without it. They collapsed where they stood, finally finding the death that had been denied them for months. Others survived. They woke up. That was the only word for it, in bodies that bore the marks of their transformation. Missing limbs, decay damage, scars that would never heal. They woke up with fragmented memories of what they'd done, what they'd become, and they had to find ways to live with that knowledge. It was messy. It was painful. It was the beginning of something new. "You're brooding again." Ellie turned from the window. Josie was standing in the doorway, 2 cups of coffee in her hands, a small smile on her face. "I'm not brooding. I'm contemplating." "That's just brooding with a better vocabulary." Ellie accepted the coffee, letting its warmth seep into her hands. The Texas mornings were cold this time of year. Winter had arrived while they were busy saving the world, and now the desert landscape was touched with frost. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "Tired, sore, like I've been bitten by about 10,000 zombies." Josie settled into the chair beside her mother. "So you know. Normal. The doctors say your healing factor is stabilizing. They say a lot of things, most of it's guesswork." Josie sipped her coffee. "They're still trying to figure out exactly what the immunity gene does, how it interacted with the infection, how it's interacting with the cure." "Are you worried? About what? That I'll suddenly turn into a zombie? That the cure will stop working? That everything we did was for nothing?" Josie shrugged. "I worry about everything, but I've learned not to let it stop me." "When did you get so wise?" "Sometime between being kidnapped by a pharmaceutical company and walking into a horde of 50,000 infected." A ghost of a smile. "The apocalypse is educational." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the base come to life below them. Soldiers doing morning drills, civilians heading to work assignments, children. There were children here now, brought in from settlements across the region, running and playing in ways that would have been unthinkable months ago. "Webb wants to talk to you," Josie said eventually. "About what?" "The Reconstruction Council. They're forming a provisional government trying to coordinate the various survivor groups. He wants you to be part of it." "Me? I'm a hospice nurse, not a politician." "You're the woman who walked 200 miles through the apocalypse to find her daughter. You're the woman who brought down Meridian. You're the woman who helped save the world." Josie looked at her mother with something like pride. "People listen to you. They trust you. That's worth more than any political experience." "I don't know if I want that kind of responsibility." "You've had that kind of responsibility since you killed Dad in our living room. The only question is whether you accept it or run from it." The words hit harder than Josie probably intended. Ellie thought about Raymond. Thought about him every day, really, in the quiet moments when she couldn't distract herself with work or planning or survival. The weight of what she'd done had never fully lifted. She suspected it never would. "I'll think about it," she said. "That's all he's asking." The Reconstruction Council convened for the first time 2 weeks later. Representatives from every major survivor group attended: the Texas Remnant, the California Federation, the Gulf Coast Alliance, scattered communities from across what had been the United States. They gathered in the base's largest hangar, sitting in folding chairs arranged in a rough circle, trying to figure out how to rebuild a civilization from scratch. Ellie sat near the back, listening more than speaking. The debates were passionate, sometimes heated, covering everything from resource distribution to legal frameworks to the fundamental question of what kind of society they wanted to create. "We can't just go back to the way things were," someone argued. "The old systems failed. The old institutions failed. We need something new." "Something new like what? Anarchy? Dictatorship? Something that actually works. Something that prevents another meridian from rising. And how do you prevent that without creating something just as bad?" The discussions went in circles, as discussions about the future often do. But there was something hopeful in the very fact of the conversation. People arguing about tomorrow instead of just fighting to survive today. During a break, Webb found her by the coffee station. "You've been quiet," he observed. "I'm learning." "Learning what?" "That rebuilding is harder than destroying. That everyone has different ideas about what the future should look like. That compromise is more difficult than combat." Webb smiled. "That's politics for you. Messy, frustrating, and absolutely essential." "Is this what you wanted when you started organizing the resistance?" "I wanted to survive, I wanted to protect the people under my command. I wanted to stop the bastards who caused all this. He poured himself a coffee, his movements slow and deliberate. I didn't think much about what came after, couldn't afford to. And now I think about it all the time. What kind of world we're building, what kind of leaders we need, what kind of mistakes we can't afford to repeat. Any conclusions? Just one. He looked at her directly. We need people who've seen the worst of humanity and still believe in the best. People who've made impossible choices and lived with the consequences. People who understand that the point isn't power, it's service. That sounds like a pitch. It's an observation. Take it however you want. The break ended and the debates resumed. But Ellie found herself paying more attention now, thinking about what she could contribute, how she could help shape the future they were all trying to imagine. Maybe she wasn't a politician, but maybe that was exactly what they needed. The first anniversary of the outbreak passed without fanfare. No one was in the mood to celebrate. The losses were still too fresh, the wounds too raw. But there was a quiet acknowledgement of how far they'd come, from the chaos of the early days to something that almost resembled stability. The cure had spread across most of North America now. Reports from other continents suggested similar patterns, the counter-agent jumping from population to population, neutralizing infected wherever it reached. The global death toll would never be accurately counted, but estimates suggested that nearly 3 billion people had died in the initial outbreak and its aftermath. 3 billion, a number too large to comprehend, too vast to mourn properly. Every survivor carried their own portion of that grief, their own list of names and faces that would never be forgotten. Ellie visited the memorial they'd built on the base, a simple wall covered with photographs and names, contributions from survivors across the region. She found herself there often, standing before the faces of the dead, trying to remember each of them as individuals rather than statistics. Raymond was there. His photograph was from their 20th anniversary, taken at the restaurant where they'd had their first date. He was smiling, looking at something off camera. Probably her. Probably something she'd said that made him laugh. She couldn't remember what it was. That bothered her more than she wanted to admit. The details were fading, the specific memories blurring into general impressions. She remembered that she'd loved him. Remembered that their marriage had been good, mostly. Remembered that his last moments had been terrible, a betrayal of everything he'd been. But the small things, his laugh, his habits, the particular way he'd held her, those were slipping away. It's okay to forget, Patricia had told her once. Memory isn't betrayal, it's survival. Patricia, another face on the wall, another name among the countless dead. Ellie touched the photograph. Patricia standing at her church pulpit, arms raised in blessing, captured in a moment of faith that had later crumbled and then rebuilt itself in a different form. Teddy was there too, and Marie Claire, and Raphael, and Dr. Okonkwo, and the refugees who died at the river crossing, and all the others who hadn't made it. Mom? She turned. DeMarcus was standing a few feet away, his expression uncertain. Hey, sweetheart, what's up? I was looking for you. Josie said you might be here. Just visiting old friends. DeMarcus came to stand beside her, studying the wall of photographs with solemn eyes. He was 11 now. His birthday had passed a few weeks ago, celebrated with a small party that had felt almost normal. Do you think they know? He asked quietly. Know what? That we won. That the cure worked. That things are getting better. Ellie considered the question. She wasn't sure she believed in an afterlife. The apocalypse had stripped away a lot of her remaining certainties. But she believed in something. In the connections between people that transcended death. In the way the dead lived on in the memories of those who survived. I think they know, she said. "I think they're proud of what we accomplished. And I think they'd want us to keep going, to build something worth all the sacrifice. Is that what we're doing? Building something?" "Trying to. It's messy and complicated and we make mistakes every day, but yes, we're trying to build something better." DeMarcus was quiet for a moment, then he slipped his hand into hers. "Can I help?" Ellie squeezed his hand, feeling tears prick at her eyes. "You already are, sweetheart. You already are." The trials began in the spring. Not criminal trials. There was no functioning legal system capable of handling ordinary crimes yet, but accountability hearings for the Meridian leadership. Survivors had demanded answers, demanded justice, and the Reconstruction Council had been forced to respond. Conrad Vance was the primary defendant. He sat in the makeshift courtroom, actually a converted warehouse, facing a panel of judges selected from various survivor communities. His hands were bound, his expression defiant, his certainty unshaken despite everything that had happened. Ellie attended every session. She wasn't sure why. The evidence was overwhelming. Documents, recordings, testimony from survivors who'd been held at Meridian facilities. Vance's guilt wasn't in question. The only real debate was about punishment, about what justice meant in a world where the old rules no longer applied. "You don't understand what you've done," Vance said during one session, his voice carrying across the crowded room. The infection wasn't the disaster. The disaster was humanity's response, the chaos, the violence, the complete collapse of order. We were trying to prevent that, to create something stable. By enslaving people? One of the judges asked. By organizing them, by giving them purpose, by eliminating the chaos of individual desire and replacing it with collective direction. That's not purpose, that's tyranny. One man's tyranny is another man's order. Vance smiled, and there was something genuinely pitying in his expression. "You think you've won. You think spreading the cure means everything goes back to normal. But normal is what got us here in the first place. Normal is what allowed 3 billion people to die. Your cure saved the infected, but it didn't save humanity from itself." "We'll take our chances," the judge replied. "I'm sure you will. And in 10 years or 20 or 50, when the next disaster comes, when the next corporation decides to play God, when the next government decides security matters more than freedom, remember this conversation. Remember that I tried to warn you." The verdict, when it came, was unanimous. Conrad Vance was found guilty of crimes against humanity. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in a secure facility where he would never again threaten anyone. It wasn't death. The Reconstruction Council had debated that option extensively, ultimately deciding that executions, even for someone like Vance, set a precedent they weren't comfortable with. Better to contain than to destroy. Better to prove that the new world could be different from the old. Vance accepted the sentence with something like satisfaction, as if the council had confirmed everything he believed about human weakness. Ellie watched him be led away and felt nothing. Not triumph, not relief, not closure. Just a kind of empty completion. Like reaching the end of a long journey only to find that the destination wasn't what you expected. Summer brought growth, not just physical growth, though the crops they'd planted were thriving, and the livestock they'd gathered were multiplying, but emotional growth, psychological growth, the slow, painful process of learning to live again. Support groups formed across the base and in the settlements connected to it. Survivors meeting to talk about what they'd experienced, what they'd lost, what they hoped to find. The discussions were raw, often difficult, but they were happening. Ellie led one of the groups. It had started informally, a few people she'd met during the journey north gathering to share memories and process grief. But word spread and the group grew, and eventually she found herself running weekly sessions for 24 survivors who needed someone to listen. "I don't know how to be normal anymore," one woman said during a session. Her name was Grace, not the Grace who died at the river crossing, but another Grace, a teacher from Oklahoma who'd lost her entire school to the infection. "I keep waiting for the next disaster, the next attack. I can't relax. Can't trust that things are actually getting better." "That's trauma," Ellie said gently. "Your brain learned to expect danger, and it hasn't figured out that the danger is past." "Will it ever figure it out?" "In time, with help, with practice." "What kind of practice?" "Living, one day at a time, doing the things that used to bring you joy even when they feel empty. Building connections with other people even when it feels risky. Trusting the future even when the past says you shouldn't." "That sounds hard." "It is hard. It's the hardest thing any of us will ever do." Ellie looked around the circle, meeting each person's eyes in turn. "But we're not doing it alone. That's the point. We survived the end of the world together. We can rebuild ourselves together too." After the session, Darnell found her outside the meeting hall. "You're good at that," he said. "At what?" "Giving people hope, making them believe things can get better." "I'm just saying what I wish someone had said to me, during the worst of it. Maybe that's what makes it real." Darnell leaned against the wall beside her, his big frame relaxed in a way she hadn't seen since Greenville. "I've been thinking about what comes next. For me, personally." "And?" "There are kids here, a lot of them. Kids who lost their parents, their teachers, their entire support systems. They need guidance, structure, someone to show them that the world isn't all horror and survival." "You're thinking about teaching again?" "Coaching maybe, or something like it. Helping young people become the kind of adults the world needs." He smiled, a little self-conscious. "I abandoned my team once. Maybe this is how I make up for that." "Darnell, you don't have to." "I know I don't have to, but I want to. I need to find something to do with all this." He gestured vaguely at himself. "All this guilt and regret and wanting to do better. If I can turn it into something useful, maybe it stops being a burden and starts being a purpose." Ellie thought about Raymond, about Patricia, about all the people she'd lost and all the choices she'd made. "I think that's beautiful," she said. "And I think you'll be great at it." June died in the autumn. Not from the infection, not from violence, from the Huntington's disease that had been slowly claiming her since before the world ended. She'd known it was coming, had talked about it openly, had made peace with it in her own way. "I was supposed to die months ago," she told Ellie near the end. "Every day since then has been bonus time. I've seen things I never thought I'd see, done things I never thought I'd do, helped save the freaking world." A weak laugh. "Not a bad run for a suicidal IT specialist." "You're not." "I was. Before all this, I'd been planning it for months. Then the apocalypse happened, and suddenly dying seemed less urgent than surviving." June's eyes were clear despite her body's deterioration. "Funny how that works. The end of the world saved my life, at least for a while." "June, don't be sad. I'm not sad. I'm just ready." She reached for Ellie's hand. "Promise me something. Anything. Keep going. Whatever happens. Keep building, keep hoping, keep believing that things can get better. That's what got us through all this. That's what'll get everyone through whatever comes next." "I promise." June smiled. "Good. Now go find something useful to do. I'm going to take a nap." She died 2 days later, quietly, in her sleep. They buried her on a hillside overlooking the base, in a cemetery that was growing larger every month. Ellie spoke at the service, telling stories about June's courage and humor and stubborn refusal to surrender. "She taught me something important," Ellie said, looking out at the gathered mourners. That survival isn't just about staying alive. It's about finding reasons to stay alive. June found hers in us, in the people she traveled with, fought beside, sacrificed for. She found meaning in connection, in purpose, in the belief that what we do matters. She paused, gathering herself. We all find meaning in different places, in family, in work, in faith, in service. But we all need to find it somewhere. Because the alternative, existing without purpose, without hope, without connection, that's not living. That's just dying slowly. June chose to live, even when it was hard, even when it hurt, even when she had every reason to give up. She chose to live until she couldn't anymore, and then she chose to die with dignity, surrounded by people who loved her. That's all any of us can hope for. That's all any of us should aspire to. The crowd dispersed slowly, leaving Ellie alone at the graveside. She stood there for a long time thinking about June, about all the people they'd lost, about what it meant to keep going when so many couldn't. "You okay?" Josie's voice soft with concern. "No, but I will be." That sounds like something June would say. She taught me well. They stood together, mother and daughter, watching the sun set over a world that was slowly learning to hope again. Winter came and went. The second anniversary of the outbreak was marked with a formal ceremony, remembrance for the dead, gratitude for the living, hope for the future. Dignitaries from across the emerging nation attended, along with ordinary survivors who just wanted to be part of something larger than themselves. Ellie gave one of the keynote speeches. She stood at the podium looking out at the crowd and felt the weight of everything that had led to this moment. The miles traveled, the friends lost, the impossible choices made and remade and made again. 2 years ago, she began, the world ended. Not metaphorically, not temporarily. The civilization we'd built over centuries collapsed in weeks. Everything we thought we knew about safety, about permanence, about the future, all of it dissolved like smoke in the wind. She paused, letting the words settle. I was a hospice nurse. I spent 15 years helping people die with dignity. I thought I understood death. I thought I understood grief. I thought I understood the limits of what a person could endure. I was wrong. The outbreak taught me that there's no limit to human suffering, that the same species capable of building civilizations is also capable of destroying them, that we carry within us the seeds of our own annihilation. But it also taught me something else, something more important. It taught me that there's no limit to human resilience either, that the same species capable of such destruction is also capable of incredible courage, sacrifice, and love, that in our darkest moments when everything seems lost, we can still choose to fight, still choose to hope, still choose to believe that tomorrow can be better than today. I've seen that courage. I've witnessed it in the people who risked their lives to help strangers, in the communities that formed in the rubble of the old world, in the scientists who worked to find a cure while everything collapsed around them, in my daughter who walked into a horde of infected knowing it might kill her, because she believed it might save everyone else. That's who we are. Not the chaos, not the violence, not the fear. Those things are real, but they're not the whole story. The whole story includes the moments of grace, the connections that sustained us, the refusal to surrender even when surrender seemed like the only option. We're still here. 2 years later, against all odds, we're still here. And we're not just surviving, we're rebuilding. Slowly, imperfectly, with more mistakes than successes most days, but we're doing it together. That's the legacy of the outbreak. Not the death, though we must never forget the death. Not the destruction, though we must learn from it. The legacy is this: that we faced the worst humanity could produce and we chose to respond with the best. That we looked into the abyss and we didn't blink. So on this anniversary, I ask you to remember the dead. But I also ask you to honor them by living, by building, by hoping, by being the kind of humans they would have wanted us to become. The world ended 2 years ago. Today we begin the work of making a new one. The applause went on for a long time. Spring brought Camille's wedding. It was unexpected. Camille had always seemed like the type who valued independence over partnership. But somewhere during the reconstruction, she'd found someone. A former accountant named Michael who'd survived the outbreak by hiding in a bank vault for 3 weeks and emerged to find the world completely changed. "He's completely wrong for me," Camille confided to Ellie before the ceremony. "He's honest, straightforward, terrible at manipulation. We have almost nothing in common. And yet he makes me want to be honest too. He makes me want to be the person he sees when he looks at me." She laughed, a sound of genuine wonder. "I spent my whole life running cons, playing angles, never trusting anyone with the real me. And then the world ended, and I found someone who wanted nothing but the real me. Funny how that works. The apocalypse is educational. Your daughter says that too, must be genetic." The ceremony was small, just close friends, the people who'd survived the journey north together. DeMarcus served as ring bearer, taking his duties very seriously. Darnell gave a toast that made everyone laugh and cry in equal measure. Ellie watched it all with a sense of bittersweet contentment. This was what they'd fought for. Not just survival, but moments like this. Celebrations, connections, the ordinary, extraordinary events that made life worth living. Josie found her near the end of the reception. "You look thoughtful. Just remembering." "Remembering what?" "The beginning. When it was just us running from Vicksburg, not knowing if we'd survive the night. Seems like a lifetime ago." "It was a lifetime ago, several lifetimes." Josie sat down beside her mother. "Do you ever regret it? Any of it? The killing? The choices I made? Any of it?" Ellie considered the question carefully. She'd asked herself the same thing countless times over the past 2 years, lying awake at night, reviewing her decisions, wondering if she could have done something differently. "I regret the necessity," she said finally. "I regret that the world put me in positions where the only options were terrible ones. But the choices themselves? No. I did what I had to do to survive, to protect the people I loved, to give humanity a chance. Even Dad? Even your father." The words hurt to say, but they were true. Raymond was already gone by the time it happened. What I killed wasn't him. It was something wearing his face. I had to believe that then, and I still believe it now. I think he would have wanted you to do it." "What?" "I think if Dad had known what he would become, what he would do if you didn't stop him, he would have wanted you to end it. He loved you too much to want to hurt you, even like that." Ellie felt tears sliding down her cheeks. She hadn't cried about Raymond in months, had thought she'd processed the grief, moved past it somehow. But hearing Josie say what she'd always hoped was true broke something loose. "I miss him," she whispered. "Every day. I miss who he was, who we were together." "I know." Josie took her hand. "But he's still here too. In us. In the way we treated each other, took care of each other, kept going when it would have been easier to quit. That's his legacy. That's what he left behind." "When did you get so wise?" "I had good teachers." They sat together as the reception wound down. Mother and daughter, survivors, architects of a new world rising from the ashes of the old. The 3rd year brought challenges. Not infected. The cure had spread worldwide now, neutralizing the last major concentrations. But other challenges. Resource disputes between communities, political tensions between regions, the slow, difficult work of rebuilding infrastructure, re-establishing trade. creating institutions that could function without devolving into tyranny. Ellie served on the Reconstruction Council as Webb had asked. It was frustrating work. Endless meetings, competing interests, compromises that satisfied no one. But it was necessary work. Someone had to help navigate the transition from survival to stability. "You're making a difference," Webb told her during a particularly discouraging week. "I know it doesn't feel like it most days, but you are." "How can you tell?" "Because things are getting better. Slowly, imperfectly, but better. And that doesn't happen by accident. It happens because people like you are willing to do the hard, boring, frustrating work of governance. I never wanted to be a politician. Neither did any of us. But here we are." Webb smiled. "The world needs what it needs. Sometimes that's soldiers. Sometimes that's scientists. Sometimes that's hospice nurses who walked 200 miles through the apocalypse and came out the other side still believing in humanity. I don't know if I believe in humanity. You're here, aren't you, still fighting? Still trying to make things better? That's not belief, that's stubbornness. In my experience, there's not much difference." DeMarcus graduated from the base school at the end of the 3rd year. It wasn't a traditional graduation. The curriculum had been improvised from whatever resources they could find, covering everything from basic literacy to survival skills to the history of the outbreak. But it was still an achievement, still a milestone worth celebrating. Ellie attended the ceremony sitting in the front row, watching the boy she'd found crying in a house in Vicksburg walk across the stage to receive his certificate. He was 14 now, tall, serious, with a determination in his eyes that reminded her of June. He decided he wanted to be a teacher, to help other kids the way Darnell had helped him. And he was already apprenticing with the base's education program. "I couldn't have done this without you," he told Ellie after the ceremony. "Any of it. You saved my life. You saved your own life. I just gave you some help along the way. That's not how I remember it." "Then you remember it wrong." She pulled him into a hug. "I'm so proud of you, DeMarcus. Your mother would be proud of you too. You think she knows what I've accomplished?" "I think she knows." Ellie thought about her own mother, dead before the outbreak, spared the horrors that followed. "I think they all know, and I think they're cheering for us." The 5th anniversary was different. 5 years. It seemed impossible. 5 years since the world had ended, since everything had changed, since Ellie had killed her husband in their living room and started a journey that would transform her in ways she'd never imagined. The anniversary ceremony was held in a new venue, a massive amphitheater built specifically for such gatherings, a testament to how far the Reconstruction had come. Thousands attended, representing communities across the former United States and beyond. Ellie didn't give a speech this time. She sat in the audience, listening to others tell their stories, share their memories, express their hopes for the future. It was enough to be present, to witness, to be part of something larger than herself. Josie sat beside her, holding her hand. "You know what I've been thinking about?" Josie asked during a pause in the program. "What?" "That night in the warehouse in Memphis when you found me." "What about it?" "I didn't recognize you at first. You looked so different from the mother I remembered. Harder, fiercer, like you'd become someone else entirely. I felt like someone else. But here's the thing." Josie turned to look at her directly. "I don't think you became someone else. I think you became more yourself, like the apocalypse stripped away everything that wasn't essential and left only the core of who you really are." "And who is that?" "Someone who fights, someone who doesn't give up, someone who would walk through hell to protect the people she loves." Josie smiled. "That was always who you were, Mom. You just needed a reason to show it." The apocalypse seems like a drastic way to achieve personal growth. Maybe, but it worked. Ellie laughed, a real laugh, the kind she'd almost forgotten how to produce. Around them, the ceremony continued, voices rising in remembrance and hope. 5 years. They'd survived. And they were just getting started. The cure continued to spread. Reports came in from every continent, the counteragent propagating through infected populations, neutralizing the pathogen, transforming monsters back into people. The process wasn't perfect. Some infected were too far gone, their bodies unable to survive the transition. Others survived but carried permanent damage, physical and psychological scars that would never fully heal. But the overall trajectory was clear. The infection was ending. Humanity was recovering. Ellie followed the reports with the same attention she'd once given to patient charts. Numbers and statistics, yes, but behind each number was a person, a family, a story of loss and survival and hope. "Do you think we'll ever fully recover?" Josie asked one evening. They were sitting on the porch of the small house Ellie had been assigned. Not luxurious, but comfortable, a place to call home. "Fully? Probably not. The scars are too deep, the losses too profound. But we'll adapt. We'll build something new from the wreckage of the old. That's what humans do. That's what we've always done." "Is that enough?" "It has to be." Ellie looked out at the settlement that had grown up around the base. Houses and shops and schools, the infrastructure of a society slowly rebuilding itself. Teddy used to say that survival wasn't enough, that you had to have something to survive for. I think she was right. And I think we found it. Found what? Each other, purpose, hope, all the things that make survival worth the effort. Josie was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I got a letter today from the International Recovery Council, and they want me to help coordinate cure deployment in Europe, travel there, meet with local leaders, share what we learned." Ellie felt something twist in her chest. Pride, certainly. But also fear, the mother's instinct to protect, to keep her child close, to never let go. "What do you want to do?" "I want to go, I want to help, but..." Josie hesitated. "I don't want to leave you. Josie, I know we're not kids anymore. I know the world needs me, whatever that means. But you're still my mom. And after everything we went through to find each other, the idea of being on a different continent is terrifying. I know." Ellie reached for her daughter's hand. "But you have to go." "I don't have to." "Yes, you do. Because you can help. Because you're uniquely qualified to do something that will save millions of lives. Because that's who you are. Someone who walks into the fire when others can't." She squeezed Josie's hand. "I didn't walk 200 miles to keep you safe in a bubble. I walked 200 miles so you could have a future. A future where you make your own choices, follow your own path. What if something happens? Something always happens. That's life. But you can't let fear of what might happen stop you from doing what should happen." "When did you get so philosophical?" "Somewhere around mile 100, I think. The apocalypse is educational." Josie laughed through tears. "I'll come back," she said. "As soon as I can, I'll come back. I know you will, and I'll be here, wherever here is, building, hoping, waiting for you." They held each other as the sun set, mother and daughter, preparing for another separation. But this time it was different. This time it was chosen. This time it was the beginning of something rather than the end. Josie left for Europe 3 months later. The farewell was difficult but not devastating. They'd learned over the years how to say goodbye without falling apart, how to hold on without clinging, how to love without possessing. "Be careful," Ellie said at the transport plane. "Always." "No, I mean really careful, not zombie careful, diplomatic careful. Apparently, European politics are complicated." Josie laughed. "I'll try to avoid starting any international incidents. That's all I ask." They hugged, long and tight, the way they'd hugged that first night in the Memphis warehouse when everything had seemed impossible. Then Josie boarded the plane, and Ellie watched it lift off, carrying her daughter toward a future they'd fought so hard to create. She stood on the tarmac until the plane disappeared over the horizon. Then she went back to work. The reconstruction continued. Ellie served on the council for another 2 years before stepping back, passing the responsibility to younger leaders who had their own ideas about what the future should look like. It felt right. The rebuilding couldn't depend on any one person, not even someone who'd helped start it. She returned to what she knew: healthcare. Not hospice work this time, but primary care for the growing communities around the base, treating the everyday ailments of everyday people, colds and cuts and the thousand small indignities of human existence. It was different from before. The patients weren't dying, they were living, with all the complications that entailed. Marriage problems and work stress and the challenge of raising children in a world that was still uncertain. Ellie found she enjoyed it. "You look happy," Darnell observed one day. He'd stopped by the clinic to get a sprained wrist examined. He was coaching full-time now, and sports injuries were an occupational hazard. "I am happy," or something close to it. Something close to happy sounds like a significant achievement. It is. She wrapped his wrist with practiced efficiency. "I spent so long focused on survival that I forgot what living felt like. Now I'm remembering. What does it feel like? Complicated, messy, beautiful." She finished the bandage and sat back. "We have a support group that meets on Thursdays. You should come." "I'm fine." "You're managing. There's a difference," says the woman who walked 200 miles through zombie-infested territory. "Exactly. I know something about managing versus healing, and I know which one I'd rather achieve." Darnell was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. "Maybe I'll check it out. I'll save you a seat." 10 years. A decade since the outbreak. A decade since the world had ended and begun again. A decade of loss and recovery, despair and hope, death and new life. The anniversary celebration was the largest yet. Representatives from every continent attended, sharing stories of recovery from their own regions. The cure had spread worldwide now. The infection, for all practical purposes, was over. Ellie watched the celebration from the same observation deck where she'd stood so many mornings, thinking about everything that had brought them here. So much had changed. The base had become a city, not a massive metropolis, but a thriving community of maybe 50,000 people. Buildings rose where tents had once stood. Children who'd been born after the outbreak were entering their teenage years, a generation that knew the apocalypse only through stories and history lessons. Josie had returned from Europe 2 years ago, her work there largely complete. She was leading a research program now, studying the long-term effects of the cure and the infection, trying to understand what had happened and how to prevent it from happening again. DeMarcus had become a teacher just as he'd planned. He was married now, with a daughter of his own, a little girl named Eleanor, which had made Ellie cry when she heard. Darnell was still coaching, though he'd expanded his focus to include community mentoring programs for young people across the region. He'd finally stopped blaming himself for his lost team, or at least learned to carry that weight without letting it crush him. Camille and Michael had 2 kids, both of them inheriting their mother's sharp wit and their father's honest soul. They'd opened a trading company that operated across the emerging economic networks, building prosperity through commerce rather than conflict. So many others, so many stories of survival and recovery and hope. And at the center of it all, Ellie herself. Not a leader, not a hero, just a woman who'd done what needed to be done when the moment demanded it, who'd walked through the fire and come out the other side, scarred but unbroken. "Hey," Josie's voice, warm and familiar. Hey, yourself. Big day. Very big. 10 years. It seems impossible. Does it? Josie came to stand beside her mother, looking out at the city below. Sometimes it feels like yesterday. Sometimes it feels like 1,000 years ago. That's trauma for you. It warps time. I suppose so. Josie was quiet for a moment. Then, I've been thinking about writing it all down. The whole story, from the beginning. Why? So people remember, so future generations understand what happened and why. So the sacrifices don't get lost. That's a big project. I've got time. For the first time in my life, I've got time. Ellie thought about all the people whose stories deserved to be told. Raymond, Teddy, Patricia, June, Marie Claire, Raphael, Dr. Okonkwo, all the refugees and soldiers and survivors who died so that others could live. You should include all of them, she said. Everyone who helped, everyone who sacrificed. Not just the survivors, the ones who didn't make it too. That's the plan. A complete record, as complete as I can make it. Will you include me? Are you kidding? Josie smiled. You're the center of the whole thing. The woman who walked 200 miles through the apocalypse to find her daughter. The woman who helped bring down Meridian. The woman who refused to give up when everyone else did. I wasn't the only one. No, but you were the one who inspired everyone else. That counts for something. Ellie felt tears pricking at her eyes. She'd never thought of herself as inspirational, just determined, stubborn, too stupid to know when to quit. But maybe that was what inspiration looked like. Not speeches and grand gestures. Just ordinary people doing what needed to be done one step at a time until the impossible became possible. If you write it, she said, make sure you get the ending right. What do you mean? Make sure people understand that it's not really an ending, that the work continues, that every generation has to choose whether to build or destroy, hope or despair, that the future is always uncertain, but that's what makes it worth fighting for. That's pretty profound. I've had 10 years to think about it. They stood together, mother and daughter, watching the celebration below. Music drifted up from the streets. People danced, laughed, celebrated the simple fact of being alive. Somewhere in the crowd, DeMarcus was probably teaching his daughter to dance. Darnell was probably giving a motivational speech to anyone who would listen. Camille was probably running some kind of betting pool on how long the ceremonies would last. All of them survivors, all of them builders, all of them part of something larger than themselves. I love you, Mom, Josie said. I love you too, sweetheart, more than anything. More than the world? Ellie smiled. I walked 200 miles through the end of the world to find you. I think that answers your question. The story didn't end there. Stories never really end. They just pause, waiting for the next chapter to begin. The world kept turning. People kept living, dying, loving, fighting, hoping. The future kept arriving moment by moment, shaped by the choices of everyone who had survived to see it. Ellie lived another 20 years after the anniversary. She saw the reconstruction transform into something that resembled normalcy. Governments forming, economies developing. The infrastructure of civilization slowly rebuilding itself. She saw her grandchildren grow up in a world that was still imperfect, still dangerous, but fundamentally better than the one she'd survived. She saw Josie complete her book, a massive work that documented everything that had happened, from the first contamination in Baton Rouge to the final neutralization of infected populations worldwide. It became required reading in schools across the rebuilt nations, a testament to what humanity had endured and overcome. She saw DeMarcus become a leader in education reform, working to ensure that future generations understood both the science and the ethics of what had almost destroyed them. His daughter, little Eleanor, grew up to be a doctor, following in her namesake's footsteps, healing instead of harming. She saw the scars of the outbreak slowly fade, replaced by new growth, new life, new hope. Not forgotten, never forgotten, but transformed into something that could be lived with. And when the end finally came for her, peacefully, in her sleep, surrounded by family, she went without regret. She'd done what she set out to do. She'd found her daughter. She'd helped save the world. She'd lived long enough to see that the future they'd fought for was worth the sacrifice. The last thing she remembered before the long quiet took her was Josie's face, not as a desperate prisoner in a warehouse in Memphis, not as a cure carrier walking into a horde of infected, but as a grown woman, a mother herself, holding Ellie's hand and telling her it was okay to let go. "I found you," Ellie whispered. "You found me," Josie replied. "You always found me." And then there was peace. The memorial stood on a hillside overlooking the Mississippi River. It had taken years to build, a massive structure of stone and glass etched with the names of everyone who had died during the outbreak. 3 billion names, too many to read in a single lifetime. But every one of them mattered. Every one of them deserved to be remembered. Josie visited every year on the anniversary of her mother's death. She was 63 now, her hair gray, her face lined with age and experience. But her eyes were still sharp, still determined, still holding the fierce will that had carried her through things no one should have to survive. Her children and grandchildren came with her sometimes. But today she was alone. There were conversations that needed privacy, even if only one person was speaking. "Hey, Mom," she said, settling onto the bench that faced her mother's memorial stone. "It's been a while." The stone was simple, just a name, dates, and a single phrase. She never gave up. "The Reconstruction Council wants to name a hospital after you. I told them you'd hate it, but they insisted. Something about honoring the woman who walked 200 miles through the apocalypse. You know how they are." Silence. The river rolled past, its waters clean now, no longer carrying the death that had once spread from shore to shore. DeMarcus's granddaughter is starting medical school this fall, first in her family to go. He cried when he told me, said it was because of you. Because you showed him that people could choose to help instead of hurt. More silence. The weight of absence, familiar after all these years, but never easy. I finished the sequel last month, the one about the Reconstruction. It's not as dramatic as the first book, no zombie hordes or evil corporations, but I think it's important. People need to understand that the rebuilding was just as hard as the survival. That hope is something you have to work for. Not something that just happens. She paused, gathering her thoughts. I still miss you. Every day. Not the way I did at first. That desperate, drowning grief that made it hard to breathe. This is different. Quieter. Like a room that's still there but nobody lives in anymore. She reached out, touching the stone, feeling its warmth from the sun. You asked me once what the point was. Why we kept going when everything seemed lost. I don't think I ever gave you a real answer. So here it is, 20 years too late. The point is this. The moment, the people, the chance to make something better than what we found. You did that every day of your life, in big ways and small. You fought for something worth fighting for, and you won. She sat for a while longer, watching the sun move across the sky, listening to the sounds of a world that had healed. Then she stood, placed her hand on the memorial stone one last time, and walked back down the hill. Behind her, the names of the dead caught the light and held it. 3 billion stories, 3 billion lives, 3 billion reasons to remember what had been lost and what had been saved. And at the center of it all, One name among many, one woman among multitudes, Eleanor Ellie Boudreau, 2178-2048. She never gave up. The world had ended. And then it had begun again.